Beep, 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 bop, boop, beep, bop. Boop, beep, bop. I gotta go pick up a delivery in a minute, but I wanted to start the stream. So I'm gonna be leaving in a minute and then playing music, and then yeah, you're gonna wonder where's the hostess with the mostess. And I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be back. Good morning to my wakers and my bakers. Good morning to my wakers and my bakers. Know that I love you every day. Know that I never want you to go away. Good morning, easily distracted. Cheers. Cheers, my love. I gotta go pick up a delivery in a second, but I will be back. You know, everybody. In fact, it's 2 minutes away. I should probably go. Okay. You're trying to motivate yourself? Oh boy, you may have come to the wrong channel. I may be the person who may demotivate you and encourage you to sit on the couch. And there you go. Thank you, Lee. Good morning, my love, my sister. Not able to partake yet due to pending meeting, but with you in spirit. Darling, we are sending the best positive vibes for you and your meeting. I hope everybody behaves themselves and understands what it is to be a good comrade. Okay, this delivery is 1 minute away. I'm going to put on the music, and I'm going to go get it. And then I'm going to go get it. Yeah. But first we'll have a little lounge music to get your day started. There we go. All right, BRB. I can already tell this is going to be a problem today. It's so hot. I'm sweating so badly. You don't even know. You don't even know how hot it is. Oh my God. Wait, I got to turn the music. I'm literally dripping. I'm dripping sweat. Oh my God. Why is it so hot? Fatigue and legs feel like cement. Is that from mowing? Big news day in Canada. Is it a big news day in Canada? Uh-oh, we got to check in with you guys. Hold on, I got to put my headphones on. I'm drinking tons of water. Tons of water. Like, I probably drink... What is it? I probably drink... So what is this? This is like 28 ounces, I think. I think it's 28. How hot is it? It's so hot. I'm melting. This is 28. I drink at least three of these a day. So that's what, like 3 times 28? That's almost 90. It's almost 90 ounces of water a day. I glisten. Don't melt. Lupus effect. Yeah. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Oh, sister in autoimmune diseases. Yeah, let's get together on that. Fuck the autoimmune system. Fuck the autoimmune system. The devil is praying. It's so hot, the devil is praying for snow. That sounds like such an Irish little thing to say. That sounds like something my mother would have said. I don't sweat, I sparkle. I'm sparkling. And don't smell me. No, I took a shower last night, so I don't smell yet. I can guarantee by the end of today, it's not going to be pretty. But wait. I have a story for you. Wait. Last night, I was on the space. Well, there you go, easily. There you go. You're one of the girls from the old country. That's right. Feckin' right it is. And you're not going to take anybody's shite. Okay, anyway. Last night, I was on the space, which was a great space, by the way. I'm glad Jim is back. I don't know if he's going to do spaces every week, but I sure hope he does, because I enjoy them. I really do. It's great to be with people. It's great to hear people. It's great to meet new people. Like, I really like those spaces. So, anyway, we're having a great space. Bobo takes the dog out for the night walk, right? She tells me this after she comes back, after the space is over. And I know, I thought it was a great space, but what was I going to say? Okay, so Bobo takes the dog out for the night walk, comes back, and then after the spaces, she's like, we saw a coyote. And I was like, what? Mind you, we live in East Hollywood. Like East Hollywood. Like city, basically. I mean, not city, not like a downtown, but like a city. You know, buildings, not a lot of green space. You know, we're not near the mountains. We're not near the hills or anything per se. I mean, we are, but we're not, if you know, as the crow flies. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. She tells me, oh, yeah, there was a coyote, but it looked like it didn't notice us, and it went on its way. And I came back in. And she said it was passing down the street. So we live on a corner, right? So what I thought she said was that when she exited our apartment complex, if she looked to her left where the cross street is, I thought she meant the coyote was going down the cross street. Well, it was going, that way. So I thought it was going down the cross street, which is farther away from where she's like exiting our building, right? No. What happened was she walked out of our building gate and across the street from her, walking down the street, was a coyote. And I'm like, that to me, like, and then, oh no, get this. So what she does, she doesn't go back in the gate. She turns and goes down the street to a corner where other people have obviously noticed this coyote and are doing what they need to do. So she just walks down there. I'm like, why didn't you just come back in the gate? Like, if you see a coyote, I would like you to come back into the gate. That's it. No running to the corner. You don't have to go anywhere. You have a literal metal gate to stand behind. And she's like, I don't know. I just thought, I don't know. I'm like, oh, God. I said, you are so lucky that he didn't see the dog, because our dog is small, right? Our dog is a snack. He's looking for water, I think. It's fucking hot, man. It's hot, hot, hot here these days. And I think it probably came down from the hills, because we do have hills around us, so I'm sure it came down from some hills, and it was like, where's the fucking water in this town? So, I mean, you know. But, oh my God, you guys, I don't know if I've told you this, but I think I have. My greatest fear in life, my nightmares, like literal nightmares I have had since I was a child, is like a bear or a tiger on my porch. That is literally my absolute fucking, yeah, that will kill me. So this story was like, I don't even understand who you are right now. Are you even my daughter? I mean, really, for fuck's sake. What the fuck is going on? What do you think this is? Anyway, she was fine. And I'm sure everything was fine. The coyote apparently was very tired and panting. So clearly he was looking for, or she was looking for water. I didn't decide to leave out any water for it. Had a fox eat a frog in my fenced backyard. Oh my God. We have tons of coyotes. We live next to a state park. A coyote nearly killed our 30-pound Maine Coon cat. I have a 30-pound cat. Well, 27. Yeah, I don't blame the coyote. I hope the coyote didn't get hurt, frankly, because this is there's a lot of cars and it's dark. It's like we don't have a ton of streetlights out here all the time, so there's parts of East Hollywood and LA that are dark. And I live right near a freeway, so I hope that he doesn't I don't know. I don't think he can get to the freeway from there. Anyway, there were people calling to get some help for the animal, so it was probably a better ending. We've got great neighbors. It's a great neighborhood, so I know they care about. Nobody was like freaking out, going, "I'm going to shoot that coyote." You know what I mean? Like nobody was like, "Wah! Oh, a bird died on your balcony. That's sad. Mm-hmm. That's sad. I have sads too for that. That's a baby bird." The circle of life. And it... Wait. Does it wound us all? What is the circle of... And it wounds us all. I don't think that's it. Ooh, the circle of life. Yeah. And that's what people were doing. When Bobo walked up to them, they were calling animal control to help. Because there's a lot of like loose cats and shit in the neighborhood, so, well, I mean, not a terrible neighborhood to make a choice. Although there's not a lot of water sources around us. In fact, I really can't think of a water source nearby. No, there's really not. You'd have to go downtown, go to one of the fountains or something. Oh, poor baby. Living in the country. Walking my dog. I thought I heard a large group of deer. Ended up being 50. Oh, 50. 50. They just plowed and it was garbage night. 50 raccoons. Okay, see, the bears are what gets me. Like, you get a bear, like, that's my greatest fear. Most of my bad dreams have included a bear on my porch. Give the fox directions next time. What does the fox say? That's funny. I know. I'm sorry, Muskie, for your loss. Little baby burb. You know what though? Think about it though. Let's just deconstruct this for a minute. You literally were reacting and sad for that little bird. Then you shared it with us. Now we're sad about the little bird and we're talking about the little bird. And so really, the little bird has an amazing legacy. So that little bird didn't die in vain. We honor that little bird today. It's Little Bird Thursday. I'm serious. Yeah, happy for the fox. I'm afraid of bears too. Burbs are so cute. They really are. So are foxes. And so are coyotes. Bobo thought it was a dog. Like a stray dog at first. She said, but then I looked closer. And I said, that is not a dog. No, not a dog. Anyway, that was a funny story. I was freaking out after the space last night. I was like, oh my God. I can't do this. I can't live in fear of the loss of democracy and then my daughter gets eaten by a fucking coyote. Well, more likely the dog would. Yeah, foxes do sound like women screaming. It's true. They have weird emoting. Foxes are the weirdest. I lived in South Africa for a while on a project. Jim says, I'll never complain about the wild animals around here. Yeah, no. Oh, hell no. Hell no. That's true. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just like, I don't want to get attacked. I don't really want my dog to get eaten, although he's lived a great life. But I don't think he should go out being eaten by a fucking coyote. I love you. I love you, puppy. I'm sorry. Oh my God, that's so funny. It's so funny. Raccoons look like monkeys when they swing from trees. Raccoons, I just can't find them cute. I want to. I hate possums. I'm sorry. You can't make possums cute. You cannot make a possum cute. There's no way. You could put a hat on it. You could put some lipstick on it. It is not going to be cute. Nope. Possum are not cute. Possum are stupid. You possum are stupid. Have you had any bear sight? Has anyone had a bear encounter? Has anyone actually had an encounter, like, seen up close, like not in a zoo, but I'm saying like, have they been around your cabins or your houses or anything? A cute and gentle. Okay, but they're not cute. Okay? No. Okay, I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it to you. Oh! They're like the naked mole rats of the rodent. Wait, what is it? Possum. Oh, okay. Well, they make them look cute sometimes in photos. But they're not cute. Hold on. I don't have enough room on my screen. I want a bigger screen. Here we go. Here, let me show you how fucking awful possums are. It's Hate on Possum Day here at Lolo's Lounge. I'm actually about to read some really important documents, so just calm down. I'm in a really silly mood this morning, so I'm very sorry. Okay, those are cute. Look at this. Look at this guy. Oops. Oh, that's not the right way. Look at this guy. Look at that. Come on now. The guy's brute. Look at that. Oops. Wait, you can't see it. Wait. Where's my restream? I can't do anything smooth. Okay, here we go. There we go. Look at that. Look at that fucking face. Oh my God. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Oh, but that's cute. But that's not a possum. Oh my God. The Western pygmy possum. Oh. Okay, now that is cute. That is cute. I walked outside to feed the deer, and a bear came around the corner of the house on me. What did you do? What did you do? No, moose is the biggest. Okay, moose are huge, Neil. You, Kathy, had a bear encounter in Alaska. That sounds really scary. When I was young on vacation, bear 30 feet from us went into cabin, made bets on what he would eat first: buns, marshmallows, popcorn. What won? What won? What did he eat first? Who won? Oh my God. Look at that little thing. Look at that. I want one of those. Dude, remember when the bear ate my chicken right in front of me? Yes. Wait. Yes. Yes. Oh, it was a juvenile female moose, still big. Those things they're like the size of small, like, sheds. Seriously. If you don't know, moose are like the size of a small, like, outdoor shed. They're fucking and tall. They're huge. I'm not kidding. They're not as wide as a shed. But if you had a narrow, tall shed, that would be a moose. Just saying. But yeah, come on now. The pygmy ones are adorable. Oh, this is kind of cute. Look at that. That's kind of cute. Okay. Well, when they're babies, they're cute. I used to love these. These. I thought we had some of these at our zoo, but maybe not. Brush-tailed possum. Well, Australia has a lot cuter possums. I'll tell you that right now. Look at that. Look at the baby. Popcorn. Ate popcorn. I wonder why. Maybe it smelled. Maybe it had a stronger smell than the other food. I don't know. The baby possum. But the baby. The baby. Yeah. Is this oh, good. This is Kostya Lena. I have brought for you today a little bit of document reading. It won't all be in a Russian accent, but there will be parts that will be in a Russian accent. Because I can't help it. In a bowl, wasn't wrapped. Yeah, see, there you go. The tick eaters. Yeah, the tick eaters. You're right, Badger. Okay. No more possum hate. I love possum. Yes, I do. I love possum. How about you? All right, let me move this. Let me move the kitty cam. Let me move the kitty cam. Which has no cats. So whatever. Whatever. Let me move the kitty cam. Let me move the kitty cam. We're going to read a little document this morning. So you can relax, sit back, get ready to comment very funny things to your friends here in the chat. So just sit back, take your weed. Oh, I don't have any weed. Wait, I must. You know what I'm going to do? Oh no! Before I start reading, we're going to smoke a joint. That's what we're going to do with my new grinder. Yay! 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 And then we're gonna grind some weed. I took a picture of this one and put it on my Twitter, but I've almost smoked it all. It was huge, and it's so sticky and lovely. Hi, Pepper! Pepperty Pepper Pep. Hey, Pepper Pep. How you doing, girl? Skunks are the worst. Okay, yeah, skunks are the worst. I agree. Skunks are the worst. Moose got mad and just stomped the hood. Oh, that can be pretty dangerous, though, right? Like, they're serious. Hold on, let me get this window out of the way of our fun and frolic. Oh, hello, young lovers, wherever you are. I think you can probably read some of that anyway. I wonder if I can make it. It won't go full screen, I guess, huh? Nope. Okay. Skunks are wonderful. Okay, we love skunks. All right, I'm not going to hate on any other marsupials. Oh, I missed you too, Pep. I hope you're having a good time. a morning without a meeting. Fuck yeah. 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 But why are you laying on the floor? Why don't you lay on the bed so the people can see you? Smile for the people. Yeah, you're defending Chris. Someone needs to. I love that badger. Mama, mama. Pre-rolled cones because I'm a stupid, lazy bitch. I don't care. I don't care. Probably going to need more weed. It's an extra large. Takes days to get rid of the smell, but I love skunk weed. Yeah, no, I totally do. Oh, yeah, my room right now smells like a college dorm room. It's fantastic. Oh, whoops. I am a mess. I gotta clean up my space here, actually. That's what I gotta do. Yeah, we're gonna smoke this joint first, so just everybody calm down. Get another cup of coffee. Get another glass of vodka. I'll be right there. I'm busy filling a cone. I'm busy filling a cone. I'm busy. Oh my God, I smoked this last night. It's a 2-gram joint with rosin mixed in with the weed. Oh, Jesus. That hit me. It was so great. Finally. Finally. The high I've been looking for. There's all these stems. There's a lot of stems. I think I need to do more, actually. Yeah, big news days. Growing up, I didn't know what weed smelled like. My hubby pointed it out. I laughed. The smell of my brother's rooms growing up. That's so cute. Aw. You saw Jesus? I've seen Jesus. Oh, wait. Here we go. Oh. We got a little Georgia. Georgia, Georgia. The whole day through. Oh, coming at 2 p.m. a hearing in Fulton County Superior Court as DA Fannie Willis asked judge to kill a pair of subpoenas that she was issued. Beat-a-ba-da-boo-da-ba. Oh, let's do it. Great. I'll come back. I'll come back for that. I might still be on by then. I don't know. It's 11. What time is it? I might not be on by then. I might need to take a little break. But I definitely will come back for that. I'll take a look at that. I wonder. Oh God, literally there is weed. Probably there's sweat like coming out of my. I don't know if it's streaming or not. I mean, they seem to stream their shit, but I don't know. Maybe not. DC case. Oh yeah, there's some shit happening. Boy, there's some. I watched literally 1 minute of Sapphire Patriot, who is one of the J6 corner, one of the convoy people, but then became a corner person. And she was like, or no, I guess it's the other bitch, Tammy, someone. Anyway, they're on the mic and they're like, well, and they only took 7 months off of his entire sentence because of that Supreme Court Fisher case, right? And they only took 7 months off of his sentence. They don't know how anything works. And then I immediately turned it off. I literally tuned in and heard that one fucking sentence and then was like, oh, okay. Okay, I see how this is going. Okay. We are so back. Oh, this is today. Fuck, man. I forgot about this. Jesus. Tanya Chutkan is set to hear argument from the defense and prosecution regarding how the case should proceed following SCOTUS's immunity ruling. Ooh, she'll be in a courtroom without a phone, but follow Parloff. Okay, Roger's doing it. Roger, where are you? It's September 5th, and I'm at Prettyman U.S. Courthouse in D.C. for today's 10 a.m. hearing in U.S. v. Trump before Judge Tanya Chutkan. I'll be live tweeting for Lawfare. Okay, good. We'll stick with Roger. I like Roger. He does, Roger is, the Lawfare blog is another website, and it's very good if you haven't seen it. Actually. Okay. Trump's attorney and special counsel will be arguing over the timing and nature of the path forward after SCOTUS immunity ruling. This afternoon at 4 p.m., Lawfare editor-in-chief Ben Witz, who's an idiot, but whatever, will interview Anna Bauer, who's not an idiot, and me, he's not an idiot either, about today's events. So is that today? Like, do I need to... Ooh. I wonder if we can watch that. I might be able to do it. I don't think they strike me. I don't think he'd strike me. Trump will probably also be arraigned today on the new superseding indictments, but he has waived his appearance, and so that will probably be very pro forma. Incidentally, Judge Chutkan sits in courtroom 9 on the 4th floor of the older part of the building, 1952, pictured in tweet. 1. The stolid government style called stripped classicism, which I assume means classicism but stripped of most ornamentation. For those of you who followed along during the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys trials, those took place in the beautiful Annex 2005 to the left. To the right, rather. Designed by Michael Graves, which features a 6th-floor atrium and reddish curly maple paneling everywhere. We're 3 blocks from the Capitol. The media room has also been upgraded since the Oath Keepers and Proud Boy trials. Oklahoma. There are now 2 media rooms, at least for big events like today's, and the old one where I am has been upgraded with plugs galore and one huge HD screen, bigger than 8 feet diagonally instead of 2 smaller ones. So the enormous screen has just illuminated with views of the courtroom, which is always a relief. As in the past, it's split into 4 quadrants. 1 shows the bench, 2 counsel tables. The 4th is black now, but typically shows exhibits. At the moment, we can't see the prosecution table. At defense, we see John Loro, Todd Blanche, Emile Bove, a man I assume is Loro partner Gregory Singer, and another male I can't identify. So someone asked a question, how does Judge Chutkan get around Judge Cannon's ruling that Jack Smith's appointment was invalid? Judge Chutkan isn't bound by the ruling of another district judge. Also, she sits in a different federal circuit. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit has held twice that special counsels like Jack Smith are proper. Chutkan is bound by those rulings. Ah, that's interesting. That's very interesting. You're already disappointed. Facts. Neil, are you leaving? I'm sorry. I'll see you later, Neil. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Oh, I think my chat over here is like, oh, fucking hell. There we go. Bye, Neil. See you later. Have a good day. How long live the rule of law? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, wait. I'm coming back to this. Actually, I should do 2 screens, shouldn't I? Oh, that's a different one. I was going to read that too, but I want to read this one. All right, so maybe I should do 2 screens. That was another thing I wanted to read to you. Let's see. And then we're going to watch Roger. So I'm going to do something really crazy. Ah! Nothing. No, never mind. Never mind. It's okay. It's okay. My fingers don't work. But other than that, it's okay. There we go. Now we're cooking. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. All right. You're not going to be able to read that. I'll make this tiny. At the moment. All rise. Chutkin takes the bench. Criminal case 23-257 is called. Government counsel Thomas Wyndham and Molly Gaston. There's an FBI agent at their table. Defense John Loro identifies Trump's crew, which includes a paralegal. Loro. Life has been almost meaningless without seeing you. Judge. Enjoy it while it lasts. Chutkin, now summarizing the SCOTUS ruling. Chutkin, purpose of this hearing is to confirm Trump's arraignment and second, to discuss schedule going forward. She says she hopes to issue a schedule today, though not at the hearing itself. Now Chutkin is describing the superseding indictment and fact that Trump has waived his appearance. He pleads not guilty on all 4 counts. She's confirming all that on the record now. Okay. But meanwhile, over here in Sadland. Oh, hold on. I'm not showing you right thing. Hold on. I'm not showing you right thing. Okay, you know what? Everybody, you're in my way. Thank you. God bless America. Okay. Hold on. I'm fixing screen for you. Don't worry, darlings. Don't worry, darlings. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Okay, look, we've got everything on screen now. Can you read it? No, you can't read it, but that's fine. Don't worry. I'll read it to you. Let me read to you. Okay. But unfortunately, I need to make this a little smaller, I think, in order for me to see the whole fucking page. Okay. I'll make sure I link all of these in the... I got to keep doing weed. What am I doing? Everybody stop. I'm not doing anything until I get this fucking joint rolled. Or, stuffed. So everybody has to calm down. I know easily inviting a J6 wife, not a good choice. Bye, Neil. Hope you'll tune in at a better time. What? What does that mean? I'm just kidding. In our neck of the woods, Amish skunk. What? Is that a weed? Is that weed? Tammy and Nicole recently were very credulously profiled in New Yorker. What? Wow. Of course they were. Of course they were. Wow. It's so interesting. Weird and interesting. And yet not. Okay, let's do this. This is candy. What is this? Candy cream. This is what I'm doing. Whoops. Oops. Can you... Whoops. I can't tell which way is which. That's what I'm doing. You can't see it. I can't even read it. I can't read it in person. Okay, that should be good enough. Did the Amish grow it? Really? I mean, I would imagine it's natural, so why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they grow it? I mean, they're not like... Well, I mean, I guess they don't imbibe, but if it's from the ground, isn't that like different? Doesn't that make it different? Don't people like... Oh yeah, well we can ingest it if it's natural, right? God, I am dying. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fall in love. Do 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 do. I think I'm not very good at this. I think I can't even do it when it's a fucking easy roll. Oh, I think I'll eat some worms. I just don't want any gaps. No any gaps. No gaps. No gaps, see? I think I'm bad at this. I think there's probably people who are really good at this. Good morning, Grace. Is there a J6er on Dancing with the Stars? There will be. No, that's what it'll be. It'll be like a competition between the counter protesters at the corner and the corner protesters. It'll be a dance off. It'll be a dance off. Do 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 do. Whatever. Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should end the corner. But you know what? Whatever. Nobody listened to me. Everybody just doesn't listen to Lolo. And then they learn. You know what? More people should actually listen to me, maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Imagine all the people living for today. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. The world will live as one. You're a little stem. We cannot put little stems in here. You will fuck everything up. Mama. Okay, I think I've got it. By George, I think she's got it. I think she's got it. Oh, you know what? I'm greedy. No, I'm not. I'm greedy. No, I'm not. Fly me to the moon and let me sit upon the stars. I am sweating oh so much. It's like I work in bars. No, I don't know. I suppose who's the propaganda list again? Elon? What do you mean? The propaganda list? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, let me see if Roger has any more shit. 8, 9, 9, 10, 11. No. Oh. Chutkan now summarizing the 4 charges. Lolo confirms Trump received the indictment, reviewed it, entering plea of not guilty to all 4 counts, waiving a full formal reading. Chutkan accepts the waiver. Arraignment complete. Judge, let's go over scheduling. She's now listing the pending motions before SCOTUS ruling. Judge, defendant's reply brief to discovery motions needs to be reset. She's discussing how much time was remaining on various deadlines at time of stay. For example, motions in limine were due in about 3 weeks at the time everything was stayed due to the immunity challenge. Now she must turn to parties' proposals for how to move forward, some common ground, agree on issues to be resolved. Both sides contemplate that at least some of the issues be resolved concurrently. Government proposes that it files first filing relating to immunity. Defense could respond. Government would reply. Government wants other motions decided concurrently. AUSA Wyndham confirms that's their position. Chutkan now describes Trump's proposed approach. Chutkan, let's first talk about the immunity issue. Just want to nail down what that approach would look like. Some questions for Wyndham. You propose filing before defendant moves to dismiss, not ordinary course. Why depart? Wyndham, we're not in a typical situation. If one more fucker says that, then figure it out. You are in a typical situation. Use your protocol. Fuck. He's not different. Looking for most efficient, practical way forward. Indictment doesn't include all the categories of info we believe may be subject to immunity litigation. That's why we propose to go first. We should structure a schedule that leads to only one interlocutory appeal. Defendant proposes several interlocutory appeals. We know there will be an interlocutory appeal, trying to limit it to one. We'd file a comprehensive description of both pled and unpled facts. Wait, did I miss something? No. Okay. I feel like I missed something. Check-in would include a proffer, be more specific, form it would take, written, Wyndham. Our initial view is this. A proffer? Our initial view is this. Comprehensive brief, setting forth facts, in and outside indictment, substantial number of exhibits, GJ transcripts, interview transcripts, 302s. Wait, what? Would allow court to continue context. In addition, we'd set forth why we believe conduct is private in nature and not subject to immunity. Then, with respect to allegations to Vice President, why we believe presumption of immunity is rebutted, benefit of us going first. I'm not sure. I think I might have lost the plot here somewhere. Maybe. Did I? Does it jump from one to another? No, I guess not. 11, 12. Okay. Okay. What's Comer doing? Pepper, what's Comer? The little Jimmy Comer? Is anyone even paying attention to the corner? Oh, corner. Besides the counter protesters. No, I'm not. It just came up on my homepage. And literally, I tuned in for that line, and I thought, oh, God, okay, well, I see how this is going. No one pays attention to the corner. I don't think. I don't know. It looked pretty sad. The commission still goes there. That's good. When we were talking about it back when I was part of the group, when they didn't turn their backs on me and completely shut me out and talk about me, before that, when we were friends, supposedly, maybe never, we had a big discussion about like going into the mayor's office and, and I was like, why don't you do a sit-in? Like, why don't you do a sit-in? You've got some people. Why don't you do that? No, nobody wanted to do that. They wanted to do their stupid fucking get attention routines. And so I say, you know what? You don't want it to end. You don't want it to end. It was a group that I was with behind the scenes. But yeah, so they didn't want it to work. They wanted to go on. They wanted the grift. They wanted the attention. There's attention whores in that group. There's all kinds of bad people. And they don't want to fix anything. They just want to fucking get attention. So that's really all it is. Because if they really wanted to change it, why aren't they in the mayor's office, like sitting in the mayor's office? Because sitting at the corner yelling at chuds is not going to do anything, clearly, for fuck's sake. Except for you get viewers, so maybe that's the goal. I don't know. Good for you. The commish wasn't part of that group, so I don't know what her deal is. She's great. I like her generally, so I think she's doing fine. But it was the other group that I was with that I was like, why don't we do a sit-in, or why don't we, arrange for that if you're going to spend time? But no. No, we'd rather stand outside and yell at everybody. Yeah, he turned every protest into bed. Loser. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying some of that karma big time. I am. I can't help it. He was very mean to me. And you know what? Everybody said, oh, well, that's just him. You have to get a better, thicker skin. Well, fuck you, because he was a dick and he's always been a dick. But you guys decided maybe you were going to choose him. So whatever. Fuck off. Fuck off, men who fuck with me. Fuck off, all of you. I'm going to smoke some fucking weed. God damn. Fame fuckers. Anyway. Okay. All right. Okay. Would allow court to... Oh, he still hasn't done any more. Anyway, yeah. I just had feelings about the way that was handled, and I thought there were other ways we could try, and I was shut down. So I'm like, fuck off all then. If you're going to shut me down. Oh, and then they just turned their backs on me and treated me like a pariah and like I'm the drama, when in fact they're the ones who took my information, now come in and troll me because they're fucking assholes. But you know what? Hey, man, keep hanging out with them. Keep it up. So fucking done. Is you to have everything in one place, cleaner docket for you in any appellate court. Chuck cannot proffering any actual oral evidence would be written. Wyndham, that's right. Put forth papers, review them, decide whether court needs additional info. Then court can decide whatever additional it needs. Chuckin, you said you're prepared to file promptly, days, weeks. Wyndham, we do have to write this thing. That will take a little time, but we've begun. It's underway. We anticipate it would take 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, give me a fucking break. Last week of September? 9:26-ish. Defense has suggested it will take a substantial amount of time for them to put out their views. Time to put for their views. Another reason for us to go first, we can go promptly. Judge asked to speak to Lolo. Hasn't achieved anything but lifting up bad actors. That's what it's done. That's all it's done. And, you know, caused pain, right? Like nobody thinks about the pain that those people have caused other people. Nobody thinks about that. Fuck off. Fuck out of here. I'm going to start valuing myself a whole lot fucking more. Judge, last week of September, Wyndham, 9:25 or 9:26-ish. Defense suggested it was blah, blah, blah. Oh. Beyond the fact the government's proposal is procedurally irregular. Is that in and of itself a problem, or is there some other prejudice? Loro, enormously prejudicial to Trump. The government proposes an approach that turns rules on their head. Have to look at discovery issues. How long have we been doing this? How long has he had this indictment? The indictment got streamlined. The indictment was streamlined. It shouldn't be that fun, you know, that fucking... It shouldn't be. Well, DOA has some weird friends, okay? And I'm just going to leave it at that. But that guy is sus, and his friends are sus, because one of his friends is the one that's attacking me, or has been. And it's someone we all know. So, you know what? Check his panels. He's got friends in low places. All right. Oh, I'm getting so high. It's so great. I fucking love today. I'm just going to smoke weed all day. Smoke weed every day. Or don't. The coroner hasn't achieved anything but worse sentences for J6ers. What do you mean, or don't? What did I say? Now I forgot what I said. Oh, yeah. I wish that had never happened. I wish I had never encountered the convoy. I really do. I wish I had stuck to my own trolling. Oh, God. He's absolute. No. It's gone beyond. What are you reading? I'm trying to catch up. Is it right now? Thank you for reading. Oh, my love. I'm reading the... Oh, shit. I'm reading the Russian indictment, but right now I'm following Roger Parloff because he's reporting from the court where Trump is getting arraigned. So right now I'm just on Twitter on the right side of the screen reading that. Okay, so right now Lolo is saying, okay. So Lolo is like, oh, this is very prejudicial to Trump. You can't do that, blah, blah, blah. Judge, why can't you do that at the same time during the briefing schedule? Lolo, to address what they submit, we have to have all the discovery, everything we're entitled. Other problem. SCOTUS has already decided discussions with VP were official. So as an initial matter, the issue before the court is whether government can overcome presumption. No way, no possible way, lack of immunity would result in intrusion on an important government function. If they can't show that, entire indictment improper and illegitimate gateway issue. That needs to be decided. Judge, I actually don't think so. SCOTUS ruled on 3 categories. Certainly, VP conversations may be subject to presumptive immunity, but I have to decide if those conversations are somehow outside his official status. Duties. Sorry. Gosh, that word looked like status. Oh, yeah. No, it was really just when there was mention of me. That's all. It was brought to my attention. So, yeah, no, I don't. No. Now I'm just laughing. So no, I don't tune in. Yeah. I don't tune in actually to any. I mean, I do hit the link once in a while when it comes up on the screen because I want to see who's, if anyone's dead. But I don't stay. And now I'm like getting really into the stuff that I'm doing. UV mentions Lolo. Definitely give him the boost. The boost? Well, I mean, how are you going to do it? Stop it. Don't be mean to me. I'm not boosting him. It's like 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Maybe more. But no, I don't. I actually really don't. Hi, GP. I hate YouTube. Yep, I do. We hate everything today. Okay, so we go on. Here we go. I know. You're right. If I don't watch it, then I don't know what's happening, do I? So it's really my drama. Okay, don't think so. All right, Lolo, I ask you to re-review that opinion. SCOTUS. Laura's asking the judge to re-review the SCOTUS opinion. SCOTUS decided they are presumptively immune, has to see if government can overcome presumptive immunity. If, in fact, communications are immune, entire indictment falls. Entire indictment is based on immune info. Judge, I'm not sure that's my reading of the SCOTUS ruling, but it's subject to a lot of different readings. Lolo, it's a legal decision. We can provide guidance to the court without full evidentiary hearing. We get opportunity to go first under Rule 12. Judge, in one way of looking at it, did it go out? Damn. Okay. All right, I'll take the moment. Oh, GP, I'm so glad you joined. Okay, here we go. I ultimately need an evidentiary hearing. So are you saying I don't have that power? Lolo, you should scrupulously follow SCOTUS ruling. Judge, I don't think they address the details of how I do it. You want witnesses? Lolo, ultimately, we do want that. But first, we want, ice cream. First, we want ice cream. To resolve other pending motions. We want to advance our arguments first. This is our motion. Judge Tutkin suggests he doesn't want to go forward till next year. He denies it, but she says that's what your schedule says. 2025, bitch. 2025, bitch. That's funny. Lolo, I know. He's such a dick. He is such a frickin' dick. Unbelievable. SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs. He wants to go to 2025. Well, you can. You know what? You can because you're just not going to win the election. You're still going to jail, bitch. Bow, 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 bow. All right. Oh, do we have another one? Oh, no, we don't. Not yet. Okay. Almost. Anyway, defense lawyers really trying to push around Judge Hutt. I know. Well, John Loro is such a goofball. I mean, if you don't remember what he looks like, he's such a dick. Hold on, let me see. Let me get another one. I gotta get that, and then I gotta get this, and then I gotta get that. John Loro. I think that's the best picture of him. I think that's the best picture of him. That's what I think. Hey, how you doing? Oh, god damn. Okay, well, I don't want it. I hate you. I hate Daily News. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Nobody likes you. Never going there. Oh, here we go. Hey, don't you want me? He looks like a soap opera actor. Doesn't he? Doesn't he look like he's been in a soap opera? Wait, I'll go back because that's a better size. Doesn't he look like he's been in a soap opera? Like General Hospital or something? Judge Chutkin is amazing. It's almost like, granted, Roger is undoubtedly having to, kind of paraphrase. I can see Russian assets from my days of our trials. The young and the idiots. No. The young and the feckless. The old and the feckless. Wait, what was I saying now? Shit. Oh, yeah, Judge Chutkin. So I know he's paraphrasing what she's saying, but I also am like, hoping she's not too relaxed. You know what I mean? But again, I think that's in the paraphrasing. It's not in what Judge Chutkin's. Yes, he reminds me of Jesse Waters, who's such a dick. The biggest douchebag. Trump is the biggest Russian asset who isn't really paying off at the moment. So I don't know. I wouldn't go near any windows if I were him. That's what I'm going to say. But I'm so delighted that the story of the Russian influence campaign in United States has been exposed. And that is something that I want to read to you this morning. I think we have time to do it. But we'll check and, we'll just go through Trump trial. Then we'll do what we need to do. But anyways, I'm just saying. Okay. Let's see. I think we got something. Do 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 do. Here we go. Judge, as I read it, SCOTUS expects us to decide the immunity issue forthwith, as early as possible. Your schedule, we wouldn't begin briefing immunity until December. But Loro, because we'd be filing our briefing based on info we received from the government, these important issues should not be decided based on an asymmetrical proffer. What the fuck does that even mean? Judge, not unfair. Government files, open brief. You get a look, chance to address. Nothing unfair, just a matter of who goes first. Loro, incredibly unfair that they get to put into the record at this terribly sensitive time in our nation's history. I will. I'll do it, GP. Watch me. Now Loro suggesting that if government puts in proffer, maybe it should be done under seal. And if it does, Loro wants a chance to make public exculpatory material that he says is currently under protective order. What? 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 God, these guys have such fucking balls. Judge is saying she won't take the election into account in terms of timing. Loro, letting prosecution to go first limits our ability to structure our arguments. I think it's a great idea because then you get a chance to respond to what? Letting prosecution go first limits our ability to structure our arguments. We've had 14 million pages of documents we've had to look through. Judge, your own proposed schedule says you can resolve discovery issues simultaneously with resolving immunity issues. Loro, there's something unseemly about a rush to judgment only in this case. Judge, hardly a rush to judgment. Case been pending for over a year. We can't even contemplate a trial date. Oh, I hate these people. Ugh. Ugh. All right. You should do a panel space where you all degrade Linda, discuss her genitalia in abhorrent terms, and question her right to exist. She doesn't see it as a banning offense, just profiteering. Right. Exactly. Right. Exactly. It's totally true. Totally true. Yeah. I just, the gall of these idiots. And it's not gall. I know it's not. I know it's just like, it's their job, right? I mean, that's really what it is. It's their job. So, I get it. But it sure is hard to take at times when you're watching it. But I guess that's just is what it is. It's just the way it is. Some things will never change. Oh, but don't you believe it? Wait, what happened? Oh, here we go. Loro. Loro, new SCOTUS ruling changes complexion of case completely. Judge, we haven't even discussed how long you need to respond. You can have time to respond, not prejudicial to you at all. Loro, it's a quagmire, completely prejudicial. We're going to unseal grand jury material. That's what that is. Okay. What? What? We're going to unseal grand jury material. Okay, come on. Roger, you're killing me. Oh, you're killing me, Roger. I could just refresh, couldn't I? Oh, here we that. A grand jury material that is very exonerative of President Trump because it needs to be on the record and public immediately. We will do that if that's how the government wants to proceed. But for them to selectively portray how they want to proceed with their case shows fundamental unfairness. Cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river for you. It's true. Bring, bring. Come on, Roger. Roger. Let me see if this works. Oh. No. Yeah, maybe. Boop. Boop. We're going to waiting on Roger. Waiting on Roger. What will Roger do? Yeah. What will Roger do? I don't even know where my phone is. Oh, here it is. What will Roger do? Roger, we're dying out here. Oh, here we go. Fundamental unfairness. Okay. Laura, this has to be done in a very deliberative way, not back of the envelope. We're saying deal with the legal issues first. Your Honor may decide that comms with VP were immune, and if so, indictment needs to be dismissed right away. Right away. Let's deal with gateway issues first. What do you mean, let's deal with it? What are you fucking dealing with? Nothing. God, I hate them. These guys are so... I don't know. I guess that's what it takes. If you hate those people, I trust your judgment, so I hate them too. Well, you don't have to, but I mean, I just, when people are outright mean or try to trick you and hurt you, I think that's a good enough reason to say, no, I don't. It's not that I hate anybody. I don't even know half the people. So it's like, I don't really hate any of them, but I'm just like, God, man, I just want to do my thing. Do you want to do your thing? Why don't you go do your thing? I'll do my thing. And then we'll just move on from there. but it never seems to be that way. Or I mean, it is. I mean, actually, it's a lot quieter now. I'm actually doing fine now. I don't have any real like issues with people. I'm just kind of doing my thing. I don't see J Rance. J Rance is do a welfare check. Send a helicopter. Send one of Tina's helicopters. I think it's just the beginning of the school year. I hate them too. I never heard. I have never hated anyone except for them. Yeah. I get it. I get it. I get it. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Oh, it's time to light up the joint again. This joint is very... I'm telling you right now, I'm converted. I'm converted to full-time flower. I will put in the minor amount of work it takes, which is actually a very enjoyable part of the process. And I will. I have a new appreciation. Plus, I get a lot higher on flower than I do on vape. Okay, so Laura, this has to be done. Deliberative. Okay, Judge. SCOTUS had indictment before them with comms with VP. They could have ruled then. They didn't. They sent it back to me. So, not sure I can agree with you that it is a matter of law I can dismiss the superseding indictment at all. Laura. Of course you can. It's crystal clear. This is so fucking condescending. I would slap him. I'd say, come here. Come here. Come here. Boom. Sit down. Laura, only issue is what I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. I know she wouldn't either. I know. Laura, only issue is whether they can overcome the presumption, which is an incredibly high bar. Prove no chance of intrusion. Incredibly high bar. If they fail, then whole indictment craters. It goes away. This is a logical way to deal with these issues. I don't think she's buying what he's selling. Laura, they're suggesting they leapfrog into Merritt's arguments over all the official acts. All that is wasted time if Your Honor decides that Penn's communications are immune. Judge, all right, you've made your argument. Laura, we need the discovery we've requested. That's how I think. Sit down. Sit down, sir. Sit down, sir. GP artist, I'm having a very zen moment and wish no ill will upon non-traders. There you go. All right, Carla, I like that. I love that for you, Carla. Well, she did say non-traders, so, you know, that covers a wide swath. I love you guys. It's going to be okay. It's actually getting a lot better. I don't know. I actually feel like dynamic-wise, I'm much more in a position of if I have to, then I watch. But if I don't have to, then I don't watch. And I have other things I have to do. So, I don't know. It's all good. Whatevs. Okay, wait. I got to refresh. Okay, I'm going to have to remind myself to refresh because this weed's pretty powerful. Okay. Laura, discovery issues were stayed almost a year ago. We're being put on an incredibly unfair position for no reason at all. In light of the SCOTUS ruling, we're talking about a president of the U.S. Judge. I'm not talking about a president of the U.S. It's, oh man, she's so good. Oh, type faster, Roger, type faster. Boom. I like JC. I like JC Heron. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm a little high. But we're still going to read this document. I'll try not to read a lot of it in like Russian accent because I think that's going to get annoying real fast. All right, here we okay. It strikes me that you're trying to time the displaying of evidence based on the timing of the election, and Chutkin's not going to take the election into account. Okay. Judge, thank you, Mr. Wyndham. 5 quick points. 1, discovery, big reveal, no additional discovery we anticipate. Well, You might have some flippers, you never know. Do, 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 do. Sorry. All right, I'll refresh. I might have to turn my fan up. Okay, Wyndham, 2 days ago, we provided grand jury transcripts and exhibits for superseding indictment. They have that. 2, motions to dismiss with respect to VP's allegations. SCOTUS was all about the fact found analysis and fact determinations. Impossible for court to do that without ketchup. No, without regret, without a rope, without some cucumbers. This is like drunk history. Think of this as like a different version of drunk history. That's all you need to do. It's in the title. It's Wake and Bake. So it's high Twitter reading. High breaking news. It's like if Steve what's his name? Lookner was high and yeah. Anyway. Oh dear. Okay. This is going to be a really lost day, I can tell. Let's see. Without info we plan to put forward. Chutkan asks about defense wanting to unseal certain material. Wyndham says there are provisions in the protective order, don't make me laugh, that they can follow to litigate that. Number 3, SCOTUS doesn't anticipate automatic dismissal of indictment. That's true. That's true. Bump. You're a clown. What a burn. What are we reading? Hi, Lee. I'm really fucked up. High on Hot Pockets. Anyway. Wait, what? And, I'm reading the right-hand side of the screen where I have a tweet up from Roger Parloff. He's live tweeting the courtroom for Trump for his arraignment and discussion with counsel about the case going forward, the DC case. So that's what we're waiting for him to do his updates. It looks like they're getting hopefully to the end of it. But then I'm going to read this indictment from yesterday. Konstantin Kostya and Lena. I call it the Kostya and Lena show. So we will be doing that after. Maybe what I'll do is, for less confusion, I will change the screen. Hold on just a minute. I will do that right now. Hold on. I'm making it happen right now. Okay. There. Now we have just that. Of course, it's very tiny. All right. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Ah. Mama, 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 mama. Mama, mama, mama. Oh, come on. Mama, mama, mama. I missed something in there. Sorry. That's fine. We understand, Roger. I'm sorry. I put pressure on you, Roger, and that was probably my fault. I'm really sorry. Number 4, grand jury struck 9 full pages from the original indictment. Now Wyndham talking about how defense filed 52-page brief in New York in just 9 days after the SCOTUS ruling, showing how quickly they can move. Judge, congratulations, Mr. Blanche. Sorry, I missed point 5. Judge, don't need any more rhetoric on how grave and important this is. Lolo, it's not rhetoric. It's legal argument. The very first thing Your Honor needs to do is decide whether the presumption of immunity for the VP comms can be overcome. Well, yeah, because he was a candidate for vice president, too. Damn it. Idiot. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. There. At least you can see it a little better. I guess I should move the cat camera. Since there's no cats. My God. These cats are fired. Fired, I tell you. Useless cats. He shouldn't talk to the judge that way. He's an idiot, though. Remember? He's like our soap opera star. I really like Judge Chutkan. He's so condescending. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Yeah, I would love to see her in action. That would be so amazing. Okay, let's see. Judge, why can't I address that in a single brief? Why does it have to be piecemeal than to extend the schedule? Lolo, if you decide this issue, all that briefing never has to take place. Why should we engage in months and months of briefing if Your Honor can decide something? Where to go for lunch? What she wants in her coffee? What team she's rooting for in the whatever sports ball thing's coming up next. Tell us, Roger. Tell us. Tell us. Tell us. I know, I'm terrible at this. I get it. I get it. I don't know why it makes me go out of the post. Oh, for crying out loud, I'm telling you right now. If Your Honor can decide this issue, and it will end the case. I know. They made a calculated risk. They bet the VP material were going to be held immune. Once that's determined, the case ends. We have a legitimate prosecutor, an illegitimate prosecutor. We haven't talked about that. And an illegitimate indictment. Why are we even here? Why are we even here? Eve. Oh, here we go. You got it, Eve. You're right. You're right, girl. All right. JC. I gotta follow this person. I gotta follow you. I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna find out what your deal is, and I might have to unfollow you, JC. But for now, you're pretty funny. No. No cats in bio. No cats in bio. I want my money back. Damn it. Dance, cats, dance. Here comes the QAnon portion. He won by a lot. It's true. That's what he's going to say. Not that he won by a lot. He didn't. An illegitimate indictment. Judge, do you want your opening brief to deal solely with the issues about the VP comms? Lolo, exactly. I'm an originalist. Oh, the snark. Judge, you may be an originalist, but I'm a trial judge. Sorry, I'll move this over. Oh my God, this judge is just amazing. Why? How are we so lucky to have this amazing judge? Holy shit. You may be an originalist, but I'm a trial judge. Holy fuck. I love her so much. Boom. I love her so much. Oh my God, I gotta light this joint soon. Act Wait, Act 541 for my defendant. Melanie Trump is coming out with her autobiography. That's so bizarre. Now discussing defense request to challenge propriety of appointment of special counsel. Chuckin wants to know why it wasn't filed when dispositive motions were due. Laura, Your Honor, because we didn't think of it. I mean, that's, if we're going to be honest, Your Honor, we didn't think of it. Chuckin wants to know why it wasn't filed with when the dispositive motions were due. Laura explains that there was binding DC precedent against them at the time, but now very persuasive. Oh, fucking hell. This is amazing. This is amazing. Chuds, do better. Do better with picture books. Oh my god. That's too funny. Lied it. I don't think I did a good job. Oh, I did. Okay. Oops, sorry. I forgot what we were doing for a minute there. No, I didn't. I'm just kidding. Oh. Oh. No. 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 What's this? Now very persuasive ruling handed down by a district court judge Cannon. There's certainly no waiver here, Judge. This expired well before the appeal in this case. There's binding DC precedent on this. You have an opinion by a district judge in another circuit, which frankly, this court thinks is amazing. Oh, did it go out? Okay, this is probably a bad idea. I'm just going to leave it alone. Whatever. Drink coffee. Oh my gosh, the coffee's still hot. Thank you. It's been an hour and a half. This coffee is still hot. Do 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 do. Tell it, sister. It's true. It's true. She needs to. She needs to set this guy straight, and it sounds like she's doing it, but in the kindest way possible. Good in, bad out. Yep. What happened, Carla? Whose ass did you kick? Bill Gates? Did you? Did you kick him in the nuts? I kicked Bill Gates in the nuts today. That's a new song. I just wrote that song. I wrote it for Carla. Ode to Carla. This is you singing, kind of like a not Bobby McGee, but that other song. Tallahatchie Bridge. Yep. That's it. Okay, think of that. Think of that kind of like vibe, all right? You want to have a cough? Hit it. Okay. Oh, you want to hear a cough? No, I'm not going to smoke it right now. Kicked BG. Oh, big balls. Kicked big balls. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, man. It's a Thursday. It's a big ball kicking day. What did I? Oh wait. It was Carla. Wait, what was the song? Carla, what did you say? Wait, what did I say about Carla? Oh, fuck. Carla kicked. Oh, right. Carla kicked Bill Gates in the ass today when she was on the web. She jabbed with a left and hooked with a right. And Bill Gates went out like a light. Carla kicked Bill Gates' balls today. Boom, 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 boom. And when we look back at the best ball kickers, Carla, you'll be on the list. Sorry. Sorry. I am feeling a little spicy today. I'm sorry. I'm just feeling spicy. I don't mean to be. I actually like everybody. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, okay. But now, very persuasive ruling handed down by a district court, Judge Cannon. There's certainly no waiver here. Judge, this expired. Oh, I didn't read the Cannon part. This expired well before the appeal in this case. There's binding D.C. precedent. You have an opinion by a district judge in another circuit, which frankly, this court doesn't find persuasive. Lolo, court should consider this issue. Justice Thomas, in effect, directed us to do this. Judge, he directed you? Lolo, well, if you read that opinion, it's something we need to do to preserve that issue. Mr. Wyndham, despite binding precedent, circuit precedent, defendants in this court file motions all the time to preserve issues. They didn't do that. So long as it does not affect briefing schedule for immunity issue, hard to see how government is prejudiced, but don't see basis for why defendant should not be found to have waived. Judge, I'm going to allow defense to file that motion. Want you to explain why you think you have enough so that bringing a binding DC precedent doesn't preclude my granting it. Oh, she's giving him a lot of room, which I think is obviously it's wise because she knows what she's doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I kicked Bill Gates in the balls today. Kick the gametes right out of Bill Gates. What are those? Is that a thing? Is that like a hormone thing? Bill Gates today. They probably like it. Yeah, probably, unfortunately. Carla kicked Bill Gates in the nuts today. Carla, that's your song. Now, granted, I might forget it only because I forget most things I say. And I definitely seem to forget some songs. Yeah. Bill Gates. Cannon said so. Well, I love her little Thomas told you. He told you to? Really? I like that. That was good. That was spicy. Uh-oh. What? I think it's stuck. Boop. Come on. Come on. I want to highlight that one. Oh, where's the what? Okay. Wyndham, despite binding circuit precedent, defendant should not be found in granting it. Oh, okay. Jesus, make it hard, Elmo. Where's your fucking programmers? Judge, is it your position that if contacts with the VP are out, whole indictment is out? Lolo, yes, they used immune evidence in connection with grand jury indictment. That's what SCOTUS says. BBS. Oh, yeah, make sure you get that. Get that Soros money. I get mine in Bitcoin. I don't know. It's faster. I can't buy anything with it, but I have it. But I don't need to buy anything because he sends me all the Cheetos that I need and hot tamales. That's part of my contract. I mean, if you guys didn't negotiate snacks, it's not my problem. I don't know what to tell you. But I get snacks. Just saying. I knew they were going to go for this VP communications. I knew that was going to be an issue. You know what I mean? I knew that would be one of the hang-up. I mean, granted, everything is a hang-up with these guys. Oh, my God. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. There's some good people on Twitter. kicked him in the nuts. And what do you know? There was nothing down below. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, okay, so Carla kicked Bill Gates in the nuts today. They're both wrecking balls. They both like wrecking balls. Jim, that's a pretty good one. Carla kicked Bill Gates in the nuts today. I can't remember what line I put in there. And she doesn't regret a thing. There's another verse. Wait, what was it? She kicked him in the nuts, and what do you know? There was nothing down below. Oh, Carla kicked Bill Gates in the nuts today. And she did it with a smile. Chuck, and now let's talk about motion to dismiss based on statutory grounds. Now we have the superseding indictment. Laurel, I think immunity should be resolved first before we get to other issues. Judge, maybe so, but we can work concurrently. Laurel, no objection. Really? Really? Is there no object? Really? You have no object? Really? JC's on it, man. Although I think it's because now I follow him. Yeehaw! Oh. Stick around long enough and you too could have a song written about you. Well, to everybody. Everybody gets it. You get a song, you get a song, you get a song. Wait.
Shut up, Lolo.
Oomph gets a song. Don't tell me to shut up. No, I told you to tell me to shut up. I'm so high. Sorry, Oomph. I think you'll get it, though. Wyndham agrees. Wyndham agrees that all these things can be going on concurrently. Judge Chutkan now brings up the Fisher ruling, which narrowed corrupt obstruction of an official proceeding, which is the basis for 2 counts against Trump. Laurel wants to file an entirely different brief about penguins. I know. Carla said that she and Jay Rance were going to get oomph. I think she talks a big talk. I think there's a lot of big talkers in this chat. I think a lot of you are huge talkers. Oh my God. I love it. I love it. I think it's playful and fun. Playful and fun. Okay. Laura wants to file an entirely new motion, but Chutkan sees it more as a supplemental brief to what he's already filed. Chutkan, I'm inclined to vacate my denial of motion to dismiss on statutory grounds and to simply seek supplemental briefing. He's just trying to, I mean, really the game, obviously, we all know this. I'm just going to say it for people that may not know that. I know. Then you quoted the Sorbo, and then everybody quick. Yeah, they threw down that gauntlet pretty fast. I don't know. It got real spicy in here real fast. I don't know. You know, maybe we're just all a little fed up. And we need a safe space to take it out on someone. So we come here and take it out on each other. Oh, my God. Hey, the dinosaur is going to go out on September 15th. So not this Sunday, but next Sunday. I'm going to go out to a GOP California thing at Universal Hilton near Universal Studios. So look for that. That'll be fun. It'll be middle of the day, I think. So afternoon for East Coast and, beyond. That's a little programming update for you. Okay, here we go. To dismiss on... What is wrong with this? Oh, I'm so sorry. There was a buzzing. I'm inclined to vacate my denial of motion to dismiss on statutory grounds and to simply seek a supplemental briefing. Loro is now saying that when he talks about discovery issues, he's talking about discovery relating to immunity. But he's also asking for Brady material, which is any evidence that exonerates the defendant. Judge, Brady is an ongoing obligation. Any reason to believe that they're not doing it is not fair. I feel scared now that I challenged Carla. No, no, no. Everybody's all the gladiators here are friends. Come on now. We're just here in the back room of the Coliseum. We're just chilling. There's weed and coffee. Thank God. Thank God there's weed and coffee. Because if there wasn't, it'd be bad. La la la. Oh my God. It's just I can feel the heat starting to permeate through the walls. JC, you're my new favorite. I want to be friends. Can we be friends? You're very funny. Somebody, I need to reach out to him or her or them and say, you're really funny. I think you're really funny. Bump, 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 bump. Don't be afraid. She's a marshmallow. Yeah, we've got a bunch of marshmallows in here. I like marshmallows. You know what I really like? How do you like your roasted marshmallow, if at all? You can say no. But if you like roasted marshmallows, how well done do you want your marshmallow? I mean, describe for me your ideal roasted marshmallow. Charred. Yeah, like a brick, right? She's lovely. You're all lovely. We like to fake fight for the algorithm. We fake fight for the algorithm. Charred, yes. I want it just like a little bit of marshmallow left on the inside. And otherwise just a carcinogenic mess. I love it. God knows what those chemicals are doing when activated with heat. You don't like marshmallows? Here's the thing. There's a lot of people like you, GP. I don't eat them like not charred. Like you have to cook them for me to eat them. I'm not like a marshmallow and cocoa kind of person or any of that. Or fluff. I never ate fluff. I don't think you guys have that in Australia. Do you, GP? Fluff is like it's almost like a spreadable marshmallow. I never understood it. Toasted light brown. Okay, easily. You've got some, you're coming in with class. You're coming in being classy and being like, you know what? I don't want to overdo it. I don't need all those activated chemicals. I love it. I think about these things. Like how do other people like their fucking marshmallows? I don't know. Okay. Any reason to believe there's Brady material they haven't already turned over? I don't understand the answer. Loro, there's also a SIPA, Classified Info Procedures Act issue that's pending. Yes. Wyndham, we took comprehensive view of what should be produced. We've met our obligations. So that's the big fuck you. Delay, 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 delay. Delay. You're right, JC. You got it. You got it. Bad day for Betty Baxter. Buffa-nutter is a winter treat. Okay, fluffa-nutter. Yes. Okay, so you're a fluffa-nutter. Fluff and peanut butter. Okay, butterflies and easily. You're both, like fluff aficionado. No, I'll just say fluff experienced. You don't have fluff, though my parents called farts fluffs. I love that. Rice Krispie treats are my favorite marshmallow treats. Oh, Lee, definitely. I do like a good Rice Krispie treat. Those can really hit, boy, when you're like in the mood. When you were a kid. Okay. Well, yeah, no, I understand. And I'm not judging. I'm for me, I didn't grow up with it, so I didn't like my mom didn't buy it when I was a kid. So I never ate it. But I know a lot of people that did, and it was one of those things where I'm like, am I not normal because I didn't have fluff sandwiches? Butterflies, I don't eat processed food. That's brilliant. I'm so happy. I'm happy to eat. That is really good. I think that's key. I really do. Yeah, have to be homemade. I know I do like homemade ones. Love Rice Krispie treats, but must be made with butter, not margarine. Hell to the yeah. Fuck yeah. Margarine isn't real. Margarine is not even real. Judge, I'm going to assume parties will continue to meet and confer to discuss discovery issues. Assistant, or no, yeah, Assistant U.S. Attorney Wyndham. There are two pending discovery motions. I'm sorry. There are two pending discovery motions: motion to compel and motion to define the scope of the prosecution team. That sounds really dumb to me. Wyndham, defense suggested taking up scope of prosecution team motion first, but the two can't be disentangled. Judge, I agree. Judge now saying that setting a trial date doesn't make sense because of the pending immunity issues subject to interlocutory appeal. Fuck. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. Yeah, how about that? Your Soros check wasn't there. Damn. I'm telling you, Bitcoin, it's the way to go. You can't spend it anywhere, but it's there. So you get to flex your coin digital wallet. I heard the Russians pay well, though. Well, not anymore. Yeah, did you see how big sad Tim Pool was to find out that he's a Russian op? He was so sad about it. He claimed that the DOJ indictment was leaked when, in fact, it was announced by the Attorney General of the United States in a public forum. So it wasn't leaked. It was issued. So, yeah, Tim Pool's big sad. A lot of people are big sad. 8 kids in the house growing up. Anything with peanut butter worked. Yep. Celery and peanut butter. Totally. Apples and peanut butter. Love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, we ate celery too. My mom bought celery. I guess it was cheap. I don't really know. I don't know. But I don't know what I think it must have been cheap back then. Because my mom was pretty frugal. She had to buy a lot of food for a lot of people. I'd break out with hives if I ever ate those. What are they? Cereals designed for children. I bet. And the thing is even as I get older, my food intolerance is very different. Fox is committed to Russia, Russia, Russia again. No, I know there's some real oldies but goodies, not baddies, I should say, plain. Okay, that's all I have for today. Anything else for Mr. Wyndham, Mr. Laro? No. Hearing concludes. Blah blah blah. Beep bada boop bop boop beep bop. Boop bada bop bop bop. Okay, we did it. We did it. We did it. We really, really did it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to come back. I'm going to do something here and then I'm going to do something there. I'm not leaving yet because we got to read this document. Well, the catless camera will have to be smaller until a cat decides that they want to be normal. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, you're going to be able to read this. Don't worry, darling. Sad chuds, boo-boo. I know. We were not permitted to have sugared cereals. Oh, yeah. That's, I had friends who had parents like that. And actually, I could even get down with that when we were young. Even though we begged for them because of the ads on cartoons. I did. I'm one of 6. So, yeah. But I'm the last one. So I'm the baby. What the baby? Okay, no more personal information. My parents would replace the names brand chips with generic chips. Do you remember? I don't know if you're old enough, but if you are, do you remember when the grocery stores in the United States came out with the generic packaging? It was like the white bags with the blue print. Do you remember that? We were allowed one box of sugar cereal among the Cheerios and Krispies. Sibling and I would fight and lie about whose turn it was to pick. So wait, do you mind saying like what the battle, like what was the cereal battle? Like if you were going to pick and they were going to pick, what would be the choices if you're comfortable saying? I don't want you to give too much personal information. The six was has the most. I know we do. Woo, woo, woo. We're the baby. We're the baby. That's amazing, though. You guys are funny. I bet you were just like the most impossible child in terms of like trying to like reason with you would have been like that, yeah. Golden Grams versus Lucky Charms. Oh, Fruit Loops. I was never a Lucky Charms person, but I could get down with some Fruit Loops. My cereal uh fail is Captain Crunch. I was a Captain Crunch girl. Yeah. My dad would eat grape nuts, which unfortunately was not the cereal you introduce to children to get them to eat healthier cereal. I was mostly not the troublesome one. I can imagine. No. I think it would be just a matter of making a logical argument and just being stymied by your child who's really intelligent, making an argument like, okay, well, if you put it that way, I guess so. We had to eat lumpy cream of wheat. Oh, Grace. I loved cream of wheat though. With enough butter and brown sugar, pretty much anything tastes good. I love oatmeal. Oh my god, I love oatmeal so much. I could eat oatmeal for dinner. I was an honorary six to the oldest, to the oldest of five, and a boy. That baby do everything. Got that to do everything. I know. I know. I remember cream of wheat. Yeah, I liked cream of wheat. But again, it had to have enough stuff on it to make it unrecognizable. May a bit. Well, that's the thing. It's the debater. It's the debater and standing on principle. There's nothing untoward about it. That's for sure. But I could see it as be a challenge. I could see it would be like well, God damn it. I could see it be like keep you on your toes kind of thing, like, okay, get ready for the multiple arguments going to come your way. It has to be hot. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Frosty mini wheats. Oh, I do like frosted mini wheats. I do like I can still eat those. I do like those. I definitely do. Okay. Wait, what am I doing here? What? I don't know what I'm doing. I do know what I'm doing. Not really. And why isn't anything? Oh, never mind. Why do I say that all the time? Okay. Move that just a little bit that way. Move the kitty cam up here. Perfect. Now we can see it. All right. I love Wheaties. I never really ate Wheaties, and I like cornflakes. Now I eat like Cheerios, oatmeal. That's pretty much what I eat now. I eat a lot of oatmeal. We poured our sugar. Oh, yeah. Well, I remember putting sugar on cereal. I do remember that. Not like on Captain Crunch, but on like if we did have like cornflakes or something like that. Oh, the dog's barking. Okay, I'm going to put the music on and then I'll be back. I should walk the doggy after his coyote. You guys, if you joined us late, you might want to rewind because I have a great coyote story in the beginning of the stream. I think is it in the beginning of the stream. Yeah, it's probably a little bit in there, but it's all worth it. Okay, BRB. Here's a little music for you. Enjoy. It's so hot. Hold on. I have to stop sweating. Oh, blow on me. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh, it's too darn hot. I'd like to be with my baby tonight. I'd like to dance with my baby tonight. Make romance with my baby tonight. Take a chance with my baby tonight. But it's too darn hot. Okay, yeah, it is too darn. It's too fucking hot, is what it is. That's what it is. Okay. Woo! All right. Hey, Sammy. Come here. Sam. Sammy. Sammy, come on. Come here. Oh, come here. Come here. Here. Can you go over there? Oh, there you go. We have achieved one cat on a screen. And oh, now he's cute. Wait, before we start, he's cute. Watch, he'll just like lick his balls or something. Everyone was well behaved. No, they weren't. Get out of here. Get out of here, GP. Okay, wait. Here we go. All right, here we go. You like Wheaties? Bring, bring, bring. Recently heard a guy try to invoke PBs by listing cereals, but he only named 3 and got 2 of the names wrong. Now you eat Rice Chex? I like Rice Chex. I like to make it though into like I like to make it into like Chex Mix. I do. I love salty. I love butter. I love butter. Let's see. He said granola. Granola. That's not a cereal. Not awake, but hi everyone. Oren, hi Kai. Hi Coffee. Go get your Oren. I'm very high, so it's okay. Oh, I know who Oomph. The weirdo stalker. I think he has brain damage. Let's see. My parents were very into health food, though. My grandmother would make me hot cinnamon donuts. Oh my God, GP, that sounds so fucking good. Oh, I know. Coffee has been everything this morning, Oren. It's been a religious experience. Oh, because it's too darn hot. Okay, let's see. Anyone else have buttered bread with sugar? My mom used to do that easily. She was from she was born in the Midwest, but she grew up in Texas. So I'm wondering if that, I don't know where that comes from, if it's from the South or from the Midwest or not. But she used to do that once in a while. I thought being gay was mandatory for Proud Boy membership. I think it is. I think it is. Actually, no, it's not, right? Because they're not even that cool. Okay? They're not even that cool. That's the problem. This is why I don't think calling someone gay or whatever is a slur, because you're basically saying they're a little bit cooler than you are, a little bit more with it. So it's kind of a self-own, you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to do that. I don't think it's closeted. I don't think you're actually just cool enough to, open your horizons. Let me put it that way. All right, the cereals was kind of strange, but it was really strange further down in the Proud Boys rule book, where they said you are only gay if your testicles touch. It does not say that. Although I could imagine it saying something like that, which is why it's not impossible to believe. Woman beating and down low were the rules for Proud Boys. Yeah, exactly. Oh, but some people fucking whatever. I can't. I don't know. There's Proud Boys all over the place. Let me put it that way. Nobody to tattle on. Everyone was, oh, yeah. No one to tattle on? I don't believe that, actually, but that's okay. Sasquatch special on HBO. Very funny, sad. Oh, really? Wait a minute. Which one is that? Which one is that? The only cereal I can eat now is oatmeal. Max, I'm with you. I'm an oatmeal person. I really love oatmeal. GP is too. Sugared bread, I think it's Mexican. Is it? Maybe it was from Texas. It might be from Texas then. Because my mom grew up in San Antonio. So maybe that's where she got. I don't know. She did a lot of things that I didn't know where they came from. Like she would put salt on watermelon rinds. You know, like that. I don't know. I don't think she ate the rind itself, but I think it was just the flesh. And then she would put salt in a beer. She would like just toot in a beer. She didn't drink very often, but when she did, if she had a cold beer, she would. Is that? I never got that part. I was like, I'm not sure what the hell that is. Third generation Los Angeles. Yay. Sugar and cinnamon on buttered toast. Oh, I did have that when I was a kid. I have known of the beer and watermelon salted. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know where she picked that up in her like experience. And tomato salters. Yeah, definitely. Salt to keep the foam down, but like literally, my mom would put drink, pour the beer into the glass, and it wouldn't have a lot of foam, and she would still put salt in it. I don't know. Maybe it's just a thing. Maybe she's weird. Sorry, Mom. You salt your coffee? Fantastic. Listen, I have a love affair with salt. I fucking love salt. 1980s bars? What's that? Oh, I'm so sweaty. Any cucumber salters? I have not done that, although I did put salt on the eggplant. I'm alone in the salted coffee. You might be, Oren, but you know what? A good sea salt, there's nothing wrong with that. Do you know that song, Sugar a Salt on Me Now? Great song. No. Cukes, of course, yeah. Salt in beer, Badger. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, salt brings out the flavor. That's a good point. Oh, 1980s bars, people put salt in beer. Oh, interesting, Badger. Oh, yeah, I couldn't imagine it. No, Oren, I add salt to my coffee when brewing. Wow. I would imagine that does kind of like, whoosh. You drink a glass of Himalayan salt water every day. Wow. Tomatoes get salt. My son loves to chug my salty coffee. I'm going to try that. Song is by Pop Levi. Sugar Assault Me Now. I love it. Pop Levi. Okay, I'm going to look that one up. I used to drink a bit. Oh, yeah. Listen, Badger. Girl. I drank a lot for about 21 years. My salt levels are always low. Encouraged to have more. Oh, interesting, GP. Interesting. My coffee tastes salty for no clear reason from time to time. Maybe it's the beans. I'm sorry, sir. We put the beans next to the salt supply. Something happened. There was an accident. Sir, there was an accident. The salt got in your beans. Okay, we'll wait for another cat to come. All right, we got to read this. Come on now. Stop distracting me. No, I'm just kidding. When baking, I add coffee to anything chocolate. That I have done. And my mom used to make the best chocolate icing for cakes. Oh my God. And it was a coffee, powdered sugar, and cocoa. And it's fucking crazy. I'm sneaking in. Oomph, it's me. I'm sneaking in and adding sea salt. Y'all are making me hungry. I know, Paul J. I'm sorry. We are terrible. We did this yesterday too, for fucking sake. God. I don't know what we were talking about yesterday, but it was food related. Okay. All right. We're getting through this document, so just calm down. All right. Everybody sit back, relax, grab your salted coffee, and get ready to enter Russian corruption. Russia. This is the indictment out of the Southern District of New York. What else am I doing? What do you mean? Max, I told my doctor last year I eat tablespoons of salt. Sorry, I was AFK yesterday. So excited about this indictment. I am too, and I hope this is just the beginning. I need it. You, the one that keeps folding my dish towels, Oren. That's right. I love the people that break in and clean. I think it's fabulous. I wish somebody would break in. I wish Sam Elliott would come and break in my house and clean my kitchen. All right, here we go. The grand jury charges. Sorry. RT, formerly known as Russia Today, is a state-controlled media outlet funded and directed by the government of Russia. After Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, RT was sanctioned, dropped by distributors, and ultimately forced to cease formal operations in the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the European Union. In response, RT created, in the words of its editor-in-chief, an quote, entire empire of covert projects. Oh, wait, the song. Oh, I can link to it. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Wait. Let me go back to it. Let me go back. Back. Let me go back. Back. I mean, I don't think I get my blood levels checked pretty regularly, and I don't really. I think it's definitely something to keep track of, and bloating and stuff like that. You want to be comfortable. Wait, Max, where's your frickin'? Do. Okay, here we go. Do. Oops. I should go on this other one. Boring. Okay. Whoops. Sugar assault me now. Oh, here we go. Wait, can you hear it? Yes. Yes. Oh, this is going on the playlist. Let me skip to the middle. I got it. There you go. This is excellent. This is awesome, Max. Okay, I'm going to have to stop so I don't get too striked. Max, I know about doctors. They try to... Yeah, doctors, some doctors fucking suck. I'm not a big fan of the medical community, but that's just me. Okay, so that I can get rid of. All right. That's a great song. I've actually never heard that song. I've never heard it. But thank you so much. My doctor is retiring. I've been with her for over 20 years and I cried. That would be hard. I've had some really good doctors. Really good doctors. Thanks, Max. That's a great music find. I don't have a very deep knowledge of music. I'm pretty shallow when it comes to music. I mean, I definitely go across genres, but I stay kind of like, unfortunately, I'm not as well versed in music like you are, and is. Gal's really well versed in music. I bet you the Falun Gong Chinese cult is running scared. They were doing the same thing with their Epoch Times and NTD channel. They also are the sponsors of the Insurrection Corner. Well, actually, they're not necessarily the sponsors. I think that's more Patrick Byrne has been giving money for that. So America's Project, although I don't know what the current cash flow is. Hat Tip Max, don't think I've heard that, but I don't think I've heard that either, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say that because it's really cool, and now I'm gonna be listening more to their Pop Levi. So thank you, Max. Thank you, and thank you for reminding me because sometimes I like keep going in these shows and I'm like an idiot. So thanks for that. Okay, let's go back to Russia. Очень черная, очень страстная, очень жгучая и прекрасная. Как люблю я вас, как боюсь я вас. No, no, no. I saw Ariana Grande for the first time recently because she was on Drag Race. Yeah. Bill Gates does not love you today. I got to head to work. Oh, Carla, I'm sorry. We're going to kick his ass together next time. We'll make it work. We'll make it stick. Not satisfied, Coroner American Chinese Exchange Council are affiliated with Falun Gong. Not certain they're not. Yeah, I'm not sure that they are. I don't know what that. I haven't looked into that little whatever church they're affiliated with and things like that. But it's clear to me that none of us have. And that's what's interesting. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that with a group that stays in basically one place, that we would, after all this time, not have really come to a definitive answer that is well and widely publicized about who is involved in that little tiny operation? I mean, I'm just saying. Wouldn't that have been the great expose? You'd drink her bathwater. Thank you. Next. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, this is to me, this actually is ancient history, and I don't really care who's funding the corner at this point. I want the people who are doing the fuckery. I want the Russians that are feeding disinformation through propaganda outlets like Steve Bannon, and that you track them down. My Mandarin isn't good enough. Yeah. Well, don't you think that people who were focused on that could have spent time figuring that out? I don't know. I feel like they could have, but who am I? Morning. Loving the takedown of misinformation sites. Got to go. Much love. P.S. Tired of low IQ people around here. Hi, Tom. Sorry. Ariana's okay. She's a little problematic. She appropriates culture a little bit, so I take her with a grain of salt. But yeah, I do not know that they haven't. That's true. I haven't heard that they haven't. So I don't know. But that's the point, is that we don't know. And so I guess it would be nice if we found out. But actually, I'm going to be honest, and I've said this from the beginning, I don't think the corner matters. I don't think it ever mattered. And that was always my position. So, there you are. Surprised Fox News wasn't on the list. I'm surprised a lot of people aren't on the list. Kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And by the way, I know the commish is out there and she is doing a great job. I just, it's sad to me that, I just think there are other ways that you could do that. I think the commish is a great person. She seems like a really great person. And she wasn't part of it when I was really involved in the background at all. She wasn't even on the scene when I was involved in it. So she came later. I still haven't heard her sing. Ariana Grande, she's got a pretty good voice. She definitely has a good voice. But she just has like a little bit of a problem kind of borrowing from cultures and not acknowledging, or you know what I mean? Like there's a way to do it that you could be a little more. But she does have a good voice. She does have a good voice. She's an old Disney star. Or no. Was she on Nickelodeon or Disney? Now I can't remember. Anyway, so she also has been through probably some icky picky times. This person assumes unindicted co-conspirators will show up later on a related indictment. I agree. I totally agree. And Oren, I hope that there are other people that oh, that's true. It's true, Max. She definitely has a set of pipes on her. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about the corner. This assumes there are other schemes. Yeah, and the thing, I don't think there are any other. I mean, that's what I think. I don't think I think it's a waste of time. I think it's incredible that it's gone on this long, but it's kind of a waste of time. Or it's not, and you're just like continuing to prove the point. Maybe it's not. I don't know. What do I know? I was pushed out of that group, so I have nothing to do with it. I clearly wasn't on the same wavelength, so that's fine. Where are they now? Oh, I see. I knew all of the bands and singers when I was younger. I don't know who anyone is anymore. Oh, I only know because of Bobo. I actually like current music as well as old music, so I can listen to anything. I don't know. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I really am not. I should stop trying to be an asshole. I should stop being an asshole. Do what I do, which is this. Okay. All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to read this. All right. After Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, RT was sanctioned, dropped by distributors, and ultimately forced to cease formal operations in the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the European Union. In response, RT created, in the words of its editor-in-chief, an entire empire of covert projects designed to shape public opinion in Western audiences. One of RT's, do you think Ray had a change of heart, look like a hostage? Yeah, he talked like a hostage, too. Talk like the hostage. One of RT's covert projects, as described herein, is its funding and direction of a Tennessee-based online content creation company, U.S. Company One, which is Tenet. You're shushing yourself. Don't shush yourself. I'll try to do both. Okay. Over at least the past year, RT and its employees, including Kostiantin Kalashnikov, Kostya, and Elena Afanasieva, aka Lena, the defendants, have deployed nearly $10 million, laundered through a network of foreign shell entities to covertly fund and direct Tenet. Tenet publishes English language videos on multiple social media channels, including TikTok, Instagram, X, and YouTube. Using multiple fake personas, Afanasieva, we'll call her Lena, edited, posted, and directed the posting by Tenet of hundreds of videos. Which pull tweet? The one where he said the leaked indictment? When Merrick Garland was announcing the indictment, he said it was leaked. I don't know what that means, but he's scared. Did you see, who had an interesting tweet yesterday? And Mueller, she wrote, Allison Gill made a suggestion that we really watch about who is spinning out of control as this news unfolds and people understand what it means and what they're finding. So I think there is reason for people, hopefully, to be nervous about their media companies. So maybe. Oh, Don Jr. appeared on. I mean, listen. Oh, I go after Tim Pool like a motherfucker. I hate Tim Pool. He's one of the worst in my mind. Over at, okay. Using multiple Lena, edited, posted, and directed by Tenet, many of the videos published by Tenet contain commentary on events and issues in the United States, such as immigration, inflation, and other topics related to domestic and foreign policy. While the views expressed in the videos are not uniform, the subject matter and the content of the videos are often consistent with the government of Russia's interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions in order to weaken U.S. opposition to core government of Russia interests, such as its ongoing war in Ukraine. Is he the short dude in the hat Hal Sparks was making fun of the other day? Yes. Yes, he wears a beanie. Praising Ukraine, U.S. should promote 100. What? I think he's hacked. The Sur- the Surf Times? The Surf Times make fun of him regularly. I mean, he's terrible. He's a really terrible person, like an objectively terrible person. Okay. Wow. Since publicly launching in or about November 2023, Tenet has posted nearly 2,000 videos. That's November of 2023. We are not at November of 2024 yet. Has posted nearly 2,000 videos that have garnered more than 16 million views on YouTube alone. U.S. Tenet never disclosed to its viewers that it was funded and directed by RT. Nor did Tenet or its two founders and principal executives register with the Attorney General as an agent of a foreign principal as required by law. Kostya and Lena and the founders also worked together to deceive two U.S. online commentators, Butthole and Asshole, who respectively have over 2.4 million and 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. Founders contracted with assholes to produce videos using assholes' own names and leveraging their existing audiences for license and publication by Tenet. Lena and Kostya and the founders worked together to mask Tenet's true source of funding, in other words, RT, by falsely portraying to assholes that the U.S. That Tenet was sponsored by a private investor named Eduard Grigorian. And in truth, in fact, Grigorian was a fictional persona. For example, during contract negotiations, Asshole 1 suggested that the founder provide an article or profile on Eduard Grigorian. In response, founder sent Asshole 1 a one-page profile provided to founder by another fictional persona purporting to represent Eduard Grigorian, falsely describing him as an accomplished finance professional. So am I. Who has helped? Do you want me to broker your deal? It'd be super delicious if they seized Twitter. I'm in it. I'm almost there. Pravda. Let's make Pravda. Who held various positions in Brussels and France at a multinational bank, including director of private banking division and wealth management. After receiving the fictitious profile, Asshole 1 agreed to work with Tenet and produced approximately 130 videos that were published on Tenet's platform. This is background. RT is a Russian state-funded and state-directed media outlet. As RT's editor-in-chief has publicly acknowledged, since RT receives budget from the state, it must complete tasks given by the state. Yeah, we have to do it. It's our job. For nearly 2 decades, RT has promoted the objectives of the government of Russia by publishing disinformation and propaganda, leveraging its international network to amplify the government of Russia's message to foreign audiences, and using its guise as a conventional media outlet to lend credibility to that message. RT's propaganda is most obvious when it reports on matters of importance to the government of Russia, such as public opinion about Ukraine in the United States. When direct propaganda is not effective, however, RT has pursued malign influence campaigns in countries opposed to its policies, including the United States, in an effort to sow domestic divisions and thereby weaken opposition to government of Russia objectives. For example, in discussing RT's coverage of the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union in 2016, an RT journalist recalled to an academic researcher, quote, "I asked my editor, what is RT's line for this Brexit? And he said, anything that causes chaos is RT's line." In or about March of 2022, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February, the European Union, United Kingdom, and Canada banned broadcasting by RT. That same month, RT also ceased its operations in the United States after major television distributors dropped the network. But as RT itself has boasted, despite its post-March 2022 bans on broadcasting and lack of formal distribution channels in the United States, Canada, and UK, and the European Union, the government of Russia continues to use RT to direct disinformation and propaganda at Western audiences. For example, on or about February 25th, 2024, RT's editor-in-chief declared during a Russian television appearance that, quote, public opinion in the West is changing very rapidly and very cheerfully. due in part to RT. RT's editor-in-chief further explained that despite being banished everywhere on February 25th, referring to the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, RT had built, quote, an enormous network, an entire empire of covert projects that is working with the public opinion, bringing truth to Western audiences. As set forth below, Tenet is one of RT's covert projects in the United States. One of. Kostya, the defendant, is a citizen of Russia and an employee of RT. He has identified himself as the deputy chief of the Digital Media Projects Department for RT, is a member of an internal RT email distribution list reserved for leaders at RT, and manages multiple RT covert distribution channels in the United States, including Tenet. As set forth below, Founder One introduced Kostya to Tenet employees and affiliates as a purported outside editor. And Kostya edited Tenet content without disclosing that he was working for RT. Kostya also participated in an internal Tenet messaging group comprised solely of Kostya, Founder One, Founder Two, and an individual purporting to act as a representative of Tenet's investor, Eduard Grigoryan, but who was in fact a fake persona. Fakey number one. Yeah. One of. That's a boom right there. That's fucking a boom. As described below. In that messaging group, Kostya monitored the discussions of, among other things, Tenet's funding, hiring, and contract negotiations with the assholes. Lena, the defendant, is a citizen of Russia and an employee of RT. She's identified herself on social media as a producer at RT dealing with overseas affairs and news. As set forth below, Kostya introduced Lena to Tenet staff and contributors as a member of his editing team. And Lena collected information from and gave direction to Tenet personnel on behalf of RT in that covert capacity. Lena utilized multiple fake personas at Tenet, including Helena Shudra and Victoria Pesti. Founder One and Founder Two are foreign nationals who reside in the United States. One and Two jointly control and operate Tenet, and they are the only authorized signatories for Tenet's business checking account, which is held at a bank in the United States. Before operating Tenet for RT as set forth below, the founders worked directly for RT and its affiliates, including as follows. From in or about March 2021 to in or about February 22, Founder One created videos, posted social media content, and wrote articles pursuant to a written contract between Founder One's Canadian company, the Canadian company, and RT's parent organization, Ano TV Novosti. This content generally consisted of English-language social commentary. RT directly published some of Founder One's paid work, while Founder One posted other of his paid work on his own personal accounts without attribution to RT. For example, Founder One's invoices reflect that he billed Ano TV Novosti for approximately 217 videos, of which approximately 209 were published on his personal YouTube channels. He also wrote approximately 25 opinion articles that were published on RT's website, at least 19 of which he billed to Ano TV Novosti. None of his articles disclosed that he was paid by RT to write them. To create content for RT pursuant to Founder One's written contract, Founder One worked with Founder Two. Anastasia Sims. I don't know, Badger. The name sounds slightly weirdly familiar. Who later joined Tenet. Oh, wait. Founder One worked with Founder Two and two individual producers who later joined Tenet. RT invited Founder One to appear on RT television programming, creating a dedicated page on RT's website, identifying Founder One as a contributor and featuring his articles, and provided an official letter on RT letterhead designating Founder One and Founder Two as essential workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, good. Please let them have gotten PPP money. In private correspondence, however, Founder One and Two recognized that truthfully disclosing their affiliation with RT made it more difficult for them to do business in the United States. Yeah, it's FARA. Stupid. For example, in a July 2021 email inviting a contact to apply for a job with RT, Founder One wrote that RT's budget is going to be larger, but acknowledged, I know being Russian, some folks in the U.S. aren't too hot on them, LOL. As another example, in a private exchange on the messaging platform Discord in February 22, producer 1 told founder 2 that when I was asking people if they wanted to interview, many said yes until I said I was with the RT. So I switched to saying I was just working for founder 1. Founder 2 replied, "Ha, not surprised." Well, sounds like a great deal. I don't know where it could have gone wrong. Yeah, just check Channel 1 presenter. Wait, what? Poole tweeted today, "Upon reflection, I now understand Ukraine is our greatest ally." What? Come on now. There's no way he said that. That can't be real. Okay, I need to take a minute and just have a drink of coffee. Coffee. I know. It's that joint. I'm going to blame the joint. It let my spicy side out. But I have a right to be spicy sometimes. Everybody does. It's not exclusive to me. Sounds like sullen sarcasm. That might be what it is. That might be what it is. That could be it. All right, let's keep going. Oh, that's not a joint. Yeah, total 180. Yeah, there's no way that's real. Yeah, it sounds like sullen sarcasm. It does sound like he's just like, oh, yeah, sure. I'll just say what you want me to say. He's getting getting up on the cross. I didn't know I was being managed by Russian agents. Media literacy, Tim. It's a thing. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay. In their private correspondence while working directly for RT pursuant to Founder 1's written contract, Founder 1 and 2 regularly referred to their sponsor, i.e. RT, as the Russians. For example, on or about May 12, 2021, Founder 2 messaged Founder 1 on Discord, quote, "So we're billing the Russians from the corporation, right?" On or about May 22nd, 2021. This is comedy. Is this comedy? I think I've seen him without the beanie. They're the victims of their own idiocy. Exactly, CF. Fucking hell. On or about May 22nd, 2021, Founder 1 messaged Founder 2 on Discord. Quote, "Also, the Russians paid, so we're good to bill them for the second month, I guess." On or about June 2nd, 2021, Founder 1 messaged Founder 2 on Discord. I just keep thinking of the things in like Cat in the Hat. Have you Thing 1 and Thing 2? On Discord, quote, "Also, I say we bill the Russians for the last month. We've done the extra op-eds," referring to Founder 1's paid opinion articles for RT. And on or about January 5th, 2022, Founder 2 messaged an acquaintance on Discord about paid leave that, quote, "the Russians had offered Founder 1. I love these guys. From in or about October 2021, I know, to in or about, see, they're not really smart. I mean, not really. To in or about May 2022, separate and apart from Founder 1's contract with RT's parent organization, Ano TV Novosti. Founder 2 also worked directly for RT and with Ruppli, whatever the fuck that is, RT's German subsidiary. Founder 2's paid work for RT included, among other things, preparing English language text messages describing news events. During this time, Founder 2 and Kostya appear to have overlapping business contacts. On or about May 18th, it probably is, on or about May 18th, 2022, a Ruppli blar employee sent a Russian language email to 6 recipients, including Founder 2 and Kostya, requesting that they send their work email addresses to gain account access to Ruppli's website. Tenet, the company, is a United States corporation established under the laws of Tennessee. Founder 1 has described U.S. company as the U.S. subsidiary of Founder 1's Canadian company, the Canadian Company. As set forth above, from in or about March 2021 to about February 2022, Founder 1 used the Canadian Company to produce content for RT pursuant to a written contract. Founder 1 incorporated U.S. company on or about January 19th, 2022, and applied with the Tennessee Department of State to transact business under its current operating name, which Tenet uses on its website and social media channels on or about May 22nd, 2023. On its website, Tenet describes itself as a network of heterodox commentators. Am I pronouncing that right? That focus on Western, aka white, political and cultural issues, and identifies 6 commentators, including the 2 assholes, as its talent. Tenet regularly posts videos featuring these assholes, as well as other videos that do not feature the assholes, across an array of social media channels, including YouTube, TikTok, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Rumble. To support the production and publication of its videos, Tenet employs 3 staff producers, 1, 2, and 3, and a purported outside editing firm staffed by, among others, Kostya and Lena. Oh, they're so incredible. Who was indicted? Dmitry Seams indicted. Oh, man. God, you guys are going after. This is like Burn After Reading, where the gym people actually did contact the Russians. Yes. 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 And everyone killed each other. CF, this is exactly Burn After Reading. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. It's all fun and games until they try to stop. Yeah, I think Tim's very sad. I think he's very sad. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't another asshole millionaire that will fund him to be speaking online, but I don't know. I hope this ends up being like a bad sitch, because they deserve it. This is karma and it needs to happen. So I'm just going to say it. Okay. Okay, well, we might not go too deep into FARA, but the FARA Act is a registration and disclosure statute that requires any person acting or agreeing to act in the United States as, quote, an agent of a foreign principal to register with the Attorney General if he or she is engaging or agreeing to engage directly or through another person in certain types of conduct for or in the interest of the foreign principal. Conduct requiring registration under FARA includes, as is relevant here, political activities, acting as a publicity agent or information service employee, and dispersing money for or in the interests of the foreign principal. FARA registrations are made to the FARA Act unit of the Department of, the FARA unit, of the Department of Justice's National Security Division. It is a crime to willfully fail to register when required under FARA. Well, then let's talk about what's his name. Is Elon Musk a citizen now? Is he a citizen? It's a raining man. Hallelujah. A raining man. Oh. Short, fat, orange, and mean. He's going to jail if you know what I mean. I can't. I'm sorry, ladies. I let you down. It's a raining man. Yeah, that's true. Good one, Carla. God, man, you're brilliant. You got to go on the road, girl. We got to get that bus fired up. Let's do it. It's a raining man. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Among other things, FARA registration reveals the identity of the foreign principal on whose behalf the registrant performs services, the types of services the registrant provides, and the foreign principal, and the source and amount of compensation. Short bus. Type of service, of compensation the registrant receives from the foreign principal. FAR registration statements are publicly accessible on the website of the FAR unit. In addition, FAR registrants are required to label informational materials transmitted within the United States with a conspicuous statement disclosing that the materials are distributed by the agent on behalf of the foreign principal. Looked it up. Must be naturalized as U.S. citizen. Oh, Musk naturalized. Okay. Yeah. All right. I thought so. But I don't know. That's the problem. It's not the foreign terrorists. It's the domestic ones. It's not a foreign problem. It's the domestic one. Okay. Here we go. This is the covert operations through Tenet. In or about December 2022, Founder 1 began working with an individual operating under the fictitious name Gregorian and 3 purported representatives of Gregorian, Persona 1 and 2 additional representatives, so it's all the personas, to launch a new YouTube channel, initially under the name Viewpoint Productions. I know. Thanks, Oren. There's probably a lot of people that don't kind of care for me, but that's okay. It all helps. Viewpoint Productions, which I've never heard of. On or about January 10th, 2023, Persona 2 told Founder 1 that Founder 1's first task was to, quote, find a personality that could serve as the face of the channel. And that, quote, for the right candidate, we're willing to pay around $1 to $2 million per year. On or about January 13th, 2023, Persona 2 sent Founder 1 a proposed contract for Founder 1's influencer talent scouting services, with Founder 1 listed as the agent and a Hungarian entity. Well, did you have that on your bingo cards? Enter Orban, a Hungarian entity, the Hungarian shell. Oh, yeah, Carla, I remember that. Bad. It's all bad. Listed as the client. Hungarian shell company has no publicly available website. In exchange for Founder 1 services, the proposed contract awarded Founder 1 $8,000 per month plus a percentage of any deals that Founder 1 closed with influencers. Over the next several months, while Founder 1 continued to negotiate his contract, Founder 1 accepted interim payments and began to scout for influencers for the new YouTube channel for Eduard Grigorian. Yeah, exactly. Beginning in or about February 2023, Founder 1 solicited Asshole 1 and Asshole 2 to perform work on behalf of Gregorian. For example, on or about February 6, 2023, Persona 1 emailed Founder 1 a short list of candidates for the YouTube channel, including Assholes 1 and 2. In the same email, Persona 1 attached a receipt for an $8,000 money transfer from an entity in the Czech Republic. We got a Czech shell. We got a Hungarian shell. We got all kinds of shells. Get ready for shells. To Founder 1's Canadian company. You know, the Canadian company. That's right. Persona 1 requested that Founder 1 submit an invoice for Founder 1's consultation services to the Czech company, which Persona 1 described as our Czech sister company. The Czech shell entity has a website purporting to sell automobile parts, but also listing unrelated services. For example, cyber armor suite, fortifying your digital defenses. Offense. This website makes no mention of Gregorian, Persona 1, 2, or 3, Viewpoint Productions, or Hungarian shell entity 1. Now, what do you think about a website that sells car parts and then has unrelated services for cybersecurity? What do you think they really do? I mean, would you buy an alternator from these people? I don't think so. Okay. On or about February 6, 2023, stolen from Kurt Vonnegut's, their assholes look like this. They're anus mouse. That's what they have. They have anus mouse. Don Jr. is fluent in Czech. Is he really, Lee? Wow, that's interesting. What a strange... Oh, I guess because of family, right? Are they Czech? I don't even know. It's terrible. On or about February 6, 2023, Founder 1 responded... Oh, okay, wait. Did I read that already? Oh, no. Founder 1 responded to Persona 2 that Founder 1 had let Founder 2, who I work with and who handles finances, know to get an invoice done. Founder 2 subsequently prepared an invoice from the Canadian company to the Czech shell entity, which Founder 2 transmitted to Founder 1, and Founder 1 then emailed to Persona 1. In Founder 1's February 6, 2023 response to Persona 1, Founder 1 also advised that Founder 1 had reached out to the first asshole, and will be speaking with him today. With respect to Asshole 2, Founder 1 cautioned that a contract would likely cost well over $2 million a year. The next day, on or about February 7th, 2023, Persona 1 responded that Mr. Gregorian, misspelling the name of Persona 1's purported employer, Eduard Gregorian with 2 N's, was okay with over $2 million as long as we get the right person on board under the right conditions. Founder 1 agreed to contact the second asshole as well. On or about February 8th, 2023, Founder 1 reported to Persona 1 on his outreach to Assholes 1 and 2. Founder advised that Asshole 1 said it would need to be closer to $5 million yearly for him to be interested. And that that asshole 2 said it would take 100,000 per weekly episode to make it worth his while. Founder 1 cautioned that, quote, from a profitability standpoint, it would be very hard for Viewpoint, in other words, the initial public-facing name of the new venture, to recoup the costs for the likes of Asshole 1 and Asshole 2 based on ad revenue from web traffic or sponsors alone. Despite Founders 1 warning that the assholes would not be profitable to employ, on or about February 14th, Persona 1 informed Founder 1 that we would love to move forward with both assholes. Yeah, they can just call them great. Actually, I think you can technically spell that because it's in Cyrillic originally. You technically could spell it differently with English letters, but that's fine. I don't think that's not a crime. Let's put it that way. On or about February 17th, 2023, Founder 1 sent an email introducing Asshole 2 to Gregorian, Persona 1 and 2. The parties arranged a call between Asshole 2 and Gregorian, which took place on or about February 22nd. In scheduling the call, Asshole 2 requested that Gregorian call Asshole 2's cell phone. Instead, Persona 2 asked that the call take place on WhatsApp or Zoom. Both applications offer encrypted communications and the ability to place voice calls through voice over IP technology capable of obfuscating the physical location of the caller. Nothing wrong with assholes. Everyone's got one. Yeah, exactly. I have two. I can't even wrap my mind around that right now. Let's see. On or about February 22nd, 2023, Founder 1 emailed Persona 1 that Founder 1 had spoken with Asshole 2, who was happy with the licensing arrangement that was discussed on Asshole 2's call with Gregorian. Founder 1 continued, however, that Asshole 2 still would like to know more about the company and who he will be working with. Founder 1 added that Founder 1 had assured the second asshole that as we finalize the contract and begin working to put this show together and coordinate the launch, everyone will have time to get to know each other and feel less like strangers. Aww. Nice. That's not scary at all. On or about February 28, 2023, Founder 1 emailed Persona 1 that Founder 1 had spoken with Asshole 1, who would like some material about Mr. Gregorian to learn a bit about who the asshole would be working with. Founder 1 asked if there were any links, press release interviews, LinkedIn profiles, etc. we can forward to Asshole 1 about Gregorian. On or about March 2nd, 2023, Persona 1 responded to Founder 1's email writing that Persona 1 was unsure that Mr. Gregorian gave out any public interviews, but you could send Asshole 1 to our LinkedIn page with a hyperlink to a LinkedIn page for Viewpoint Productions. Persona 1 also attached a receipt for another $8,000 money transfer from Czech shell entity to the Canadian company. On or about April 21, and again on April 24th, Founder 1 performed Google searches for Gregorian and for bank, the name of the bank, Edward Gregorian. As of in or about August 2024, neither Google search returns any results for a person by that name, much less any web pages describing an Edward Gregorian as a finance professional affiliated with that bank. Oops. Everybody did such good due diligence, didn't they? On or about April 24, 2023, Founder 1 emailed Persona 1 that commentated that the first asshole was really insisting on seeing some materials, a profile, article, whatever, on Edward before Asshole 1 feels comfortable moving forward. Is there anything we can provide this asshole with? Persona 1 responded that we'll send you a profile on Mr. Gregorian that you can send over to that asshole. On or about May 4th, Persona 1 emailed Founder 1 the CV, curriculum vitae, to provide the first asshole. That profile is reproduced with redactions and blurring below. Oh, I hope so. Oh, whoa. Hey, that's John Loro. We know who that asshole is. Edward Gregorian, experienced finance professional and investor, deeply engaged, can't justify a paragraph for fuck. Leveraging skills and resources to drive positive impact. Supporting a range of organizations worldwide with a dynamic presence, mainly in Brussels and London. Engaging in personal and professional pursuits in each location with a focus on poverty alleviation because I'm sitting in my private jet. Championing free speech, freedom. And advocating for social justice causes. It doesn't matter where I live. Don't worry about it. I was born in Brussels in the exiles neighborhood. In 1975, I'm very young. To a French Armenian father and a Belgian mother who was a bitch. My father rescued my mother from a gutter in Brussels. This guy's not real. He's not real. I'm not making fun of a real person. He's got the masters of accounting, finance, and political science. Forget it. Financial analysis and management, corporate finance. I did everything. I'm a junior investment banking analyst too. My professional experience. I won't go through everything. Oh, wait. He has a vision. Wait. He has a vision. As an accomplished finance professional, I have observed multiple instances of misrepresentations and bias in mainstream media, many of which have had the potential to result into poor investment outcomes of his clients. What the fuck? With extensive experience of living and immersing himself in various cultures, he has acquired a distinctive and alternative perspective on world events that he believes is not always accurately represented in the public. But then again, I'm not a real person. In pursuit of his goal to encourage a more nuanced public discourse worldwide, because that's what I'm all about, baby. Mr. Gregorian intends to establish a conservative news outlet that offers expertise and experience for a wide audience in the Western world, the white people, and beyond. White like me. That's what he says. Here I am. I'm not real. Don't think I'm real, but I'm looking wistfully at the poverty alleviation that is happening on the ground from my private jet. Media literacy is his vision. Yeah. Bank One's affiliate in the United States has no record of Gregorian ever being employed by that bank, nor, as set forth above, do Google searches for Gregorian yield any results for a person by that name. Other irregularities in Founders One email correspondence further signaled that Eduard Gregorian and his purported representatives, personas, those people, were all fake people. For example, by, on, or about February 16, 2023, Persona 1 had misspelled the surname of his purported boss as with one N instead of two, and in at least 4 separate emails to Founder 1. That's bad. On or about February 10th, 2023, Persona 3 sent an email to a potential influencer, copying Founder 1, and signed the email as Eduard Gregorian rather than as Persona 3. After the email recipient expressed confusion as to whether the sender was Eduard or Persona 3 quickly responded in part, Edward forwarded this email to me and asked me to replay on his behalf. Oh, reply. Digital forensic evidence further confirms that Gregorian and Personas 1 through 3 were in truth, in fact, the same individual. For example, on approximately 39 occasions between in or about November 2023 or in or about July 2024, email accounts used by Gregorian and Persona 1 to communicate with Founder were accessed from the same IP address at around the same time. Oh my God. As another example, on or about January 10th, Persona 1 emailed the text of a draft email to Persona 2, which Persona 2 then pasted into a new email and sent to Founder 1 from Persona 2's email account. I don't know what that means. Founder 1 transmitted the Gregorian profile to Asshole 1 and to persuade him to perform work on behalf of Edward. On or about May 12, Founder 1 reported to Persona 1 that Asshole 1 had a problem with the profile we sent over. Oh my God. Had a problem with the profile we sent over, specifically the reference to social justice. I think it may be because that's usually a term used by liberals, but we're trying to create a conservative network. Founder 1 suggested that Asshole 1 and Edward could simply speak together to clarify the profile. On or about June 2nd, Gregorian circulated an email to Founder 1 and Asshole's assistant, scheduling a Zoom meeting for 5 p.m. Paris that day. In prior email correspondence, Founder 1 represented to another potential commentator or asshole that Edward Gregorian was based in Paris. At approximately 8:58 Central Time that day, Eduard Gregorian replied to his earlier email. I'm there, guys. The time, in fact, was 3:58 p.m. in Paris, but it was 4:58 p.m. in Moscow. Approximately 2 minutes later, Eduard Gregorian performed a Google search for time in Paris. Gregorian then replied again to his email in part, sorry, wrong hour, didn't sync the calendar. I'm very sorry about that. After further negotiations in which Founder 2 also participated, Founder 1 and the purported representatives of Gregorian secured contracts with Asshole 1 and 2. Asshole 1, which was between his production company and Tenet, provided for 4 weekly videos to be hosted by Asshole 1 and live streamed by Tenet in exchange for a monthly fee of $400,000 a month plus a $100,000 signing bonus and additional performance bonus. Asshole 1's production company agreed that any and all content created under this agreement shall be the property of Tenet. Asshole 2's contract, which was between Asshole 2's production company and Tenet, provided for weekly videos to be hosted by Asshole 2 and live streamed by Tenet in exchange for a fee of $100,000 per video for weekly videos. So more than $100,000 a week. Asshole 2's production company granted Tenet a non-exclusive, non-transferable license during the applicable license term to display, transmit, and distribute that license content. Founder 1 and 2 negotiate the Tenet contract with the Russians in about mid. I think I'm going to take a break here for a second. See? I want to get up and ba. Yeah, I'm working on the Mike Roman show. He dropped out of school at 14. Wow. Yeah, I'm going to work on actually today. Oh, here's another thing I wanted to say. Bedtime's back. I'm going back to Ministry for the Truth. And what I'm going to do today is I'm going to pre-record some chapters with a recap in the beginning. And I'll set that to play for tonight. I think it's at 7:30 Pacific time. So it'll be like a pre-recorded, but I'll be in chat. But it'll be that'll be the story time. I'm going to try and pre-record them so that we can ensure that we get them on a regular basis and get through books more timely, because I feel bad that I left that one to the side for a minute. So we'll get back to that. We'll get back. You know what it is? Throw yourself into work. It's such a good feeling, as long as you enjoy what you do. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, then it's not good. And naps. Take lots of naps. I probably should take more naps. We gotta get out of this place. Oh, wait. I was going to smoke. Hold on. Oh, man. I have like a tummy ache. I think it's because I ate cheese this morning. I think my French breakfast is probably getting to me. No, that didn't work. There we go. There we go. Work, nap, weed. That's really it. Right? Stream, nap, weed. That's what I do. Although weed kind of goes stream, weed, nap, weed. Weed. Hey man, I'm basically retired. I put my work in. Now I smoking weed. Actually, that's not true. I mean, it is true. I did work. I worked for 35 years. So I feel like I put in my time. I think I put in some good time, damn. 33. 33, I guess. Anyway, time. What is time anyway? Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? About time. I forget I have this and then I like let it burn. I don't want to do that. That's a waste. Anyway, it's Thursday. We're halfway done with this. We're probably more than halfway done actually, because I think there's some exhibits. GP, with a new combative format here, things may change. Wing YouTube influencers that I'm aware of. You have some fucking crazy streamers, though, GP. Holy fuck. The right-wing Aussies, I mean, the Chuds are they're just as bad as the Chuds, which I know you have to deal with them, but the Australian Chuds are like fucking insane and so vile. Tenant pays me for reach and engagement, but little to speak of. But I don't know what to say. Yeah, let's give psychotic junkies their own show. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I think the commentators that I'm talking about are Tim Pool and Tucker Carlson. Is that who I'm talking about? I don't even know who the reference is to this. Oh, they are. They're so awful. Yeah, I think they are small. Same with Canadian Chuds. I feel like, oh man. I mean, I don't know. I know that probably the stupid side of Chuds when it comes to Canada and Australia. I don't follow like the real people. Like I don't follow Pat King or any of those Tamara Litch or I don't know who the Australian equivalent to like a Mike Flynn is. There must be someone that's similar to that. I'll have to watch some Australian right wing just to see who's like the big voice because I don't really know. They're truly awful. Yeah, it definitely a smaller audience and electric. Sorry, yeah. I don't know. They're really getting scared. It's gonna get uglier, and we're gonna need more weed. Okay, let's keep going. I can do it. I can do it. I do it. Okay. Oof. God, I'm just really warm. Oh. 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 Ooh. Okay. Developing their enterprise set forth below. Okay. In or about mid 2023, we're going to need a bigger bong. Yeah, definitely. Pauline Hanson, right wing nut job. Okay, thank you, CF. I'll look her up. I mean, I've seen some crazy ones, but I just can't recall their names at the moment. But there's a couple of really vile individuals who are just vile individually. They're not actually probably making any difference politically. You know, the thing about it is the people I watch now are more of the government sucks. All government sucks. Everybody sucks. That's who I've been watching. Oh, I have to look at her now. I know that I've heard that name. Oh, it's Benny Johnson. You're right. Benny Johnson and Tim Pool. I think you're right, Max. DOJ. Oh, really? Another one? Really? A chip shop owner, vile, incredibly racist, xenophobic, more popular than. See, that's the problem. They are really, oh my God. Yeah, the racism and everything is just fucking insane. Insane. Okay, let me check. The fuck? Let me check what. Well, we've got this asshole.
4 years ago. What we're putting forward is the most pro-American manufacturing and jobs policy in modern history for any country. This plan will bring jobs and growth into our country at levels never seen before. Every business on earth will flock to America from Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and all over the world. By contrast, Comrade Kamala Harris wants to sacrifice our wealth, kill the economy, and drive jobs overseas to punish businesses.
That's right.
Businesses will
How did you know?
They'll leave America. They're international companies.
Yes, there's Rebel News. Yeah, that's true.
They report to their shareholders, and they will leave America if her plan, even in a small form, comes to the fore. Her tax plan, which includes the promise to end the Trump tax cuts, which again, by itself, would be a massive tax increase, would increase taxes by over $5 trillion, a record many times over. It would result in the largest small business tax hike in history, massively raising taxes on 25 million small business people, and raising small business tax rates
Mike
to
Pompeo
43% and
like,
higher. In other words, 20% higher than communist China. Kamala is also vowing to raise the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%. We're bringing it down to 15%.
Right.
But she really is looking to raise it to 40, 45, or even 50%. You know that. All you have to do is follow her.
Right. Yeah. Right to the bathroom. I mean, no, not to the
radically
bathroom.
raise the capital gains tax rate, which she wants to do, and they don't even want to give a number.
Almost nothing to anybody
and
in
for
that
the first
audience,
time ever, impose a 25% tax on unrealized capital gains. So,
thank you.
If you happen to have
thank you
a lot of wealth but no cash,
I appreciate that.
You're in a lot of trouble.
You're in a lot of trouble. That's right.
This will lead America into a 1929 depression. And it will be a depression and a territory that we have not seen for a long time. There's a gentleman that happens to believe that. Scott.
Scott.
These policies, especially the tax on unrealized capital gains, would decimate the U.S. economy. Companies and innovation would flee from America to other countries. Venture capital markets would disappear, the stock market would be annihilated, and investors assess the tax liabilities of large shareholders. The seniors,
investors, you better vote
and
for
senior
me.
pensions would totally go up in smoke. They'd be worthless.
No, they won't.
These are not the policies designed to create a prosperous America. These are policies to turn the United States into Venezuela on steroids. Even if for this reason alone, Kamala Harris must be defeated decisively this November.
It sounds like a wake.
Has to be defeated.
Doesn't it?
Cannot have
I'm
her
just going to show you what it looks like.
Be the president of the United States.
The United States.
Under Kamala, the United States is becoming a third world banana republic.
Banana. I said it.
She and her party are censoring speech, weaponizing the justice system, and trying to throw their political opponents, me, in jail. This hasn't happened.
You had to read that?
I didn't do that to Crooked Hillary. I said, that would be a terrible thing, wouldn't it? Putting the wife of the President of the United States in jail. But they view it differently, I guess, nowadays, but that's okay. And they always have to remember that two can play the game.
Oh!
Nobody ever thought this was possible. This is how you create massive capital flight and turn once prosperous nations into absolute ruins.
No, it's not.
I will have no higher priority as president than to restore the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law in America. We have lost the rule of law.
Oh, where is it?
Who would have thought?
Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, because your ass is still out of jail, for fuck's sake.
Number 6,
I know,
under my leadership,
so
America will encourage domestic production instead of punishing it.
Oh,
As you know, our country's vast manufacturing
right?
wealth was created at a time with very little domestic taxation, few regulations, and most revenue came from tariffs from other countries. That was when we were at the wealthiest ever, proportionately. We were the wealthiest country ever during those days. That was before income tax came along. Now we foolishly do the opposite. We impose lower tariffs and no tariffs on foreign producers. We have the lowest tariffs of any nation in the world. And we relentlessly punish our own companies for doing business in America.
What?
You do business in America, you're punished
How?
tremendously.
How?
I had many, many companies come to me, sir, I can't compete. They're sending
with tears in their
kitchen
eyes?
cabinets,
Did they have
washers and
tears in their eyes?
dryers, everything. I can tell you every motorcycle.
Can you tell us all the
They're
stories?
sending them here, sir. We can't compete.
I'm turning them down a little bit.
And I made it so they could compete and thrive.
You
every
did.
One of those people,
are they
we should get
thriving?
them up and
Oh
talk
wait,
to
they're
you
not
one day,
because of Joe
every one
Biden's
of those
failed
people
economics.
comes up to me, and every time I see them, they hug me, they kiss me, they love me.
Do they kiss you with tongue?
Because I save their businesses.
Is there any tongue? Can I watch? Can I watch the next time one of them comes up and kisses
once again,
you?
turn America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. We can do that.
What, can we? Just in a month?
Intelligent.
Oh.
The key to this effort will be a pro-American trade policy that uses tariffs to encourage
corporations are
production
people,
here
CF. Catch up.
and bring trillions and trillions of dollars back home.
Yes.
And you know what? We deserve it. We've been helping other countries get rich at our expense.
Fuck those other countries.
For the last 50 years, we've been pouring our money into other countries.
I'll tell you
getting
right
nothing,
now what I
nothing
can.
for it. We protect them militarily.
Whose
We do
phone
so
is
much
ringing?
for them. We get nothing.
Whose phone is
My
ringing?
plan is that if you open your factory in Wisconsin,
If you open your
Pennsylvania,
fat mouth, I'll
Michigan,
punch you.
Minnesota, anywhere else in our country,
I
you
can't
don't
get the
pay
hands to like
a
not show
tariff
my.
tax. You don't pay a tax. You make the product here.
Yeah.
But if you move your
Come on,
production outside
come
of the
on,
United
come
States
on,
and send it back here,
come
which
on.
people are doing now,
Yeah.
and I stopped it. I stopped it cold. But they've changed that already. Then you'll have to pay a very substantial tariff to get
I have to
your product
concentrate when I do
back
this.
into the country.
So
The result will be that everybody in the world will want to be
I'm
here
about
and
to
they
be
want
more
to
high.
produce here. They're going to want to produce their product in America. It's going to say made in the USA. We will be able to build ships again. We will be able to build planes
Big
again.
ship.
We will be able
Planes.
to build
We don't
our
build any of
military
that
again
now.
from within, all from within. We will create the biggest, greatest, and strongest middle class in the history of our country. We will have tens of millions of high-paying jobs in manufacturing, transportation, defense, as well as all of the sales and support of export jobs. Our auto industry will be the biggest beneficiary. In short, it will be a national economic renaissance.
Yay!
Just by using our heads, by being smart, by not letting other countries take advantage of us. They've been doing it for so long. It's so sad to see.
I'm crying.
And I know them all. And they laugh at us.
That's right. These are legendary.
Behind our back. They can't believe
look,
how
they can clap.
stupid our leadership has been for so many years.
He sounds low energy. He does, doesn't
The United
he?
States has
Slow
a
speed chase,
giant steel
welcome.
industry, an
He does.
aluminum industry, a
He sounds
manufacturing base, and a defense
very low
base.
energy. Very
We
low
want
energy.
a industrial
He does
base
have a
that
death
can
grip
take
on the
care of
podium.
our
He does.
Defense needs 100%.
He seems pissed.
And you can call it what you want. Some might
Do
say
you
it's economic
think the
nationalism. I call
Russian
it
news has
common
made
sense.
him sad?
I call it America first.
America
This is the
first.
policy that built
That's
this
what the
country, and this
Nazis
is the
said.
policy
America
that will
first.
save our
That's what the
country.
Nazis said.
In the words
America
of a
first.
great but
That's what the
highly underrated
Nazis
President,
said.
William McKinley, highly underrated. The protective tariff policy of the
Nazis
Republicans
first.
has been made
I think they meant
and made
Nazis
the lives
first.
of our countrymen
I think they
sweeter
meant Nazis
and brighter.
first. I
It's
don't
the
think
best
they
for our
mean
citizenship
America
and our
first unless
civilization,
it's
and it opens
Nazis.
up a higher and better destiny for our
Unless they're
people.
Nazis.
We have to take care of our
I
own
said they're
nation
Nazis.
and her industries first.
America
In other
first isn't
words, take
first
care
and
of our country
Nazis are
first.
first.
This is when we had our greatest wealth.
Oh my God, can you
He
imagine?
was assassinated, and he left his group of people that followed him.
I should do it with like a sweater so
Roosevelt
you can't see my like
became
other
a great
fingers.
president, spending
I'll do
the
that.
money
I'll
that
try.
was made by
It won't work,
McKinley.
but I'll try.
So McKinley got a bad deal on that one.
Oh,
He
McKinley.
built tremendous wealth.
And then he got shot.
They had the Tariff Act.
Shot,
of
shot, 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 shot,
87,
shot,
and
shot,
they had a
shot,
committee
shot,
that
shot, shot, shot,
studied
shot,
what are we going
shot,
to
shot,
do.
shot, shot,
They had a
shot.
big problem, a problem like
I
I
was
hope
shot
to have
too.
with this country
I was
someday.
shot.
So much money was coming in from foreign countries that they didn't know how to spend it. They had no idea. So they set up a committee. We'll set one up with the people in this room.
Hi, baby girl.
How do
Hey,
we
school
distribute
started.
the
How are you
wealth that we
doing?
have?
Mama, you getting sleep? I hope you're getting
And
some good sleep.
Roosevelt built dams and built
Bum, 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 bum,
and
bum,
did
bum,
national
bum, bum,
parks.
bum. Let's go.
They did it with
Come
the
on.
money
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
made with tariffs.
Oh, tariffs. That's
from
right. Let's get
McKinley,
back
so
to
you
that.
have to remember that. Very
but he's
highly
wait, McKinley had
underrated,
tariffs?
a very underrated president.
And then he got shot,
Let's give him
shot,
both
shot,
credit.
shot, 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 shot.
Smart tariffs will not create inflation. They will combat inflation.
Just kidding.
I had almost no inflation, and I had the highest tariffs that anyone's seen, and they were going a lot higher.
I bet you are. Oh, babe.
Foreign nations will pay us hundreds of billions of
I'm
dollars,
thinking of you.
reducing the deficit and driving inflation
You're
down.
doing
It'll
good.
largely reduce our deficit. In my
I'm
first
going to
term,
try and
we
get involved
imposed
in
historic
local
tariffs
education
with
politics,
no
maybe.
effect on consumer prices or inflation.
Shot. I suppose smoking weed
Anti-tariff people,
online is
many
probably
of
a bad
them, I
idea.
believe, honestly
What?
work for
Benny
these
and
other
the
countries in
Jets.
some form.
Did I talk about?
tremendous
I was in the
amounts
middle
of
of their the
lobbying money and other
Russia
money
Today
'cause it
indictment.
doesn't make sense what
So
they're
I'm
saying.
almost done with that, and then
But we had no
we'll go
inflation,
back after. Whoop,
and we
oh
had
shitballs!
protection,
Sorry,
and I
everybody.
saved so many industries.
When he
I saved the
finishes
steel industry.
yapping,
But Biden
we'll go back and I'll read
and
the rest of it.
Harris
So I'm
are letting
halfway
it
through.
go. They're letting
Yes,
it go.
Smoot-Hawley
So easy to
Act
keep. A
tariffs was
combination of fair trade,
McKinley.
tax
Oh,
cuts,
he's
regulatory
alive.
cuts,
I thought
and
he meant the
energy
old
abundance
president.
will allow us to
Oh,
produce
babe,
more goods better
breathe,
and cheaper right
smoke
here in
a
the
leaf.
USA than we've
They
ever
are all
done
such
before.
assholes. You are so right.
And foreign nations will respect
He's
us
more
again.
deeper. Yeah, I
got
know.
along
He's
great
got
with
it. I don't know
foreign
who's doing his
nations, and I
spray
taxed
tans
the
these
hell
days,
out of
but
them.
you know.
And they liked me. Maybe they respected me.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe
And
they were kidding.
Viktor
Maybe
Orban,
they
a
thought
very
you
strong
were a
man.
dick.
He's the Prime
Maybe they
Minister
thought
of
you
Hungary.
were a big dick.
He said the
Maybe.
only thing missing from the world right now is President Trump. He kept the world safe
He said
because
that?
everybody was
Where?
afraid of him. I don't like that term, but that's the term he used.
Give me a fucking source.
I would like to say
bitch.
respected him and respected our country, but he didn't say that. He said everybody was afraid of him.
You know what? Then you don't
He said
understand
China was
Hungarian.
afraid, Russia was afraid. They were all afraid. Kim
Whatevs.
Jong-un. I got along great with him, and I tried to explain to the fake
To the
news media
fake
that getting
news,
along
that is actually a
with
good
people,
thing.
foreign
It's actually a
countries,
good
is a
thing.
good thing,
Yeah,
not
it's
a
a good
bad
thing.
thing.
It's not a bad thing.
It's a very good
It's a
thing.
good
It's
thing.
a smart thing.
Not a bad thing.
We will require
It's a good
all
thing.
essential materials for our national security to be produced
To
here in the
be
United
produced.
States, creating millions and millions of
He's
new
like Bing
manufacturing
Crosby.
jobs. You know, when we built the F-35,
Bo. Hey,
we
how
have
you
the
doing?
wings built.
We'll have
in
the
one
wings
country.
built in our country.
We have the tail.
Hey,
Rudders built in another country.
really? Do we?
We have the seats built in
How do you
another
know all that?
country.
How do you know all that?
We have the electronics
Can we
built
build
in
them
7
here? I don't
different
know.
countries.
I don't know.
What the hell would we do if there's a war?
Oh, what did we do when there was COVID and you didn't actually implement the production act? Okay.
In our lives.
Why didn't you
with Russia, Ukraine,
invoke
which would have never happened
the
if I was
Emergency
president,
Production Act
with October 7th
so that we
in
could have
Israel,
had
the whole Middle
ventilators
East
so people
is
didn't
blowing
die?
up. Would have never
You
happened. They
stupid
would have
asshole.
never happened.
Fucking cuck.
Respectfully, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas.
I know, this is all
They
the
had
same
no
shit.
money for Hezbollah. Wouldn't have happened. There would be peace in the Middle East, and Iran would be a big beneficiary of that peace.
All right,
Good.
hold on. One thing
But all of
before
these
we
things that happened,
drop
and
this
inflation would have
asshole.
never happened, and Afghanistan would have never happened. The worst withdrawal in history.
There you go.
I believe the most embarrassing moment in the
Little
history of our
slideshow for
country.
you.
In fact, that's what caused President Putin
We
to
just
go
see
into
Greenland and there would
Ukraine
be peace.
when he looked at how incompetently
Oh, that's right. We were going to buy him,
that
right?
was handled.
Did we ever do
He
that?
looked at it and he said, "Man,
I know. He's just a useful idiot.
They're
He really
incompetent."
is. And he's not doing
that
a
was
good
the most
job. And so
embarrassing day
actually
in
the
history of
establishment
the
is getting
United
nervous.
States of America.
They're getting nervous.
Airplanes taking
He needs
off
to be
with
dewormed.
many
He
people
does.
sitting on the wings
He
of
knows
the plane and the side
Smith
of the plane
blew
and
up
the
his
wing,
October
and you see them
surprise.
dropping off the
Yes.
planes at 3,000
And I
feet.
think this
They
RT
thought it was
story
their trip to freedom.
is big. I really
There's
do.
never been
I think it's a
anything
lot bigger than
like that, and I think
than
there's
we
no
realize.
greater embarrassment. By the way, we
Or at
lost
least I
13
hope it is. I
incredible
don't know.
soldiers. I got to know the
Sammy, you're
families
so
very
cute
well.
right there. Why are you laying over
Spent
there?
a lot of time with them.
I'm going to try and
4
get the
days
cat to
ago
lay
in
there. I know
Arlington
it's cruel, but
Cemetery.
I'm that's
3
just,
years
you got to do it
ago,
for
they
the
were
show.
celebrating 3 years.
He's got to earn his keep.
Honoring their children. And yeah, that's right. They call them their children. They still call them. They
Who are
always
you
will call
talking
them their
about?
children.
Who
They're
are you
gone.
talking about?
And many of those
Yeah, I think
people
so
there
too.
should
I
have
think
never
so.
left from there. They
I think
should have
Steve
left from
Bannon's in
Bagram, the
trouble.
big
I think there's some
airbase.
people that are in trouble with
But
that
many of
RT
those
shit.
people that were so badly hurt, they don't talk about them. No legs, no arms.
He saw a guy
Obliteration
at
of their
when he
face, their
did that
entire
stupid
body,
thing at
and
Arlington
nobody mentions
Cemetery.
that. We left
There was a
Americans
poor
behind.
veteran there who had
Large numbers.
prosthetics for legs and one
left
arm. And he cannot get over
$85
it.
billion worth of equipment.
Like, he cannot
behind.
get over it. He's like a kid
Because we
that's
took our
fascinated
military out
by
first. A
seeing
child would
someone
know you
who
don't.
has
You take your
prosthetic
military
limbs.
out
Oh, at 1
last.
p.m.? Let me go to it.
And just
Hold on.
remember one final point.
Shut up. We don't care about you and your final points. We don't care about your final points. We don't care about your final points. Whoop. What time is it? Oh, it's very close. Well, we'll move the boxes. Well, I'll move the boxes. There we go. Oh, no. I know. I'm pissed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, baby. Fucking exactly. So, I mean, but here's the thing. It's very interesting. I mean, I think the interesting thing about this case that we've read so far is that the actions were almost so in the open that they really didn't do a good job of discussing some of the key players in how we got to this place. And RT, which we all knew, and even the fact that the Mueller report was so detailed and needed to needed to be seen by people and yet wasn't, that I think is one of the worst injustices. Because now you release this news about RT and it's one company in Tennessee. Well, we know that the influence of RT could conceivably be much higher, much wider. I don't know, but it seems to me that the Russian government would be interested in working with, different content providers through Steve Bannon's network or, One America Voice or One American News, I guess. You think Tucker is involved? I think he probably is. I mean, I think he definitely, especially now after he was fired by Fox, I definitely think that his deals that he got after Fox, and of course he did that interview with Putin and all that kind of stuff. So I think it would not shock me at all to see Bitch get kind of caught up in that, if not one of the key players. So, I mean, I'm hopeful that this is the first shoe to drop. I don't know. Depends. But I think that is probably what has everybody so scared, because I was looking at, where is it? Hold on. Okay, right. You don't want to do it. Girl, I get it. After conviction and sentence. Yeah, totally. Totes my goats. Oh, wait, we're back. We're here. We're back. We're here. What happened? Why'd you guys go like all crazy? All right, I'm going to make sure. Oh, I got to make sure it's turned all the way up because they are notoriously ill-mic'd. Buy some new mic. Do you have mics in the budget, Merrick? Huh? Do you have a sound system? They told staff not to talk to press. Oh. Ooh. So I think there are other Harmeet Dillon, who is an activist here in California and a pretty terrible person in terms of her views, her worldviews. And she sent a tweet yesterday after everything came out. And yeah, it was like, stay calm. Oh, I really want to find it. I'll find it on my phone so I don't screw up the press conference. Because I was like, oh, did you lose a paycheck? Did you lose a paycheck too, babes? Babs? So there's definitely something happening. I mean, again, hopefully. Where is it? Harmeet Dillon. I hate that I know all these people. She has almost 950,000 followers. That's crazy. All right, what was her tweet? Shit. Hold on, I'll find it. Come on, DOJ. We're waiting for you all day. What do you have to say? And why are you having 2 press conferences 2 days in a row? I suppose I could find it in mine faster than this. Do 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 do. Where is it? Oh, is this okay? Are you okay? Just gonna make sure we're all up to date. We're reloaded. Everything's fine. Everything's cool and chill. Trump's campaign sent out a memo to staff that under no way are they to talk to the press. Oh my God, baby. I did not know that. Girl. Harmeet Dillon. Nobody's paying me to share my photos of sweaters, yarn, dahlias, whales, the coast, my family, my viewpoints, my cases, my opinions. Though I do appreciate very much the yarn money I get from X as a revenue share. I'm just a girl. I don't know what money is. I'm just a baby. Let's see. But earlier than claiming she's not a paid shill of anybody's, she's just a regular shill. You know, she just does it because she loves it. I believe that. Wait, where is it? Man. Oh, here we go.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Matt Olson. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the Department of Justice. I am joined today by the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron, and Special Agent in Charge, William Dobano, of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today we are announcing a superseding indictment against 5 officers of the Russian military intelligence agency known as the GRU, as well as 1 civilian Russian cyber criminal for their campaign to conduct cyber intrusions. This superseding indictment adds to charges made public in June against the Russian civilian Amin Stagal. These defendants are responsible for carrying out the series of destructive computer attacks that are commonly referred to as the Whispergate campaign. This campaign targeted computers in Ukraine shortly before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. More generally, the indictment alleges conspiracies related to cyber intrusions targeting victims in the United States, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. The Whispergate campaign included the targeting of civilian infrastructure and Ukrainian computer systems wholly unrelated to the military or national defense. That included government agencies responsible for emergency services in Ukraine, the judiciary, food safety, and education. Seeking to sap the morale of the Ukrainian public, the defendants also stole and leaked the personal data of thousands of Ukrainian civilians, including by posting patient health information and other sensitive private data for sale online, and then taunting those victims. They attempted to cover their tracks by pretending to be criminals engaged in ransomware attacks, leaving behind ransom notes demanding Bitcoin payments to return data from victim systems, data the perpetrators knew had already been destroyed and could not be recovered. And Stagal's involvement illustrates the Russian government's continued willingness to provide a haven for cyber criminals in exchange for such criminals being, quote, on call to provide support and deniability for its military and intelligence services. These conspirators did not limit their activities to Ukraine. They targeted computers around the world and used computer infrastructures of an unwitting U.S.-based company to conduct the Whispergate attacks. They went on to target computer systems in other nations, supporting Ukraine in its fight for survival. Ultimately, their targets included computer systems in 26 NATO partners, including the United States. Before I turn this over to the U.S. Attorney to discuss the case in a bit more detail, I will note that we are announcing today's charges alongside the concurrent actions of several of our partners. The United States Department of State is offering a reward of up to $10 million for information on the defendants. Over a dozen of our domestic and foreign partners have issued a joint cybersecurity advisory regarding this group's activities. And Estonia has announced criminal charges against several individuals involved in the same hacking activity, including two of the same defendants charged here today.
People are nuts.
The Department of Justice stands united with our partners and our allies in supporting
Yes, it is.
the Ukrainian people in the wake of Russia's invasion of their country. The National Security Division, which I lead, will continue to use all of our tools, including our private and international partnerships, in order to identify individuals, take down the infrastructure, and expose the techniques that prop up the Russian government and that it uses to carry out its malicious and destabilizing activities. When it comes to countering Russia's cyber-enabled malicious activities, National Security Division prosecutors are operating as a force multiplier, along with prosecutors and agents throughout the country. Since Russia's invasion, we have conducted multiple court-authorized takedowns of the GRUs and other Russian botnets and malware networks. For example, this includes the April 2022 Cyclops Blink operation to remove GRU malware from infected devices, successfully dismantling the GRU botnet and remediating thousands of infected devices which Russia could have deployed against Ukraine and its allies. In May of 2023, the department executed the court-authorized removal of the FSB's Snake malware from hundreds of computer systems in at least 50 countries, undermining the FSB's global espionage program. And just a few months ago, NSD's National Security Cyber Section spearheaded the court-authorized takedown of a network of hundreds of compromised routers that the GRU had set up as a successor to Cyclops Blink. Even as our cyber adversaries evolve and adjust their tactics, we are taking action to counter them every step of the way. We are also bringing this proactive posture to disrupting cyber-enabled foreign malign influence operations. Just yesterday, the Attorney General announced the department's doppelganger takedown. That operation seized 32 internet domains used by the Russian government and its proxies to impersonate legitimate U.S. and foreign media organizations and to perpetrate a covert campaign to interfere in the 2024 presidential election. This followed an action a few months ago to take down an AI-enhanced bot farm that Russian intelligence was also using to disseminate information and sow discord in the U.S. and elsewhere. So today I want to thank the U.S. Attorney Barron, and the prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, and the FBI's Baltimore Field Office, the Milwaukee Field Office, and the Boston Field Office. Their dedication and partnership in disrupting this malicious activity illustrates the department's commitment to addressing national security and cybersecurity threats with action. And with that, let me turn it over to the U.S. Attorney.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Olson. My name is Eric Barron. I serve as the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland. Today, we are demonstrating our commitment to protecting national security by any legal means necessary, with the unsealing of an indictment against 5 Russian military officers and 1 Russian national for their global malicious cyber operations around the world. On August 7th, the grand jury sitting in Baltimore, Maryland, issued a superseding indictment charging these 6 individuals with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion and wire fraud conspiracy. This indictment follows a June 25th indictment that charged Amin Stagal, a Russian national, with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion related to the Whispergate attacks on the Ukraine and elsewhere in 2022. The indictment alleges that these officers are a subset of Unit 29155 of the Russian Main Intelligence Directorate, a military intelligence agency responsible for attempted deadly dirty tricks around the world, including committing cyber operations beginning in at least 2020. The indictment alleges that these individuals used U.S.-based companies as their infrastructure, but adding insult to injury, these individuals not only used tools to scan for vulnerability 63 times on a Maryland U.S.-based government agency, but they also scanned our allies throughout the world, including Ukrainian servers and servers in various other countries. Then they used the Whispergate malware, deploying destructive computer intrusions against Ukraine and other allies. These compromised systems have no military-related
It's a
role,
DOJ website. I'll drop it after it's
including
done.
agriculture, education, science, emergency services, and they stole sensitive data, as you've heard, including health records. So we are acting because if you violate our laws, we will seek accountability. The public needs to know about the threat posed by cyber criminals, and these criminals need to know that their actions will not be ignored. We're accepting any and all information that protects the lives and furthers our national security interests. Rewards for Justice is a State Department program that now maintains a $10 million award related to each of these individuals. I want to thank the National Security Division and the FBI's Baltimore Field Office for its consistent and outstanding partnership. And I want to thank the FBI's Milwaukee and Boston field offices for their support, along with many of our international law enforcement partners. I also want to thank our team here at the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, including our Criminal Division Chief Alicia Washington and Assistant United States Attorneys Aaron Zielinski and Bobby Golderis. Next, you'll hear from FBI Special Agent in Charge, Bill D'Albagno. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Barron, for hosting us today. We thank you and Assistant Attorney General Olson for the collaboration, expertise, and hard work that brought us here. I'm Bill D'Albagno. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Baltimore Field Office. Today is about partnerships, commitment, and accountability. We are here, yes, to announce this indictment, but we're also equally here to highlight the international coordination and robust partnerships with our allies around the world. This type of cyber warfare will not be tolerated. The scope of Russia's crimes cannot be ignored. Ukraine, the United States, and 26 NATO countries were all targeted by this group of Russian military. We are aligned in our unified response, and we will collectively defend against Russia's aggressive and illegal actions. The FBI and our partners call this investigation Operation Toy Soldier. Through strokes on a keyboard, these criminals crossed over borders into countries, hunting to find weaknesses and seeking to harm. The Whispergate malware attack in January of 2022 could be considered the first shot of the war. The cyber criminals sent a message with their malware, telling Ukrainians to, quote, be afraid and expect the worst. A month later, Russia physically invaded the country. These 6 criminals aimed to cripple Ukraine's government and critical infrastructure by targeting their finances, agriculture, emergency services, healthcare, and schools. These same criminals are accused of repeatedly targeting U.S. computer networks, including a government agency here in Maryland, scanning it more than 60 times for vulnerabilities. They committed fraud in the U.S. by illegally accessing bank accounts and using U.S. company to carry out their criminal acts. The FBI, along with our law enforcement partners and allies, will relentlessly hunt down and counter these threats. We have worked closely to thwart additional targeting by this group. The 6 Russians in this indictment are not advanced cyber masterminds, but are adept at exploiting vulnerabilities that countries and companies can guard against with
How
simple
do you
steps.
say flip in
In conjunction
Russian?
with this indictment, the
They
FBI
may flip
and more
up,
than a
you know
dozen
what I'm
government
saying.
partners and countries are issuing a joint cybersecurity advisory. It details exactly how these malicious cyber criminals carried out this attack and what can be done to prevent it. This indictment is the result of years of collaborating with our partners in dozens of different countries and law enforcement in Europe. We thank each of them for their diligence
Better hope
and
that
dedication
WhatsApp is
that
encrypted.
led
You
to
know what I'm
today.
saying?
As you've heard, there's a combined $60 million reward for information on these criminals' locations and their cyber crimes. To the Russian criminals, the world is watching.
Oh, they don't have them?
You do
In
not carry out
custody?
misdeeds in the dark. We are united in identifying, prosecuting, and protecting against future crimes. Thank you. And I'll now open it up for questions. And if you have questions that are directed to any one of us, please let us know.
If you could just state your name and your outlet before you ask the question, that'd be great.
Jessica Babb with Fox 45. I have three questions. The first one, you just said $60 million. Is it $10 million reward for each of them?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Reward
Do you
money
have any
question.
reason to believe that they are in the country or out of the country? Do you know where they could be?
They're not to believe to be in the country. There are steps that are going to be taken, though, in order to bring this indictment to fruition. And we will partner with Interpol in order to serve red notices and ensure that if they are in a location that can
You haven't
be
done
affected,
that?
that we'll take those on.
Do you have an idea which country they are in?
These are Russian military, and I'll leave it, at that. But to say that wherever they are, the important thing is that we are working with all our partners, our NATO partners, to protect against this type of action, but also to have the impact that we want to have with this indictment.
I suspect perhaps they may drink wrong tea or fall out window. I don't know.
No, we wouldn't cover any victims in this announcement. It's important that we, maintain their privacy in that.
You said that.
Yay,
Phil
Vance!
Gillespie from WBAL Radio. You said that the USA government agency located everyone. They tried to get through 63 times. Were they able to get any information, or was it stopped? Was that part of how you?
Did they succeed in
figured out
their
who these folks were?
hacks?
So not necessarily getting into the investigative side, but scanning for vulnerabilities to try to identify ways to get into those companies or agencies is a manner in which overseas adversaries attempt to compromise the U.S. And what we do is we partner very closely with all our partner agencies and with all our partner countries in order to protect against those type of vulnerabilities. And in the joint cybersecurity advisory, those steps are laid out as to how to best handle those type of vulnerabilities, but also the potential for those type of scannings as well.
And you said that Ukrainians had their personal information taken or stolen. Do you have any reason to believe that Americans might be affected by this? The average citizen.
I don't have reason to believe that. As you mentioned, this malware attack, Whispergate attack, on the Ukrainians, while was meant to pose as a
That'll come out.
ransomware that was meant to make them believe that they could recover their data, was in fact just destroying the computers. It was taking the data and erasing it, making those computers inoperable. They did extract that information from the Ukrainians, and that presents vulnerabilities. And that's why this is important for all of us to include from Maryland's to Americans across the U.S. to our NATO allies to understand that these vulnerabilities need to be protected, and that the potential of your personal information is the job of the FBI and our partners to help protect that.
Jeff Hager with WMAR.
Oh, baby, I felt that one.
These
Jesus
weren't
Christ on a
really
cracker.
cyber masterminds. Even if you scooped up all 6 and paid the reward, what's to keep Russia from just pushing another 6 people into their place and filling that void? What keeps Russia from doing this?
Well, part of the indictment is also to impose risk and consequences to the actions that are being taken.
Oh,
and
sneaky.
Really, if
Very
there's
sneaky.
a message that could also be delivered, it's to those that would potentially backfill those individuals. This isn't a place where they should seek to use their skills. It's not a place that we want them to be employed, and they should consider elsewhere, because this indictment, while it goes to Interpol, as I mentioned,
He's not very
if nothing
scary.
else,
That's my
landlocks
problem.
these
I get
individuals
it, but
into
there's a
Russia,
theatrical
where, they
aspect
may
to
be,
this.
or has them looking over their shoulders at any given time. So perhaps those that are considering this as
I think they're staying away from
future
windows
employment or ways to have
and not
their,
drinking much tea.
their cyber skill set, perhaps it discourages them from doing that. Yes.
That's right. If I may, to answer your question, and a little bit, totally agree with the special agent in charge and as to why we bring this case and why we bring cases like this. First and foremost, it is to hold these individuals accountable. As Bill said, they are marked people now. We know who they are. There's a reward on their head.
Yeah, he
and
hasn't
we're
had
gonna
anybody
pursue
on
them
that side
relentlessly.
speak, I
So
don't
that's
think.
reason one. Reason two is
Maybe
to
the guy in the
expose
red
the
tie.
techniques they've used. Because when we put these techniques and tools that they've used into our indictment and we say we're going to back this up with evidence in a courtroom, that shows not only the Russians, but it shows our private sector partners on how to protect themselves. And then finally, the message is clear to the GRU and to the Russians. We are on to you. We penetrated your
Yeah.
systems. The FBI, the Department
That's
of Justice
right.
will be relentless in
That's
pursuing you.
relentless.
And so you better
Just
pay
ask the
attention to the fact
gymnasts.
that we have gotten to you and we are in your system.
Sorry.
So that
All
sends
right,
a
do
very
better,
strong
Chris
deterrent
Ray.
message, and we've seen that message take hold
better,
in
Merrick
other
Garland.
cases like this. So that's why we bring these cases.
Donable Lecter. Oh my God, that's cute.
Amara from WBAL-TV from the Can't Hurt to Ask file. I know you said you weren't going to talk specifically about victims, but the sheer number of federal agencies in our state begs the question, should people be worried that their Social Security information, health information, we have Walter Reed, we have NIH, we have the FDA, and yes, we have the NSA. Should people be worried
Yes,
that their
Donable
private
Letcher.
information was part of
What a
this?
team. What a
And,
team.
My second question, the private company that unknowingly had their servers used, did they report it to the feds, or did you tell that
I hope
company
so. Who
that
knows,
they were
though?
being used? And what's the lesson there for every other company out there?
I still think
I'm going to turn it over
Oh,
to
here's
the,
talking
the
about the
U.S.
company
attorney
they
on
used
the
in Maryland.
specifics
Hold
of
on.
the case. I will just say before I do so that every federal agency, every private sector entity, is at some risk in this current environment where cybersecurity just has to be a paramount concern, and that's why we work so hard to be good partners to the private sector in understanding the threats they face, sharing threat information with them, and again, when we have a case like this, bringing the case to bring the perpetrators to justice.
Sure, just to follow up, and we can't
at least they're not
get
saying that
into
China made
investigative
Russia do it.
techniques. I can stay within the four corners of the indictment and tell you that there were dozens of scans for vulnerabilities through this Maryland-based U.S. government agency and others throughout the world.
Wait, what?
It's something that our partners, our private sector
U.S.
partners,
government
the
agency?
public in
I
general
thought it was a
should
company.
know. Whether or not personally identifiable information
Did I
was
miss something?
exposed, that's not a part of this indictment, but certainly, as a general matter, the message here is prevention and intervention. And the message by this announcement is that there are many cyber criminals out there, some sponsored by states, some state and country-sponsored cyber criminals who are out to expose and get at either a government or companies' information or our own individual information. And so that we should all be very vigilant in taking the necessary steps, recommended steps, best practices, so to speak, to protect our information.
And quickly, are you able to say which came first? Did the private company alert you, or did you alert them that they were being scanned?
Right. Again, that's kind of outside the indictment and part of our investigation. But again, part of this announcement is that is one way that we as law enforcement are able to connect the dots, so to speak, in an investigation. When we have those public-private sector partnerships, we need businesses out there, companies out there to report when things happen. We need them to be vigilant about their cybersecurity infrastructure and collaborate with us and with one another. And that way we can gather evidence and bring in indictments such as this.
I think you're right, baby. I think you're right.
Thanks, everyone.
That's what I wonder, Max. I wonder about that. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming. Where are we going for lunch? I say the Palm. Let's go to the Palm. Let's go to the Palm, damn it. Okay, wait, hold on. Sorry. I have to fix my shit here. Hey, man, fix your shit. Oh, my God. Oh my God, hey, how you doing? Am I ready? Yeah, you're not going anywhere. I got half this document to fucking read, okay? So there's. So, but baby, here's the thing. I do think, but of course I don't know because I'm not familiar with all of the cases, but it would be not surprising to learn that this is the beginning of some dominoes. Who knows how many dominoes? You can just assume you're on there. It was millions. Yeah. So I think that this is maybe, within the GRU or whatever, right? There can be different projects and actions and initiatives being taken, right? The advantage that Russia has is that they have an extraordinarily well-developed active measures program which seeks to find vulnerabilities in all kinds of ways in countries that wish to hold them back from their ultimate goal, which is reconstituting the Soviet Union. So, at least that's one thing Putin wanted to do. And Putin has to make his bosses happy, the oligarchs, right? I think they're important indictments, not just as a warning, because it is hard, right? They're overseas. They're part of the Russian military. I have to believe they're either not alive or they're somewhere else or they're on the front. I don't know. But the thing about Russia is, while they may not be the boss of all of the, fuckery in the world, right? Russia has a unique and well-developed over decades, maybe a century, of finding out how to undermine countries that get in their way or that they perceive have something that they need, whether it be a natural resource or whatever, right? So, and this is particularly during Putin's time, both as a KGB guy, and then as he's grown up, right? There's really the Active Measures film, which we've watched way back when, I think a long time ago. Maybe we didn't watch that one, but that's one we probably need to watch it. I just can't. It's so hard to watch movies on Discord. But if you have Discord on a desktop, it's easier to watch a movie. I'll just say that. The Palms is and was a lesbian bar on Santa Monica Boulevard. But that's the one here. That's the one here. The Palm in D.C. is a stupid-ass restaurant that's overpriced near DuPont Circle, where I used to work. And it has, like, people like... Remember the lunch that... remember this? This was a long time ago. It was like 2018 or something. I don't even know. Was it John Eastman? And who's the other lawyer that Trump had that had, like, the really crazy handlebar mustache? Remember that guy? He left him like pretty early on. Can't remember what his name was. Fuck, it was like Scooter or something. I wasn't Scooter Libby, but it was, like Hootie Pop. I don't know. Anyway, they were having lunch in the Palm and people, Ty Cobb. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Though that's not like Hootie Pop, but close. Anyway, Ty Cobb, you locked your SS account. That's probably a good idea. I don't think I got a notification. Okay. Anyway. Ty Cobb, yeah. They were having lunch in the Palm near DuPont Circle. I guess it's in DuPont Circle. I mean, it's not in DuPont Circle because it's pretty much of a little bit of a hike down Connecticut Avenue, I think. Anyway, that's the Palm, I know. Anyway, so I don't know if that was the one they were at, but nonetheless, they were like arguing or something. But this was early on in the Trump thing. And I just remember that was reported in the news, but then we never did it. They did it with Le Pen, too. Yes. Somebody called to ask if I want to sell a property I don't own. I told them no. There's a site where you can check if your info was on there. Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Max. Thank you for that. So that's really helpful. If you're concerned about your Social Security data, which of course all of us are, I'll try and find that site before we get off the air, and then we'll go ahead and have that. You chose to have your name removed from Medicare and SS. Ooh, interesting. I don't know what are the ramifications. Well, I don't want to know personal business, but it would be interesting to know what the ramifications of doing something like that are. Okay. We're going to read this, and then in the meantime, we're going to find the site to check if your data has been compromised in a Social Security leak, and then I'll go smoke another joint. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know about you, but that's what I'm going to do. Okay, we're back. In or about mid-2023, as Founder One worked to recruit the first asshole and the second asshole to perform work on Gregorian, Founder One began negotiating an expanded role for Founder One and Founder Two and Tenet in their developing enterprise, as set forth below. I got an email for a job I'm completely unable to do and unqualified. I remember getting a lot of like weird rando matches and outreach from people. And I'm like, that's not what I do, but okay. Sounds great. On or about March 31st, 2023, Persona One emailed Founder One, quote, a draft of the new contract that we'd like to offer. Persona One described the new contract as consisting of two stages, the pre-talent signing, where your scope of work is similar to now, and the post-talent signing, which is after we sign the first and second asshole with your help. Persona One advised that the scope of your work will grow substantially to include managing the channel in the post-talent signing phase with new areas of responsibility and our new offered compensation. In a subsequent email on or about April 14th, Persona One informed Founder One that the management and marketing for the new platform's social media accounts would be done by the Russian firm we agreed to hire. But you will, of course, be the CEO and set the working standard and path for them to follow, and possibly you could hire a few more people from your side to further handle the operational side of things. On or about April 17th, Founder One replied in part that Founder One was happy to work with the Russian firm. As set forth below, the Russian firm consisted of Kostyan Lena, who later monitored and directed Tenet's activities under the guise of an outside editing firm. Founder Two worked closely with Founder One to negotiate their expanded business arrangement with Gregorian, the fake guy. For example, in private messages on Discord on or about April 28th, Founder Two messaged Founder One that, quote, they, the investors, also have full rights to the IP, and so if we grow the platform, they can still technically take it away. Founder One replied that the French clarified... Did he start to like French? clarified that we own the channel, but they own the rights to the content. And so in the event of a split, I think we'd either need to pay them out for the rights to remove the videos, but we'd keep the platform, i.e. Tenet. Founder 2 also helped Founder 1 recruit additional assholes to work for work for Tenet and Gregorian, for example. On or about May 22nd, Founder 1 messaged Founder 2 on Discord that Founder 1 needed to send a prospectus for the company to a potential asshole number 3. Founder 2 responded with a proposed talking points for the prospectus and added, though I think we should probably borrow some of Gregorian's language here. Asshole 3 later agreed to work for the tenant. On or about May 12th, Founder 1 sent an email to Persona 1 in which Founder 1 proposed that we keep the contract between us with my Canadian company, the Canada company, but for Asshole 2's contract, it would be through our American subsidiary, Tenet. In a subsequent email on or about May 19th, Founder 1 explained that Founder 1 wished for, quote, my personal payment to be under the Canada company, but the payments for the influencers go directly to Tenet. Elon probably really medicated. Yeah, I think what does he do? Does he do ketamine or something like that? He's probably definitely in a stupor. Or just stupid. On or about June 13th, consistent with Founder 1's proposal, Persona 1 emailed Founder 1 a final service agreement that named Founder 1, his Canada company, and Tenet as the service providers. The contract provided for a monthly fee of $8,000 for the first stage and a monthly fee of $25,000 per month for the second stage after signing the two assholes, and additional performance incentives and commissions for, quote, engagements closed with talents. The client named on the contract was neither Gregorian nor the Hungarian shell entity or the Czech shell entity, but rather an entity based in the United Kingdom. We'll just call that the UK entity that has no website. After forwarding the contract to Founder 2 and discussing it with Founder 2 on Discord, Founder 1 signed the contract. Despite describing Tenet's investor to Asshole 1 and 2 as Gregorian, a purported finance professional in Western Europe, Founder 1 and 2 admitted to each other in their private communications that their investors were in truth and in fact the Russians, the same term that Founder 1 and 2 previously used to refer to RT while working directly under contract with RT as described above. On or about May 27th, Founder 1 messaged Founder 2 on Discord, quote, I'm going to ask the Russians about hiring a second producer this coming week. Approximately 2 days later, Founder 1 messaged Producer 2 on Discord, quote, here's a list of responsibilities I sent over to the investors to approve bringing you on, waiting to hear back on, timeline and salary. On or about August 8th, Persona 1 informed Founder 1 and 2 in Discord that their request to hire a producer/booker, producer number 2, was approved. On or about May 31st, Kostya created a private Discord server. Discord's the problem, okay? My dad used to say hormones are the problem. Hormones are what gets the human race in trouble. And he's not wrong. But now I'm going to say, you know what? Discord's the problem. Nothing good comes out of Discord. Nothing. I've never seen a positive Discord experience. I mean, I like our experience, but it's not perfect. Like, it could be so much better if the fucking site worked. But anyway, I'm sorry. I notice Elon hasn't removed Benny or Tim off X, being that they are using it to do this. Right? What's next, baby? Are they going to start losing their distributions? Come on now. Who wants to be associated with a Russian puppet? I don't. All right. Kostya employed the Discord username Kostya K, which includes a variant of his first name, Kostya, and the first initial of his last name. In order to use the Discord messaging platform, Discord users must first create or join a server. Servers are then broken down into subcategories or channels through which the users can communicate by chat, voice, or video. Among other things, users can send messages to an entire channel, which can be viewed or read by the full membership of that channel, or users can send direct messages to other Discord users, which can be viewed only by the recipient. Thanks for that. On approximately 38 occasions between or in or about December 2023 and in or about January 2024, Kostya's Discord account was accessed from a Moscow-based IP address. Oh, my Lord. How'd that happen? That was also used to access Kostya's personal Gmail account on approximately 10 occasions. Holy moly. Well, you're not that good a hacker, are you, Kostya? Oh, wait, you're not the hacker. Sorry. On or about June 21st, 2023, Founder 2 joined the Investor Discord channel, describing Founder 2's role as mostly helping with the company's back end of things, while Founder 1 focuses on the more forward-facing aspects. In the Investor Discord channel, Founder 1, 2, and Persona 1, purporting to act on behalf of Gregorian, discussed major decisions for Tenet, such as the hiring of staff, contract negotiations with contributors, including both the first two assholes, and payments to Tenet and additional assholes. Kostya monitored and occasionally participated in those discussions. Founder 2 also used the Investor Discord channel to, among other things, submit Tenet's invoices to Persona 1 and to press for payment of those invoices. For example, on or about September 11, 2023, at approximately 8 p.m. Central Time, Founder 2 wrote in the Investor Discord channel, "Today marks 2 weeks since I submitted the invoice for August. Any idea for the delay? We are signing large contracts and need to be certain we will get the funding to pay these people." Persona 1 did not immediately respond. Lauren Southern, yes. Yeah. She is the one who I think is part of this. In fact, these are the names I don't know as well. I hadn't heard about her before. Okay, so let's see. Persona 1 did not immediately respond. While awaiting a reply from Persona 1, Founder 1 searched for the then current time in Moscow. Specifically, at 8:50 p.m. Central Time on or about September 11th, Founder 1 searched on Google time in Moscow. The time was, in fact, approximately 4:50 a.m. in Moscow, approximately 3 days later. Now, why would, if Founder 1 is so innocent. Oh, she came from Rebel News. That makes sense. That makes sense. Good, but maybe we'll sweep up the Canadian shit in this too and clean up both. I don't know. We'll see. Let it unfold. Okay, the time was, in fact, blah, blah, blah. Approximately 3 days later, on or about September 14th, Founder 1 followed up in the Investor Discord channel, writing, "Hey, Persona 1, I just wanted to follow up and see if your finance department has any update on the transfers." Kostya and Lena begin operations at Tenet. A Tenet prepared to launch in the fall of 2023, consistent with Persona 1's instruction to Founder 1 to work with the Russian firm we agreed to hire. Founder 1 introduced Kostya to Tenet employees and affiliates as an outside editor hired by Tenet's investor. In this role, Kostya monitored the Tenet's internal communications and edited content published by Tenet without disclosing that he was an RT employee. Kostya also introduced his fellow RT employee, Lena, to provide additional day-to-day direction to Tenet employees and commentators, the assholes, as set forth below. On or about August 2nd, Founder 1 created a Discord server for use by Tenet employees, associates, and contributors. Tenet Discord server. In the weeks that followed, Founder 1 subdivided the Tenet Discord server into various Discord channels, including channels for individual assholes and their teams to discuss production-related matters, a channel to discuss pitches and story concepts, and channels for the production team to post videos for publication by Tenet. Founder 1 added Kostya to most of these Discord channels, typically introducing Kostya as an editor. For example, on August 7th, Founder 1 created a Discord channel for the production of videos by one of the 6 assholes listed on Tenet's website, asshole number 4, and told asshole number 4 that Kostya is heading up the editing team so you and him can start discussing how to get started working together. Wow, what a complicated sentence. Through this channel on the Tenet Discord server, Kostya requested raw footage from asshole number 4 and later shared an edited version of asshole number 4's first video for Tenet. Yes, she came from Rebel News, yeah. Kostya similarly participated in a Discord channel on the tenant Discord server for another asshole listed on tenant's website, asshole number 5. Communications on that channel included, among other things, Kostya requesting raw footage from asshole number 5 and sharing an edited video. Oh, he was the editor. Well, I guess he wasn't the editor, but on or about November 9th, Founder 1 messaged Producer 2 on Discord in part that Gregorian hired Kostya's team. In other words, that Gregorian has hired Kostya's purported editing team. On or about August 17th, Kostya informed Founder 1 that Kostya has added Helena Shudra, whom Kostya described as a member of my team who would be coordinating with the editing team to the tenant Discord server. Digital forensic evidence confirms that Helena Shudra was in truth and in fact Lena, an employee of RT. For example, the email account used to register the Helena Shudra Discord account bears a Russian web domain, and the email handle Afalena 1997, which is comprised of the first 3 letters of Lena's surname and a variant of her first name. And Lena's birth year, 1997. Moreover, she gave up her entire life for this bullshit. Moreover, between in or about February 2024 and in or about March 2024, the Helena Shudra Discord account was accessed approximately 173 times from a Moscow-based IP address that was also used to access Lena's personal Gmail address on approximately 12 occasions. On approximately 163 occasions, that same IP address was used to access the Victoria Pesty Discord account, which, as set forth below, was another fake persona used by Lena at Tenant. Lena, as Helena Shudra, initially adopted a similar editorial role as Kostya. For example, in communications on the Tenant Discord server, Helena Shudra solicited raw footage from and circulated edited videos for review by asshole number 4. After the public launch of Tenet, however, Lena used the Helena Shudra persona and the Victoria Pesty persona to push RT messaging through Tenet and expand its viewership as set forth below. This is a pretty solid indictment. Lena steers the tenant marketing and messaging. On or about November 1st, one of the 6 assholes listed on Tenet's website, asshole number 6, posted a video on YouTube announcing the launch of Tenet. In the video, asshole 6 explained that that Tenet was a project of Founder 1 and Founder 2. Remember, those folks are also not U.S. nationals, who were trying to build a new platform for independent media with an initial lineup of 6 content creators, namely all 6 assholes. After the public launch of Tenet, Lena, using her covert personas Helena Shudra and Victoria Pesty, aggressively advanced RT's investment in Tenet in at least 2 ways. First, Lena demanded that Founder 1 press Tenet's hired assholes to share Tenet content with the assholes' pre-existing audiences, thus magnifying the impact of RT's messaging through Tenet. For example, I love these examples. On or about February 16th, 2024, Lena, as Helena Shudra, messaged Founder 1 on Discord, quote, "I do worry that neither asshole 3 nor asshole 1 share any raw videos posted on X. Asshole 2 shared only 1 video this week. Asshole 4 didn't share any raw videos. She only shared her mini doc and its promo. Asshole 5 is good at sharing content so far." Lena then asked, "Do you think it would be possible if Producer 1 could start posting videos a bit earlier?" Founder 1 responded that Founder 1 would talk to Producer 1 about posting earlier, and in fact did so. A few days later, Lena, as Helena Shudra, again messaged the founder. "Is Producer 1 going to post things earlier today? I think we need to post things earlier and ask the assholes media managers to share raw videos with subtitles posted on 10 and X. At least 1 share per day, not 1 share per week." Founder 1 replied that Founder 1 asked Producer 1 to share at least once per day with creators, but noted that the assholes were not contractually obligated to share tenant content. Lena, as Helena Shudra, responded, "I know this is not an obligation, but we are falling behind with numbers and we need to make our best so the creators can share 1 raw video per day, at least for now." With Founder One's assistance, Lena amplified her request that tenants assholes promote tenant content by repeating that request through a second fake persona, Victoria Pesty. On about February 21st, Lena, as Helena Shudra, messaged Founder One on Discord. Please make invite for Victoria, referring to an invitation for the new Victoria Pesty account to join the tenant Discord server. This is fascinating. After Founder One, I hope you're enjoying it. After Founder One responded that Founder One had already sent the invitation yesterday, Lena, as Helena, replied, sorry, I thought you would send it to me here. Thus implying that Lena was operating both the Helena Shudra and Victoria Pesty accounts. Founder One then assured Lena that Founder One would intro Victoria to the chat and restate the importance of social sharing. The next day, as promised, Founder One posted a message to the tenant Discord server introducing Victoria Pesty from our investors team. Lena, as Victoria Pesty, announced that from now on, our top priority should be establishing tenant social media presence, and we do ask that you start sharing tenant posts through your own accounts daily. Thank you. She didn't say thank you. I added that for her. Yeah, you're pretty inept if you're using Gmail. Second, with Founder One and Founder Two's backing, Lena directed U.S. tenant staff to publish specific content that Lena identified. On or about January 15th, 2024, Founder One wrote in a channel on the tenant Discord server, the producer Discord channel, comprised of Lena, Kostya, Founder One, Founder Two, Producer One, Producer Two, Producer Three. Helena is going to start creating customized videos for us to post on our socials of viral content that's floating around. Oh, you mean like kids going up to an apartment building in Aurora, Colorado? Between in and about January 2024 and in about June 2024, sorry, I thought she was still speaking. Never mind. Lena posted links to approximately 841 video clips, which were routinely posted by tenant staff onto tenant social media channels. On occasion, tenant staff privately contacted Founder One or Founder Two to push back on Lena's content and were rebuffed. Do we have any whistleblowers in the house? On or about February 15th, Lena, as Helena, shared with Tenant a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a of a U.S. political asshole visiting a grocery store in Russia. Lena posted the video in the producer Discord channel. Later that day, Producer One privately messaged Founder Two on Discord. They want me to post this, referencing the video that Lena had posted. But it just feels like overt shilling. Really, dude? This is your aha moment? Okay. Founder Two replied that Founder One thinks we should put it out there. Producer One acquiesced, responding, all right, I'll put it out tomorrow. And as another example, on or about March 22nd, Lena, as Helena, shared in the producer Discord channel a video of the March 22nd, 2024 terrorist attack on the music venue in Moscow, which killed approximately 145 people and injured hundreds more. Producer One privately messaged Founder One writing, quote, I don't know if you saw it, but they want me to post some footage from an attack in Moscow today. There's a watermark in the middle of the page that's blurred, which looks bad, but it's also pretty graphic. You can see people getting shot, albeit from far away. Founder One did not push back on the content of the clip, but replied in the producer Discord channel, quote, I'm not sure it's a good idea to blur out someone's watermark. Okay. Lena, as Helena, then assured the group is, quote, it's fine, no worries. It falls under fair use. Oh my God. Producer One and Two found a video clip of the attack without a watermark and posted the clip to X, satisfying Lena's request. The next day, on or about March 23rd, Lena, as Helena, privately messaged Founder One on Discord asking that, quote, one of our creators record something about the Moscow terror attack. Despite public reporting that foreign terrorist organization ISIS had claimed responsibility for the attack, Lena requested that Tenant blame Ukraine and the United States, writing, I think we can focus on the Ukraine-U.S. angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements. Plus, Mr. Trump says no exist. No, I'm just kidding. I added that part. All terrorists are now detained while they were headed to the border with Ukraine, which makes it even more suspicious. Why would they want to go to Ukraine to hide? I'm just trying to make it interesting, folks. Founder 1 responded that Founder 1 would ask asshole number 3, and the next day confirmed that asshole number 3 said he's happy to cover it. Not a problem. All day long, twice on Tuesdays. By in or about June 2024, Founder 1 authorized Lena and Kostya to post content directly on Tenet's platform, bypassing Tenet employees altogether. Specifically, on or about June 12th, in a Discord message, Founder 1 informed Producer 1 that, quote, going forward, Helena's team, in other words, Lena and Kostya, would be posting their own vids directly to Tenet's social media accounts. Founder 1 gave Lena and Kostya unfettered access to serve RT messaging to to Tenet's audiences. U.S. company, Tenet receives nearly $10 million from foreign shell entities. Oh my God. You know what? Don't smoke weed and try and be like, totally serious about anything. Okay. Founder 1 and Founder 2 profited from their unregistered services to RT. Starting in approximately August 2023, Founder 1 and 2 typically submitted 2 invoices each month to Persona 1 on the Investor Discord channel. One invoice for Tenet's expenses, such as its payments to its assholes, and another invoice for Founder 1 and 2's own fees and commissions. Between in or about August 2023 and in June 2024, Founder 1 and 2 invoiced the UK shell entity more than $9.3 million for Tenet's expenses, which they asked to be paid to the Tenet bank account. Founder 1 and 2 also invoiced the UK shell entity more than $760,000 for their own fees and commissions, some of which they asked to be paid to the Canadian company, the Canada company, at a bank account in Canada, and some of which they asked to be paid to Tenet and their bank account in the United States. After Founder 1 and 2, Thing 1 and 2, transmitted their monthly invoices to Persona 1 on the Investor Discord channel, Persona 1 typically acknowledged receipt and confirmed payment. Between in or about October 2023 and August 2024, the Tenet bank account received approximately 30 wire transfers from foreign entities totaling approximately $9.7 million. Tenet dispersed most of these funds to its contracted assholes, including approximately $8.7 million to the production companies of Asshole 1, 2, and 3 alone. Consistent with Founder 1's February 8th warning to Persona 1 that it would be very hard to recoup the cost for the likes of Assholes 1 and 2 based on ad revenue from web traffic or sponsors alone, Tenet's foreign wire transfers far exceeded its receipts of advertising revenue. Indeed, the approximately $9.7 million that Tenet received from foreign wire transfers represented nearly 90% of all the deposits made into the Tenet bank account from in or about October 23 to August 24. Tenet received its 30 inbound wire transfers from 7 foreign entities, none of which were Tenet's contract counterparty, the UK shell entity. 3 of the remitting entities, Turkish shell entity, what the fuck? 1 through 3 listed listed identical addresses at an office building in Istanbul, Turkey. 3 of the remitting entities, UAE. What the what? UAE shell entity 1, 2, and 3 listed 3 different addresses in Dubai and Ras Al Khaimah, United Arab Emirates. Forgive me, I don't know how to pronounce that. And the last remitting entity, oh good, it's Mauritius. Mauritius shell entity 1, just 1. It's a small place. Listed an address in Mauritius. Of the 7 foreign entities, only the UAE shell entity 1 and 2 and the Mauritius shell entity have websites. Like the website of the Czech shell entity 1, the websites of the UAE 1 and 2 and Mauritius reflect seemingly odd and inconsistent information. For example, Mauritius shell entity appears to maintain 2 websites using nearly identical domain names. One claims to supply agricultural products and the other purports to be a digital marketing agency. Yeah, totally, that jives. That goes together. Come on now. As another example, the website of the UAE shell entity one states in part, quote, "Our company is always happy to create and implement new projects on the market. We are ready to provide a full range of services from creating a project to bringing it to the world's top ratings." Wait, I need my robot voice.
Our company is always happy to create and implement new projects on the market. We are ready to provide a full range of services from creating projects to bringing it to the world's top ratings. Yeah. Visit our website today. Oh, wait, we don't have one.
Sorry. Okay. And the website of the UAE shell entity 2 claims to provide a random array of services ranging from construction projects to analysis of investment attractiveness to yacht consultancy. Yeah. Uh-oh. I think Gal's coming in with some stuff. The websites of all these entities make no mention of Gregorian. The UK, Persona 1, Persona 2, Persona 3. Oh, yeah, they just don't mention any of that shit. Okay, got it. Contrary to tenants' invoices, which reflect fees for staff and assholes, as well as Founder 1 and 2 commissions, the wire notes of many of tenants' inbound wire transfers ascribe the payments to the purchase of electronics. For example, the wire note for the Turkish shell entity, I'm stupid, $318,800 wire payment to tenant on March 1st read buying goods, invoice .013, iPhone 15 Pro Max. Wow, that's an expensive iPhone. And it's not even a terabyte. Come on now. All right, I want to go to these. Is there a 2 o'clock event? Is there? Oh, shit. Is there? What time is it? I don't even know what time it is. Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? All right. According to an 8/19/24 email just filed now in the Second Circuit, Justice Merchan is aiming to decide today whether to postpone Trump's New York sentencing till after the election. The people have taken no position on Trump's motion. This email was appended to the people's letter to the Second Circuit filed just now, opposing an administrative stay relating to Trump's appeal of U.S. District Judge Hellerstein's denial of leave to file a second removal of the New York case. Let me just make sure there's nothing else here before I read the thingabobbers. About time. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's see what this is. Oh, my God. 16 pages. What the hell, Catherine? Oh, wait. No, Alvin. What the hell? Okay. This is the background. Wait, I'm going to read the comments. I think that's the Georgia thing. No, this is the New York thing. Oh, you think the second thing. Oh, wait. Oh. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. Everybody hold on. Oh, my God. You don't realize how high I am. Don't you know I've already smoked like one joint, maybe two. I don't even know. Wait, that's the same. I think I hit the wrong link. Oh, the Mueller she wrote. I didn't do that. Okay, hold on. There's too many links. Boop. Boop. Breaking. Ho! DOJ has indicted Trump ally Dmitry Sims and his wife for skirting Russian sanctions. Boy, it's Russia. Russia. Australia's public broadcaster ABC has a YouTube channel short up with Scaramucci saying that Trump wears a girdle. 2-inch lips. Fucking Scaramucci. Baby, so we should find out today if the case is after the election so they didn't throw out like Trump wanted. Yeah. I didn't think it would be thrown out. Dmitry, you are very trouble. You're in big trouble. Couple allegedly conspired. Oh, wait. What time is it? it's 11. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. You can read this while I'm like looking for the other shit. Hold on. We're gonna DIY this bitch. I'm going to DIY this bitch. Hearing over records lawsuit. Fuck. Who is that? 11 Alive. Great. Shit. All right. Hold on. Everybody just...
Is it okay if I change positions, Your Honor?
I'm getting you there, babe.
If he's going to...
Oh,
Yeah, because I have...
just put it back. Just put it back.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. Normally, the technology allows for the board to face one person and the camera on the board to face somewhere else.
Right.
That's fine.
Stop it.
Does that work for you?
Can it go a little bit more straight on?
Sorry.
Like a little bit,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, keep coming just a little bit more.
The zone, it's flooding. Well, and I'm high as fuck. Oh, wait, you can't hear me?
You know, Your Honor, I think I can
you can't hear me. Yeah,
decently through the speaker.
I just want you to hear the content.
Okay.
You know, I don't want to hold things up.
We will call off the IT, but I am still going to give them the 3 minutes that I told everybody they could have.
You know, it's not the cleanest audio in the world, but it's usable, I think. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd certainly turn them down in my ear, and that would help. Bum, 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 bum. I think I can mute them when I do this. Is that muting? No. Ah, that mutes them. Does that mute them for you guys? That's muted to me. Maybe it doesn't mute it for you. I know. Yeah, I know, Oren. I gotta figure out. You know, the problem is that I don't think the playback in my ear is actually accurate, and it's a me problem because I haven't set up the connections right. So I think I need to fix that. I have a suppression. When I speak, it's supposed to suppress slightly the background, but it doesn't seem to do enough. So, and I have myself turned down pretty. I could turn myself back up and then just try to be a lady. I could just try to be a lady.
Is there a way for him to plug directly into the audio? That's what we called for.
What do you have? XLR.
Look at all these fucking people here.
Let me see. I could run it. I have to run it this way. How far is it? You can get that black box.
But does that mute it for you guys? I don't think that mutes it for you.
Right now, I just have my mic up at that speaker. Okay. I'm gonna check. Sometimes there's ports that's open. Sometimes there's one that's open.
But it mutes it for me. Is that muted for you, the background noise? I'm sorry, I'm feeling like Grandma. Hey, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
There you go.
I don't know how to mute them. I guess I have to mute them over here.
That's okay. Make it do that.
Oh, okay. Well, then it didn't work. It only worked in my ear, which is really peak dumb. Gal, I'm going to have to wait to go to that. Should I not wait? A little bit better. Okay, I turned myself up a little bit, but if it gets annoying, you know, just tell me. Just tell me what you're thinking. I said to him last night, just rip that Band-Aid off my heart. And then, because I don't want to fight. Oh my God, I just wrote a country song.
Test 1, 2.
I can't remember what I just sung, but that was a pretty good song. No, you're good. Just sending from the DMs from Tina and Clayberg. I can tell you what. No, don't worry about that. Don't even. Oh, shit. Don't feel the need to do that. I'm going to mute them until they get their fucking shit figured out. No need to take additional work, Gal. Absolutely not. I can go to that when we finish this. It just is. If it's time sensitive, I'll make it work. DOJ announcing now cyber threat group Cadet Blizzard is Unit 29155. Interesting. Yeah, whoever is frying bacon should just mute or check their bacon. They need to check their bacon because I think there's a problem with the bacon. I'm just saying. Jesus Christ. Fulton County, get your shit together. Is my screen text from PixArt? Is my screen text? No. This is actually... Okay, so what I do is the guts of my system to stream is from OBS, which is an open source software, and I lay on top of it Streamlabs, which is a provider of streaming. And oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. And so Streamlabs and OBS actually have the same options to format text. They give you somewhat limited options, but that's where that's where I do just the actual straight up text. And you make it with any color you want. You can make it gradient, like all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of cool.
Okay. Yes, Judge, and I have invited that witness to join.
Oh, God.
Did he just
Terrible
disappear?
audio.
It looks like he did. And so to the extent that anyone, just as you would if you were in the courtroom, if you observe one of your witnesses pop onto the Zoom, you are in a better position than I am to know that they're a witness. Please advise them that there is a breakout room and Mr. Freehoff will invite them. Okay. I see counsel, I see Ms. Merchant, counsel for the Merchant Law Firm. I see a box labeled Sandy Monroe, and then I see a conference room labeled County Attorney Fulton County. So do we have everyone here that we need for the hearing?
Yes, everyone's present. Can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. So we have in one room counsel for Fulton County, the DA in her individual and official capacity, and the district attorney's office in one room. I also am logged on my personal computer in the event that I needed to share my screen for some reason.
Okay.
We watched that, gal. We watched that.
We are going to go on the record and go ahead and get started. This is going to be a hearing in the matter of the Merchant Law Firm versus Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Fulton County, Georgia, Fonnie Willis individually, and Fonnie Willis in her official capacity. Case number 24 CV 001325. I'll note for the record that this hearing is taking place by video conference, and that I have invited the attorneys to appear remotely, and I'm going to ask them now to make announcements of their presence, starting with counsel for the plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Judge Ashley and John Merchant, on behalf of the Merchant Law Firm. Also appearing is our paralegal, Sierra Bergdorf. She is in one of those boxes, and she's here for purposes of documents and screen share. And then I would note the two of the witnesses, Ryan Holmes and Andrea Geiger, are both witnesses from Critical Mention Media Company. I don't believe we're going to need them, so I'm fine keeping them on this main page for a few minutes. We have business records from them that we have already introduced with business certificates. I just have them here just out of an abundance of caution in case the state had any objections or questions about those business records. But if they don't and we can admit those, then those two folks can be excused.
Okay, well, let me get announcements from counsel for the various defendants, and then I'll inquire about your proposal.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's Sandy Monroe here on behalf of the Fulton County, the District Attorney's Office, Fonnie Willis in her individual capacity, and Fonnie Willis in her official capacity. Also with me is Brad Bowman, my supervisor, who is going to be my second chair in this matter.
Okay. Did you say Mr. Bowman?
Correct. Brad Bowman.
Thank you. Okay. So to start with, Ms. Monroe, I think I understood. I know there was I saw some email traffic regarding the parties' disagreements about whether people could submit certificates. But to start with the first question, Ms. Merchant has indicated that Mr. Holmes and Ms. Geiger are present here as witnesses of the company Critical Mention, and she has also submitted a certificate regarding those records.
I'm self-medicating. I got nothing else.
Ms. Merchant's proposal to be that if the county, to be clear, if the defendants are okay with accepting that business records certification, then Ms. Geiger and Mr. Holmes could be excused. What is your position on that, Ms. Monroe?
I don't believe I've ever received certifications. Were they each filed on Odyssey?
Yes.
Okay. So
she's a cunt.
I haven't taken a look at those records. It was my understanding that there were subpoenas from those members, so our office would have to take a look at them to determine whether or not we object. But assuming and this is just for emails?
So on September 4th, the plaintiff filed a notice of intent to introduce business records. It's docket number 66. And I believe those, let me pull them up to make sure I'm referencing the right document. But those are a notice of intent by the plaintiff to introduce business records, and they are business records that carry a certification signed by Andrea Geiger as the Senior Director of Sales and Training for Onclusive Inc., which I assume is the critical mention company that I've heard of before. So those are the documents, I think. Ms. Merchant, is that correct, or is there something else?
No, that is correct, Judge, and we actually gave those documents before that. We gave them to the state, to the county. We sent them by the court's deadline on Tuesday at 2 o'clock. We sent them a link with those documents included. They're Bates labeled, and they're attached to that, as well as the business certificate was sent that day as well.
Okay, and so Ms. Monroe, understanding that you might want to the extent that we're going to discuss those documents in detail at some point, at any point, if it's necessary, I understand you might want to reserve any objections about the fact that you've only had some time to look at them substantively. But in terms of their authentication and their admissibility as a business record, which is really just the limited question right now, do you have any objection to accepting those documents as being an authentic business record of Onclusive, so that we can excuse Mr. Holmes and Ms. Geiger, or do you wish to have them wait in the breakout room with the other witnesses?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So the record will reflect that the defendant's counsel has graciously agreed to accept that business record certification for the records from Onclusive.
There's a stool.
And I believe with that, Ms. Geiger and Mr. Holmes, you may both be excused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, we would invoke the rule of sequestration. Dexter Bond is on the screen. He is one of our witnesses. And then we've got quite a few other witnesses I don't see on the screen, so I'm not sure if they're in the county attorney's office or where they're sequestered. But I just want to make sure they're not watching on YouTube or anything like that.
Right. So I do see that Mr. Bond is present,
Her voice
and I
is
do
so
have him
triggering.
listed on at least a notice of filing subpoenas that was submitted by the plaintiff. And so now that the rule of sequestration has been invoked, Mr. Bond, we do have a breakout room, so it's sort of your choice. You can log out, or you can just wait in the breakout room. And if and when you are needed, you will be invited back, or the county attorneys will tell you to log back on. But Ms. Merchant's point is a valid one, that to the extent
she should be a little
there's
stressed
anyone
out, so it
who
might be
is
stressed.
observing these proceedings online or through YouTube, if you are a witness or potential witness in this case, then the rule of sequestration has been invoked, and you need to stop watching any live stream that you may be watching or any Zoom link that you are watching in order to
There go all my
comply with,
viewers.
that obligation.
Damn it.
I see that Mr. Bond has left us. And again, I'll just ask the parties, for those of you, you know the names of your witnesses better than I do. If you see someone pop up, let me know, and we will invite them to either log out or go to the breakout room.
Don't feel bad.
Okay.
It's also a stress thing. I didn't notice her
What we
doing
are
it in
actually
the
here
original
on today
thing. So we all have
is,
tics. Well, maybe her guilty
the
conscience
Merchant Law
needs to
Firm
work
filed
on it.
a
I don't know.
complaint alleging a
No, we
violation of the
shouldn't make
Georgia
fun
Open
of
Records
we are not making fun
Act,
of that.
based on a request that the Merchant Law Firm submitted to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, using, I think, what's alleged in the complaint is a portal that is provided by online to submit such requests. And then at some point, there was a question as to whether the, quote, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, end quote, was an entity. I think that was a concern that was raised by the defense. at the outset. And so at some point during the process of this case, the merchant law firm added Fulton County, Georgia as
That's
a
a real
defendant in the Open Records Act case. And then subsequently, with leave of court, after a hearing that we had regarding
and I really do. She didn't have it. I didn't notice it before, and we've watched her quite a bit.
Open Records Act.
Full face on.
The court granted leave
Yes.
for
Let's
the
behave
merchant
with
law
decorum.
firm to add Fonnie Willis individually and
Which
Fonnie
we
Willis
always
in her
do.
official capacity
And
as, of
actual
course, the district
compassion,
attorney of the
which is
Fulton
different.
County. So that's where we are now. At the hearing where we had this initial
And
discussion.
to be fair, Gal watches people. I've seen her.
Part of that conversation
She's
revolved
extraordinarily
around the fact
observant.
that, to my way of thinking, there was a way to request records from Fulton County or from the district attorney's office in whatever manner we're going to call that entity or that individual, and therefore that necessarily indicated that there must be an appropriate party to pursue remedies against to enforce the right to get those records, and that it was really just a matter of figuring out who that right
records
person
hearing?
was. And I think initially, and in fairness to Ms. Monroe, I think it was an informal request, albeit one that was in court, in answer to a question of mine. If the Fulton County District Attorney's Office isn't the right party, if Fulton County isn't the right party, then who is? And then there was a discussion of the fact that it was maybe the DA, either individually or in her official capacity. And then there was some additional discussion about the fact that there is currently a Supreme Court case
I get a tick,
pending
an eye tick when I get really tired or stressed
district
out.
attorney,
So it
who
definitely
I believe is
can
named in
come
an
on.
individual capacity, on an Open Records Act request in Athens, Clarke County, that is before the Supreme Court and that has already had hearings where amicus briefs were filed, and yet, sadly, we do not have the benefit of the court's ruling today. So that's where we are. In terms of the operative complaint currently is the second amended complaint that was filed on July the 22nd. And then in response to that, all four entities or individuals, depending on how we're going to call them, have filed motions to dismiss. Generally speaking, what I understand the basis of those motions to be is that as to
Well, I really
the Fulton
loved
County
her
District
hit,
Attorney's
I
Office,
wanna
the position
thank
has
you. So,
always
you know,
been that
I
the Fulton
like
County District
Natalie
Attorney's
Merchant's
Office is
one
not
of
an
my-
entity
one of
that
my
is capable
favorites.
of being sued.
I think it's about turning
As
over
to
discovery.
The county of Fulton.
In the case where
that
merchants
the county
saying,
is
"You
the
didn't give me
custodian
my
of the
data
records
in
that are being sought,"
time.
and the county, and that records were never requested from Fulton County. As to the district attorney individually, I believe, if I understand, and I think that's what we're going to spend time dealing with today, the basis of the motion to dismiss is that the district attorney did not handle those requests and is not an agency for purposes of the Open Records Act, and or that she is not subject
Trump
to the act
campaign, I
because of her official status as an officer of the judicial branch, and that she is immune from suit as a district attorney. That's a very, very shorthanded way, but just the reason I'm outlining those things is I like to start with, this is what I think I understand about where we are in this case. I've read the briefing, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel for me. And I agree with the parties in some of the email cross-traffic that I saw that we have to figure out what to do with the motion to dismiss before we figure out what to do about the substantive requests, because the backup defense or basis for a dismissal filed by each of the defendants is, and even if you decide that somebody is subject to the Open Records Act and must produce the records that were requested, all the records that are responsive have been produced. And so that's where I think I'm going to, at this point, throw it over to Ms. Monroe to outline and make her argument for me regarding the basis of the motion to dismiss. My hope is, because I think we have a lot to get through, I'm trying to let you know that I have read your brief, so you don't necessarily have to go back and start at the very beginning, because I know there's a lot that goes in to getting us to where we are now. So if I've said anything wrong, Ms. Monroe, please feel free to correct me to make sure I have the right information. And of course, please feel free to educate me about anything I have not addressed that you think is relevant to my consideration. And with that, I will toss it over to Ms. Monroe.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. That was a pretty good outline of the issues before the court. And with just one correction, the matter that's pending in Georgia Supreme Court, where we're awaiting a decision,
Mike Roman,
not whether or not
Mike Roman,
individual capacity,
oh my God, Max, thank you. I'm
subject
sorry.
to the Open Records Act.
Yeah, it's about the open records to prove that there's a
capacity,
conflict of interest or something. I don't know
subject
what.
to the Open Records Act.
It's
I agree with
bullshit.
that. I think the only reason I mentioned it is that it is less than clear in some of the briefing that I've seen as to whether the actual underlying request that was submitted.
4 entities brought private case against county attorneys seeking county attorney office records.
Deborah Gonzalez, or if it was directed to the district attorney of Athens, Clarke County, Deborah Gonzalez. That's the only reason I mentioned it.
Understood. Thank you so much, Your Honor, for that clarification. So I have a brief update for the court and we're ready to move forward on the motions to dismiss and address to the court the procedural defects in the complaint and the reason why we're bringing the motions to dismiss. But the brief update is that this case has been deeply rooted in the alleged failure to provide documents or attachments to emails linked to critical mention. However, the attachments were provided 9 months ago. And as of yesterday, we learned that it wasn't an issue of providing those attachments. It was an issue of whether or not the requester had the ability to access the attachments. So basically she did.
So yeah, forgive me for interrupting. Let me ask you this. So I did see a
Tried to
recent
open
filing.
a PDF in Word.
I don't off the top of my head know who it was from that said something to the effect of, we're sorry, we're only providing these documents now, but we only recently learned that there was some software we had to download that would enable us to access. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This software that this filing was not made by me, it was made by the merchant law firm. And this software that was described was Adobe Acrobat. I received several emails from the merchant law firm alleging that we did not provide attachments and that they insisted that we provide attachments to the emails. I found it very, very strange that as of yesterday, they still weren't able to access these attachments. And so I provided some direction and I advised her to download these documents on Adobe Acrobat. That's how I've been doing it. That's how I've dealt with all my PDF documents. And the response from the merchant law firm was essentially pure blame on our office for not advising them of this special software to open up these attachments.
These PDFs.
So what we have here before you, Judge, is a case that, Your Honor, there's something left to do. We provided the records. We provided the records 9 months ago with those attachments. I don't work in IT, but it's very likely that 9 months ago, the merchant law firm had this very same issue, and they were not able to access those records. That's the reason why we're here today. In every instance that the requests were made by the plaintiff, response were provided. Where responses were not available, that was indicated to the requester. If additional time was needed, that was requested. There are no further documents within our client's possession that would be responsive to any of the open record requests. Thus, the court is in no position to do anything further for the plaintiff. They have their records. There's nothing left for us to do. Now, we do have this pending decision before Georgia Supreme Court, and it would be our recommendation, being that now
Are they going to porn bomb this?
Records, there's no prejudice to
This is going to get
plaintiff
to a porn bomb.
waiting for that decision, because that decision serves as
fake Kevin McCarthy looks a little
foundation as to
nervous.
whether or not we could even
I think
move
Natalie
forward on a
Merchant,
hearing
the singer
on the
songwriter,
alleged merits of this case.
legend,
So at this juncture,
making her way downtown. No, that's the other person.
the matter is moot. There are, according to plaintiff's email, there are about
They should
4
Google that.
outstanding open records requests that, in my review of the responses
Hey, man, it worked.
by
Here we
the
are
DA's
9 months
office,
later.
there are no responsive records.
I mean, who's the
So
dummy?
as far as what we can do right now, there's nothing we can do. The Open Records Act was not designed for the creation of documents,
For
not
idiots.
existence at the time of the request. These documents would have to have existed. These documents would have to have been searched diligently, reasonable search. These documents would have to have been in the possession of the custodian of those records. And in this case, we have a situation where all of those standards have been met, and there's nothing to do for it further in this matter.
Okay. Let me ask a couple of questions. So I agree with you generally that there is, it might be advisable for the court to, again, decline to decide this legal issue while I await the Supreme Court's decision. I don't know when that might come. The Supreme Court had 2 Open Records Act cases on their docket this session. They issued one ruling on August the 13th, but they have not issued the one regarding the applicability of the Open Records Act to a district attorney. So that's one issue, but what I hear you, but when you say it's moot, I think you're understanding, I think, let me make sure I understand what you are saying, which is that you have fully responded to the requests. And so there's no need for the court to go further. I should just dismiss because the Open Records Act has been fully responded to. Is that essentially the defendant's positions?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Which defendant?
Can we get rid of Adobe finally?
So, and that's the second issue. We need to determine the proper defendant in this action. And with the pending motions to dismiss in this action, I don't believe we have one. And so that's where we are.
Ms. Monroe, that's why I asked the question, right? So I appreciate that the ideal answer to an Open Records Act request is here are the records you have requested, or we've searched and we don't have the records you have requested. But I don't think that we can have it both ways, where some nebulous defendant that isn't identified has given all the documents that have been requested, but you can't identify which defendant that is, right? And that's why I'm confused. Is it Fulton County that produced the records? Is it the Fulton County District Attorney's Office that produced the records? Is it Madam DA that produced the records?
Okay, so back in January when the original, well, there were, in this action, there are about 13 open record requests.
Right.
Okay, so the ones in question, we narrowed them down to about 4. At this
Which I greatly appreciate. Thank you both for that effort, because it was greatly to my benefit.
So as it pertains to the critical mention records, there were records that were provided back in January. And there was subsequent communication between the DA's office. The request was firstly made to the DA's office. Okay. And there was communication thereafter between the DA's office and the merchant firm regarding attachments to those emails. Emails were provided. However, the allegation was that the attachments to the emails were not provided.
She's freaking out.
Fast forward, we're in suit. And the same allegation remains that we did not provide attachments to those emails.
Ms. Monroe, to be clear, I absolutely understand your position that you have, that all of the documents requested have been produced.
Okay.
But that begs the question, by whom?
So initially we had the custodian for district attorney provide records. And then 16 subpoenas.
She wants
were
to know
issued by
whose
the
records
merchant
are
firm
which.
for the same subpoena to about 16 individuals requesting these same records, similar records, not the exact records, but similar. The subpoena was a bit more detailed.
I love that her blinking.
And
Natalie
included lists
Merchant,
of female
singer-songwriter,
individuals that worked
an
for
interloper.
IT, that
Blinking
worked for
is
the
the
DA's
topic of
office,
the
that worked for
chat. I
external
want to do an
affairs.
AI thing on the chat.
It was a bit more detailed.
I know.
But those subpoenas, those responses to those subpoenas were provided by IT, Fulton County IT.
Okay.
However, what should be noted by the court is that the subject open record requests, the open record requests that are pending before this court in this underlying action, there were no requests made to Fulton County IT. Thus, we don't have any liability under the Open Records Act as it pertains to Fulton County or Fulton County IT. These requests were made to the DA's office. They were not made to Fulton County IT. So ultimately, there were additional
and try
records
resolving
that
a
were
billing issue with
provided by way of
with
the
Acrobat
subpoena.
or Adobe.
And those
up.
additional records,
They're
those
so
supplemental
terrible.
records, were provided by Fulton County IT.
So I understand that we're technically here on a 12B6, but because of the way the Open Records Act penalties and enforcement actions work, it's a little broader than that. And so one question I do have, Ms. Monroe, and perhaps you could help me understand. I know we discussed it at the last hearing, but the Open Records Act portal, where requests are submitted, it is I guess, a button that's present on the Fulton County District Attorney's Office's webpage, which is functionally, I guess, a subset of the Fulton County website. And when you click on that Open Records Act request, it goes to a Fulton County, a sort of generic request records from the county. So if I'm doing that, which I believe Ms. Merchant's pleadings have alleged that that's what she did, or if not, she has represented to me, I think in the previous hearing, that those requests were made through the portal.
I think she's got some bad news recently.
IT department, whoever is in charge of that portal, how does the county know
Mike Roman's getting
where to
nervous.
submit that request, to whom to direct that request?
So that's a great question. So generally when an open records request is submitted on the portal, you have to designate or select the department in which you're directing that open request to. That is how that works. So it's just not Fulton, it doesn't go Fulton County and that's it. You have to designate a department.
Okay.
You have to
She doesn't deserve
select
any
a department
grace,
in which
so
you're
forget it.
directing that request to. And if
Okay.
that request is submitted to a department, let's say that
She used a friend
is not
of hers
custodian of
to
those
get
records,
information about
that
Connie's
request is
relationship
then
with Nathan
forwarded
Wade.
to
She
the
used her
appropriate
friend to get
department
information to benefit her client.
respond to.
It's pretty
Okay.
skeevy in my book.
Thank you for that additional information. So
He
the
is
reason I asked the question is
body
to make sure I
double, like the
understood. So part
prison
of your
stand-in
position regarding
for
Fulton
Kevin.
County as the appropriate party is that even though it was submitted through a sort of maybe broader hosted Open Records Act portal, that the requester is required to identify what agency or department they're requesting that information from. And in this particular instance, the agency that was requested was not the Fulton County IT department. Is that?
That is correct. So Fulton County facilitates the portal and grants the public and its respective departments.
Can we please just talk about the fact that it's fulfillment of the request versus the source of the information being fulfilled?
To use that portal to respond to open record requests.
Agree on common terms.
Okay. Do you have anything to add before I call on Ms. Merchant?
He's checking
do
his
you have
look in the
anything more
playback.
that you want to present before I call on Ms. Merchant?
I look pretty good, honey.
Or counsel for the
more
plaintiff
and more like Kevin every day.
to respond to the motion to
I think
dismiss.
that facial surgery was really a great idea, sweetheart. Thank you.
Well, so that was just the update to the court regarding where we are and what has happened as of yesterday, the most recent events
Yeah,
of this case.
try and blink more than your wife.
Forgive me
if you need help.
Forgive me for interrupting, Ms. Monroe, and that's my apologies. Let me ask a very straightforward question, Ms. Merchant, and I'm not inviting a whole lot of argument. For now, obviously, you'll have your turn. Do you agree that the newest set, or I say new, but that the documents that you filed into the record as a supplement on September the 4th, docket number 67, I have reviewed those documents. It does appear to include PowerPoint attachments, which I know were a matter of contention among the parties. Do you agree with Ms. Monroe that that substantively satisfies some or all of your Open Records Act claims or requests for enforcement?
Some, but not all. And
Okay.
I would disagree with them being made available 9 months ago. And
Well, I knew that was going to be a point of contention, so that's why I'm saying what you filed yesterday clearly seems to include the PDFs that I know were an issue. And whenever they might have been provided,
She sent
you are agreeing
the
that you've now
documents
been
she's
provided
claiming
with
she
them,
couldn't
and
open.
that's what I wanted to understand, is that to your mind satisfies at least some of your request. Is that correct?
it satisfies some. Yes, Judge.
Okay. So then now, Ms. Monroe, thank you for that concise answer, Ms. Merchant. Ms. Monroe, now I will go back to you and give you an opportunity. I wanted to get to the bottom of that. Your supplement, as I understand it, was to say you think that everything's been addressed because you've now produced that last set of
Pages
documents
and
that you
keynote
believed
only. Thank
would
you.
address the Open Records Act. Ms. Merchant has said it addresses some, but not all. And so I think we probably need to forge ahead. So if you want to go ahead, Ms. Monroe.
Okay. I just need some clarification because I received an email from the merchant firm indicating that we've complied with
or publisher
the open records request as it pertains to critical mention records. Is that, I just want to make sure, is that still on the table or has that open records request been fulfilled?
Ms. Merchant.
Yeah, in
Like
writing.
I said to the court, some of the critical mention has been complied with, not in a timely manner. And that's also, as I explained to the county, the issue is that we had to file a lawsuit to get those few documents. So there's two issues. Obviously, we don't have all the documents. There's a lot more, and I can go through that when it's my turn. But we did get those three documents that we were seeking: PowerPoint, media relations, bullet point, and graphs. We got those three
above
documents.
The fold.
We got them yesterday for the first time. They were provided to us Friday for the first time in a linkable format. And we were told yesterday that the documents we were provided Friday had a hyperlink to them and we could access them. I think that's a great question,
Gal.
Those documents were 197 pages. The ones that we were provided 9 months ago were 44. They had all of the to and, not all, but most of the to and froms, and I can go through the documents with the court. We have them all ready to go, but definitely not provided 9 months ago. And so the only reason that they were provided was because we subpoenaed IT,
enter the office
which is
backwards.
not the records custodian.
It's just a thing we
It is
have.
just the mechanism to get the records.
Okay. So I think to help Ms. Monroe focus her presentation, the reason she was asking that question, and I would like to follow up on it, is it
can accept them. He'll sign for them.
So you believe that there are still outstanding documents that have not been produced, and that the ones that were produced were untimely, which still would beg the question of the need to proceed with the with this lawsuit and determining who's the proper party and figuring out what to do with it. Is that an accurate?
Yes, Judge, and I can make it real simple. I have one document that I got from Critical Mention that I have still not received from the county. So, I mean, that's just one example. That I've been asking for 9 months.
I'm like,
proof of payment. That's just, and I'm just using that as one example. You know, that's just one.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure I'm trying to focus our efforts here.
Right, don't expose
Ms.
them to the
Monroe,
sun.
given that Ms. Merchant insists, I think, twofold. Number one, that should that there is an issue of timeliness that will need to be resolved. in the lawsuit in terms of when and whether those responsive documents were produced. And the second one is, it sounds as if Ms. Merchant continues to stand by her position that there are still responsive documents that were requested and have not been produced. So with that, I think I will ask you to please continue with your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I'll just start.
Oh, actually, I don't want to do it during hers. I like her
I'll
a
just
lot.
address the motions to dismiss individually. And then if the court permits, we'll have it. If we do get there, we'll discuss the hearing portion of it regarding.
Well, and just to let you all know, if we do get there, I have a clear day tomorrow. So if that's what it takes, then this will roll into tomorrow to continue to get there. Anyway, go ahead, Ms. Monroe. Ms. Monroe?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, you were quiet just long enough to make me wonder if we'd lost audio. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just getting my notes together. I'm here.
Understood. Please go ahead.
All right, so in this open records lawsuit, there are now 4 pending motions to dismiss before
Wine nights in
where the motions will
Scottsdale.
show with certainty that the plaintiff would not be entitled to relief under any state approvable facts asserted in support thereof. And that the plaintiff could not possibly introduce evidence. I'm sorry. Could not produce evidence within the framework of the complaint sufficient to warrant a grant of relief sought. I will start with the motion to dismiss for the district attorney's office. As the court mentioned,
And the over 55s? Oh,
the basis
honey.
of this motion is merely, it's just as a matter of law that this action against the DA's office should be dismissed. For the law, it's clear that a DA's office is not an entity capable of being sued. We highlighted in my brief cases from the Myers versus Clayton matter, where the Georgia Court of Appeals held that neither the Georgia Code nor the Georgia Constitution establishes that the district attorney's office is a separate legal entity capable of being sued. Now, this holding is a general principle, and the principle says that every action there must be, in every action there must be a legal entity, a real plaintiff to a real defendant. Let us not forget that Georgia law recognizes only 3 categories of legal entities. Number 1 being the natural person, number 2 being artificial persons, number 3 corporation, i.e. corporation, number 3 quasi-artificial persons. The district attorney's office is not a natural person, nor is it a corporation, and nor is it a quasi-artificial person. Thus, for those reasons stated, in addition to the fact that district attorney's office does not fall within the definition of an agency as defined by the Open Records Act, we are asking that the court dismiss an action against the DA's office.
Okay, why not? Because as a general principle, I agree with you that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is not an entity that somebody could sue for personal injury, or somebody could sue for employment discrimination, or anything that you might think of, or even probably a breach of contract. But there is, when you look at the definition in 50-18-70, sub B of agency, and the corresponding definition in 50-14-1, it seems pretty broad. And so why is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, even if I accept, which I do, that it's not an entity capable of being sued for general purposes, not an agency against whom a member of the public could seek to enforce a request to provide them with public records?
Well, the simple answer to that is that the Georgia Constitution does not grant them the ability to do so. There's no legal authority within Georgia that grants them the ability to do so. Not to mention, the district attorney's office is an extension of the district attorney herself, who is considered part of the judicial branch of government, not subject to the Open Records Act as defined.
Then why, wait, so One of the reasons I'm struggling with this case is that it surprises me, and I am struggling with the argument that all four entities are making, that yes, we have documents, and yes, we have a procedure for asking for people to ask for them, and yes, we have a person whose job it is to provide them, and yes, we have a procedure to provide those and a portal to do so, but we're not obligated to, and no one can sue us if we don't. That
But they
strains my understanding a little bit, Ms. Monroe.
I mean, there are custodians for these agencies. They're custodians of records for these agencies. And I'm not in the position, Your Honor, and I understand your position and the complexity surrounding this issue, which is why I believe that matter is pending before the Georgia Supreme Court to decide, because it is an issue that hasn't been really addressed head on in case law. However, there are other means in which to obtain information, public records from public agencies.
Should take a look at the Georgia Supreme Court makeup. I don't think I've really taken a close look at them.
Be in the best interest of my client to advise opposing counsel on who and how to do that, unfortunately.
Well, I understand that, but also I think it's important to remember that while Ms. Merchant happens to be opposing counsel in this case, she is also a member of the public who has made a request for public records. And if the records are to be public and the policy of the state of Georgia is to make public records broadly available, then to some extent it is the job of Fulton County and or the Fulton County entities that are involved here, including Madam D.A. Willis, to help a member of the public understand how to access the public records to which they are entitled, assuming they are entitled to them.
I agree, Your Honor, and it is their job. However, the question is whether or not they are subject to the Open Records Act, or whether or not they are subject to suit under the guise of the Open Records Act. And in this particular situation, we don't have a situation where documents were requested and compliance did not take place. But documents were provided. So I would understand the court's position if documents were not provided, if there has not been full transparency, if there has not been the fulfillment of a public duty, but this is not the case. This is not the case here.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's no further questions by Your Honor, I'm going to move on to my second motion to dismiss.
Okay.
And this is the motion to dismiss on behalf of Bonnie Willis in her individual capacity. The open records request, or the open records request in this suit were never handled by Bonnie Willis in her individual capacity, nor was it alleged or shown in the complaint or amended complaint filed by the plaintiff. And in order for the Open Records Act in order for someone to be subject to the Open Records Act, you would have to be an agency. You would have to qualify or be defined as an agency. Bonnie Willis in her individual capacity as a person does not qualify under the definition of agency in the Open Records Act.
Okay, so Ms. Monroe, how do you square that with the Milleron versus Antonikakis case? It's the Supreme Court case I mentioned a little bit earlier. It's the one they have given us so far. It was issued by Justice LaGrua, who wrote the opinion. And in that case, the specific issue before them was whether an individual, an independent contractor who was in possession of public records and was not an agency could be subject to the Open Records Act and subject to suit for failure to provide them. And the Supreme Court pretty resoundingly came down in favor that it was to be read broadly, and specifically said to the extent the trial court determined that the individual, Mr. Antonikakis, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name and I apologize, that he was a person to whom a request could be directed. A request for public records can be submitted directly to the custodian, even if the custodian is a private contractor, and even if the agency for which the private contractor provides services has designated an open records officer. And then it goes into some detail talking about it can be directed, that a custodian can be a person. And so even to the extent that Madam DA in her official capacity may be immune from suit, which is something we'll discuss in a moment, why is Ms. Willis not a person who's subject to a request for records under the Open Records Act?
So as I read the definition outlined in the Open Records Act and the Open Meetings Act, that is my basis. It is the act itself. And I understand the decision that was rendered in the case that you cited, Your Honor. However, I have a duty to I can't ignore the definition that it's within these acts that does not name a person as one who is defined as an agency.
So forgive me for interrupting, and please tell me if I'm reading this wrong, but I am on page 6 of the Westlaw opinion, which I don't know, I don't think there's a formal opinion issued yet in the Southeastern Second Reporter or the Georgia Reporter, but 2024 Westlaw 3802782, page 6 of the opinion says, as we just held, the act contemplates that a private person or entity working on the agency's behalf can prepare, maintain, or receive public records because, in view of the definition of custodian, quote, OCGA 50-18-71 B1 is expansive enough to include anyone with the requisite care and control of public records. So why would that not include Madam DA? Why would that not include Ms. Willis in her individual capacity?
Well, the distinction lies in that the request was not received by Madam in her individual capacity.
Okay.
So without the receipt of a request, how can one be held liable for not responding to a request?
Enough? Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. In our following motion to dismiss against the DA in her official capacity, as outlined in our brief, we have here Madam DA in her official capacity is a state constitutional officer protected by the state constitutional immunity. And
remember that immunity thing?
Is an immunity that is not, does not disappear because of this Open Records Act. Secondly, Madam DA in her official capacity does not fall under the definition of an agency. And as
she
outlined in my brief,
the potential conflict of interest. Why are we here?
Branch of government. And because
I know they want to prove that she lied on the stand. Whatever.
And her judicial
that doesn't make him less guilty.
She is not subject to the Open Records Act.
So I know I sound like a broken record, Ms. Monroe, but I understand the importance of determining whether or not someone in the capacity who heads a prosecutorial agency, as Madam DA Willis does, how important it is to make sure that she is able to operate independently, which is historically why there were some concerns about providing immunity to someone in her position. That part I understand, but when you get to the statement of she's not subject, the DA is not subject to the Open Records Act, I keep falling back to, then why do you have an Open Records Act custodian who is providing open records?
Because the office will. And they did.
Your Honor, I don't have a direct answer for that.
Okay, fair enough.
I do.
I appreciate your
I have
candor.
one.
Also, in terms of Madam DA's official capacity, if it was the intention of the legislature to
Make
exempt
sure you eat something
in its
if you
entirety
haven't eaten something yet.
all
Make sure
district
you do.
attorneys.
I had some cheese this morning.
Why would that not be listed as one of the exceptions? Why would it be necessary to have
Because
sub
money,
3 and
money,
sub 4
money.
of
It's so
50-18-72
It's a
that
rich
specifically
man's
say,
world.
we're not going to make you produce investigatory records. We're not going to make you produce prosecute records that are created or maintained for
They
purposes
want
of
stuff they can
developing a
turn into
prosecution.
something that is embarrassing because they would be
and
embarrassed
also,
about it.
I don't
Otherwise,
believe
normal
those
people
were
might not be. But
asserted as
whatever, it's
objections
not
here.
our
I do believe
business.
sub 41 and sub 42 about
Doesn't
attorney-client
make Mike
privilege and work
Roman
product were asserted. But
innocent.
why would there be those limited exceptions if, in fact, there's no way you could ever ask for prosecutorial records or investigatory records because you can't get records from the DA because they're not subject to the Open Records Act?
Because the
Well, just
office
because
provides
certain
them.
types
I'm
of
sorry.
Records may be subject to disclosure doesn't mean that every potential custodian of such records is subject to the Open Records Act. For example, there are plenty of judges in possession of prosecution records who clearly have no obligation to produce them.
If this
under
is
the
a
Open
precedent,
Records
then I
Right,
want
but that's
any
because it's
device
subject to a very
close
specific
to
exception.
Trump. I want Dan Scavino's phones
Act. Correct. But
right
doesn't
now.
make them subject
Right here.
to the Open Records Act either. It's our open records suits, right? The use of the terms prosecution records is not generally applied to all prosecution officers, and acknowledging that it does include the district attorney's office doesn't render the exemption moot as a whole. Unlike the district attorney's office, there are several
She's gaslighting us. This fucking judge is gaslighting us.
Executive branch that are subject to the Open Records Act, and that being county attorneys, the attorney general, etc.
Do we need to kick your ass? What happened? What'd you do? What'd you do this time? One thing they could do, courtroom 4B podium, turn your fucking mic off, you Nimrod.
So is your, I'm going to jump for a moment. Is your position, so one of your arguments about requests to Ms. Willis, and I'm only referring to her as Ms. Willis when I mean to identify her as her individual self, as opposed to the district attorney of our county. One of your arguments about the request to Ms. Willis is that there would be no basis for a litigation, an Open Records Act enforcement action such as this one, because no Open Records Act request was made to her. Is your argument the same, at least in part,
I'll
for
make another
Fulton
argument.
County?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sure you did too. I know I did.
Regarding the county and the district attorney's
Self-care.
office, how they relate to
That's
one
right.
another and this portal issue, who is the custodian of these records, right? The ones that are at issue and that have been requested. I assume that we're in agreement that whatever we call it, the custodian is someone who is attached to the district attorney's office or Madam DA Willis. Is that fair?
Are you asking who is the custodian of Fulton County Attorney's Office?
No, I'm asking, so the records that Ms. Merchant requested in the portal, had she, I think I understand you to say that she directed in her request that she was seeking records from the district attorney's office.
Yes.
So is it the county's position that the district attorney's office is the custodian of those records and the county is not?
Digital fisticuffs.
The county is not a custodian
I
of the
see.
district attorney's office. The
Well, I
custodian
see.
of the district attorney's office is Dexter Q. Bond Jr. That is the custodian of
I hope you
the
brought a
district attorney's
handkerchief to
office.
slap him with. I don't know. It's not, I don't think it's official unless you do that. I don't know.
Okay. And so what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is and again, I know I sound like a
You could do
broken
like
record, and I
VR.
think we're sort of
If Palmer
getting,
Luckey didn't invent it,
I know I
I'd do
keep
it.
pulling you off track, and I apologize, Ms. Monroe, but
Why
here's
don't
what I'm
you
trying
just
to
get
figure
to the
out.
point?
I'm a member of the public, and I want copies of some document that I expect would be in the possession of Madam DA Willis, or the possession of the district attorney's office generically. There is a custodian, I think I heard you say Mr. Bond, is that right?
Yes.
There is a custodian, it's Mr. Bond, and I guess help me understand why it matters if it's the district attorney's office as that entity, that's how one would be identified, or the district attorney in her official capacity. Why does it matter? Why does that distinction matter? Is it solely because the district attorney's office doesn't exist in the sense of it being a legal entity that can be sued, and because Madam DA, as a district attorney, is immune from suit to your way of understanding the immunity provisions that would apply to an elected constitutional officer such as Madam DA Willis?
I think that's a fair representation. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
No,
I
and
know
please
I
be
have
careful. Please.
picked you up and moved you around in
Please,
a
my
bunch of different
dearest
ways, and I'm
Max.
sure gotten you off track, but feel
See you
free
tomorrow, I
to
hope.
pick up where I left off
Good luck.
or wrap up as you see fit.
Yeah, and I just wanted to provide just some more context. I did outline it in my brief, but back in 2016, the county created the
Make sure
open
there's ventilation.
records portal designed to allow the public to request documents from the county and its departments and their respective custodians. The district attorney's record custodian is separate and apart from the county, as is the custodian for the county is separate and apart for the district attorney's office. Just because they use the same portal doesn't link them together, okay? The portal is just a mechanism to just make things more convenient for the public to access public records, but does not consolidate the departments or make them one in terms of
Be safe.
Who's the custodian of said records. So the county would not have direct access to those records, to the records of the district attorney's office, because again, Fulton County is not the custodian of those records. The open records portal, it's also available to elected officials who are state constitutional officers like the district attorney. And that's, and here lies where we are. I think a lot of requesters do get very confused by this fact that because they're using the Fulton County portal, that Fulton County is, in the event there's some non-compliance, that Fulton County is on the hook. And that is not.
So the argument here is who should actually be sued.
Okay.
Or
Just out of
records
curiosity, does the tax commissioner have an Open Records Act? Does he use the same portal? I'm just asking. I don't mean to imply that he should or shouldn't. I'm just asking the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so to the extent, is it fair? Maybe not exactly every single department or agency, but is it fair to say that Fulton County provides the portal for people to use to request Open Records Act documents from agencies and departments that are underneath the Fulton County umbrella or Fulton County adjacent?
Why don't you
and then
ask
it is up to
if
the
a section
requester
head
to determine
is the one
what
that is
specific department
on
or
the hook
agency
for the
they're
records?
requesting those records from,
Ask
and then what
if the
Fulton County
section
sends it
head-
to them?
Absolutely, and we have, and there are mechanisms where there is direct communication with the requester to guide the requester as to which department should be requesting
You should.
direct
Good
their
night,
request
my
to,
dearest
which
friend. Have a
department.
good sleep. Sweet
Because the
dreams.
point is to
Thanks
get
for
to the
hanging out. You're
documents. If they
hilarious.
are asking
Love
the
you.
wrong people for the documents, right? That's not transparency. That is not providing records pursuant to the Open Records Act.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Anything else you'd like to add? Understand that It is your motion. They are your motions to dismiss. So I'm going to hear from Ms. Merchant, and then you will get the last word because you are the movant. But if there's anything else you'd like to hear or say before I move on to Ms. Merchant, this would be your chance.
I like to move it. We like to move it.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
You gotta
Ms. Merchant?
moving. I gotta pee, Your Honor.
Your Honor, unfortunately, you're stuck with me for this portion. I'm gonna handle the motions.
I'm the
to
fake
dismiss.
Kevin
There
McCarthy,
are,
and I'm here to help.
As you can probably imagine, Ms. Merchant, as the requester, has much more information about the factual details about
yes, sir.
that she used. So if you have questions in this portion of the presentation, she'd be the one to answer those for you, and I'll defer to her. When it comes to the actual process, the overarching process, I can speak to that because I'm familiar with that, and I am the one who drafted our brief on the motions to dismiss.
Yes, sir.
So I'm very familiar with all of the law in connection with that. So where I think we need to start, Your Honor, is to kind of trim down what I think you need to do. First and foremost, I have heard you say many times about us naming the district attorney's office as a defendant, and I don't think we need to replow that ground. So I'm going to stand on the pleadings in our prior arguments with regard to the district attorney's office motion to dismiss. I think that's adequately laid out in both of the motions that were filed, as well as our responses. So I don't need to replow that ground. I think where the rubber hits the road here is with the DA herself and with Fulton County. And I think at the 20,000-foot level, Your Honor, I think you've hit the nail on the head. The process that Fulton County put in place here is what's led to confusion, not just by two members of the bar who've been practicing 20 years and can't figure it out. Imagine a citizen who didn't have the resources or the ability to interpret this stuff the way that we can. The process itself funnels
special
every
magical
public,
unicorns?
Inquiry through the portal. The portal is managed by the office of the county attorney. And when Ms. Merchant initially requested these records, it was not Dexter Bond or anybody from the DA's office who certified these records. It was the custodian for Fulton County, Shalonda Miller. She is the one who certified that the records were complete.
Certified
not anyone
the
from the DA's
records?
office, and certainly not Mr. Bond at that time.
What happened
so
then?
part of the issue that we're dealing with here in the context of the 12B6 is, what are the factual issues laid out in the complaint, and have we sufficiently pled a cause of action regarding their compliance with the act, the facts underlying the compliance or non-compliance with the actual timeline, the 3-day timeline, and whether or not the efforts were not substantially justified that would get us to the fees portion. Your Honor brought up early on the issue of mootness, and that certainly is an issue for Your Honor to consider when it comes to the injunctive relief that we requested in the complaint. Has that injunctive relief become moot? And certainly to a certain extent with the production of these other documents, that is true. That is a true statement. And so the issues that we're litigating for injunctive purposes have been significantly narrowed down to the 4 things that Ms. Merchant, if she has an opportunity to discuss those, can walk through with these witnesses, because the critical mention documents are not the end of the story. They are the continuation of the story of us trying to get these documents.
All right, bye.
Now pressing 9 months. So if we take a step back, Your Honor obviously has.
I'll probably have to do tonight live because
and you're familiar with the pleadings.
I won't have
in that
time to
case.
record
As
it.
you probably saw from our briefing, I tracked a lot of that because the arguments that we didn't necessarily discuss this summer are now applicable because Ms. Willis is named in both capacities. And I think Your Honor's focus on this recent decision written by Judge LaGrua is important, because I think if we step back and we look at the motions to dismiss through the lens that the legislator intended us to look at the statute through, we see that the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals, every time they address this statute, they come down on a broad view of the law, which means if you take a broad view of the law, you necessarily going to interpret the statute in the for instance, the word agency or whatever it may be to be more inclusive rather than less inclusive. And the cases are legion that says you interpret it in a broad, not a narrow approach for the purpose of making sure that when in doubt, public gets access to these records. So in that context,
my Amazon drivers are constantly calling, even though the instructions to get in the gate are on the thing. Sorry.
That's the one, and I think primarily because I think that has a threshold issue related to immunity. which if I were in your
Bobo's gonna
honor's
go
shoes
get
would be the hang up I'd have in the context of a 12B6, to be candid with you. Because if she wins on that issue, which I don't think she's going to, and I don't think she should, theoretically, we don't get to stage 2. And I'll be candid with the court about that. If she's entitled to immunity, then she would be immune from suit. I don't think that's the case here. The law of immunity, as it's developed around DAs, particularly in the context of personal injury cases or civil rights cases related to damages actions against district attorneys, that's where the law has developed. And that there has never been a constitutional provision or case that says that the district attorney is immune from all actions forever and ever.
That's not what we're saying.
She could be sued for
They
employment
turned
discrimination,
over
for example. Something like
records.
that deals with an administrative function or
They
ministerial
dragged
duty
her
that she
personal
has to
life
comply with the
through
law. She's not above the law.
hearings, televised
she has
hearings.
to follow the law, and where she doesn't follow the law, and it does not involve an issue of her discretion, she's not entitled to the type of immunity they've sought in their motion, and she shouldn't get it here.
Well, but I understand your position. One of the reasons that I kept trying to push to sort of drill down with Ms. Monroe is, do I have to reach that issue if the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is an agency / office / department / something that is capable of having an Open Records Act enforced against it, even if it is not a legal entity that could otherwise be sued?
I think that's correct, Your Honor. As long as we've got a defendant who's responsible for the records and they are properly named in the case, then I think Your Honor can avoid the immunity question as it relates to Ms. Willis. Certainly, the immunity issue is the stickier issue, one for which we hope we'd have guidance by now. But as I read the case law, Your Honor,
I want to look at that case.
The type of immunity they're requesting is an insulation from the suit itself, and the purpose behind the immunity, as I'm sure Your Honor is quite aware, is to not deter her from taking discretionary actions that she might otherwise be held accountable for after the fact. It allows her to do her job. So when we're looking at the immunity issue, it relates squarely to whether or not she's acting in her function as a judicial officer in the courtroom, because it's false arrest, it's malicious prosecution, those types of things where she's operating as a lawyer in the courtroom and performing her function as a constitutional officer who's contained within the judiciary. Just because she's contained within the judiciary in the Constitution does not mean she has judicial power. And Justice Peterson brought that up during the oral arguments. There's a fine line between being included in one portion of the Constitution and whether you have rights that are enforceable vis-a-vis immunity under the Georgia Constitution. The case law has not developed to insulate her from this type of case. And the whole basis that they've raised in their motion is that this is a private right that's trying to be enforced by a private party, our law firm, against another citizen. And that's not what we have here. The cases make clear that an action to enforce this statute so that they have to comply with open records requests is a public right. It is not a right vested in Ms. Merchant individually, me individually, our firm individually. It is a public right. So the statute, and if you interpret it the way the Supreme Court has recently interpreted it in a broad manner, I just don't have a feeling that the Supreme Court is going to interpret this statute to carve out Ms. Willis. And because it's a public right of the people as a whole. And that's why we did this.
Let me sidestep for a moment. So one of the arguments that Ms. Monroe made about who is the entity and who can be sued and who would be subject to this type of enforcement action. One of the arguments that she made is that Fulton County and Ms. Willis in her individual capacity, that they were never subject to a request for records. And therefore, there's no basis for an enforcement action against them. Is it possible that the same proves true because the request was, for all intents and purposes, sent to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office? Or is your position that it was either sent to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office or Madam DA Fonnie Willis in her official capacity, to the extent that she is the umbrella over her entire office.
I don't think it matters, Judge.
Okay.
The statute says it doesn't matter. If you look at 50-1871 B1B, that provides the mechanism by which a member of the public is to learn, for lack of a better phrase, as to who they're supposed to send the request to. And that requires the custodian of the record to designate an open records officer. And that is the person, if so designated, is the person to whom the public is supposed to seek the records. That is the portal. That is what they did. And that is what we did to get the records. Whether Dexter Bond is the custodian of the record, whether Madam Willis is the custodian of the records in either capacity, or whether Fulton County is the custodian of the records, is a red herring, Your Honor. It has nothing to do
No,
with...
I understand that. I think what I'm struggling with is, as Justice LaGrua noted in the recent decision that I referenced a moment ago, we all understand agencies, entities, et cetera, can only act through their employees. And so when I'm talking about who's the custodian, I don't mean, is it Mr. Bond or is it Ms. Miller in the county attorney's office? What I mean is, does the request have to be, in order for you to enforce an action against, either get penalties for failure to comply or injunctive relief forcing compliance, doesn't that assume that you have submitted a request to the correct agency / entity / whatever? And wouldn't that mean that if you did not submit a request directly to Ms. Willis, I'm speaking of her separately from her role as the DA or her office, the district attorney's office, then doesn't that mean that she at least wouldn't be subject to an enforcement action under this?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. I completely disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree with that for a couple of reasons. One, we actually did submit requests, which Ms. Merchant can talk about more freely, to separate custodians, one at Fulton County and one at the district attorney's office. So we did what we could to try to do that. But more importantly, Your Honor, we are required under the Act to follow the procedure that the agency sets forth for getting the records. We can't do anything else to get records other than to follow the mechanism they put in place. Because if we don't do that, we're barred from seeking an action.
I'll find it later.
For instance, if we do it orally, if we call up the DA's office and we ask for something, we don't get the right to sue anybody. But they have told us how to do this, and if we don't do it that way, then we lose the right to enforce the action in the first place. So we have to follow the process they put in place, and that is the portal process. Now whether or not we later learn that some documents come from IT, some documents come from this area. Frankly, Your Honor, that is not our issue and wouldn't preclude us from seeking to enforce the action. It's up to the agency, in this case, the district attorney's office, Ms. Willis, whoever we had sued here, they all seem to fit within that hat of the person to whom we sent the request and who'd be responsible for complying. Now, let's put it this way, Judge. If we ask for different documents, let's say some of the documents, and we know for a fact now that some of the documents were only accessible in a format that we could open them and read them from the IT department, how in the world would we know that that was the person that had the right custody of that document by going through the portal? We wouldn't. So there's no way for an average member of the public to figure that out before they go through this process.
Oh my God. I cannot even follow fake Anderson Cooper.
To try to figure out to whom the request should be sent, what should be sent to them, and who is responsible for complying. If you put in place a system under the Open Records Act that's so confusing that two lawyers who've been practicing for 20 years can't figure it out, what in the world is the average member of the public supposed to do? They created the process, and they created the custodian that's supposed to be responsible. Walk away, they become responsible, over. Whether it's the county, it's IT, it's Miss Willis herself, it's someone in the district attorney's office like Dexter. I don't know who it might be, but we don't have the ability to identify those folks individually.
I know you do
because
too,
they've set up the process that we have to follow.
I could actually get up and go.
That's actually why I'm asking the question, because, for example, I'm looking at the list of individuals that you subpoenaed, and the most recent series of filings are an effort by the county to respond, file objections to those individuals. And other than Mr. Bond, who seems to be the designated, he seems to have some official designation as the Open Records Act person or the records custodian for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. The rest of these individuals are individuals, excluding the ones, for example, like Ms. Geiger and Mr. Holmes, who are not with the DA's office. But the individuals that are with the DA's office, you might not have any reason to request specifically records that are in the possession of, I don't know, Kevin Armstrong.
Jerry,
except
the guy
that you
fills the
requested
coffee
some
machine.
records, and I guess maybe saw his name on an email or something. That may be why he's identified here. My question is, you didn't sue Kevin Armstrong, right, for not complying with the Open Records Act. And so presumably the way this would have gone is somebody would have gotten this request and the call would have gone out saying, we need to locate documents that relate to this issue. And people who would have been expected to be in possession of such records were probably asked to look, or someone looked. But you knew that Fonnie Willis might potentially be in possession of such records, and you didn't ask her directly for those records individually. And so that all I'm asking is, didn't you have to have asked her individually for records she might have possession of, public records of which she might have possession, in order to enforce an action against her, number one? And number two, aren't you, if you can sue the DA's office, because those are their public records, or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, or Madam DA in her official capacity, do you have to sue and have relief against Fonnie Willis individually to get the relief that you seek?
Well, Judge, let me back up. I think I can answer your question, but I'll do my best.
I'll be
But
honest,
I think,
we're a little
I think what Your Honor
litigious
is
over
asking
here.
is there a requirement in the statute that we send a specific request to a specific person before a right to a lawsuit under the Act ripens? And I do not think that's the case. And we know that because the definition of agency is not specific to a person. It is to an agency or to an office. And so the person in charge of that office is the officer in charge of that office. And so to the extent there is an open records officer dedicated to that office, we would have to sue the officer in charge of that office and the office, which we have done. Imagine, Judge, imagine this. Imagine.
Okay, that's it. I do have to go pee.
We got 40 or some pages in the initial production. There might have been, let's say, 10 witnesses, 15 witnesses identified by email in those documents. Your Honor's position would require us to send an open records request to every single one of those people. Putting aside the fact that there's no mechanism to do that in the way that they have it set up. If we were to do that, and if they did not comply, and they did not comply because they were not the one in charge of giving the documents over, or they did not comply because they gave documents to someone in the chain of command who said, I'm not giving those documents, we would be forced to sue everybody in the office.
I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that you never, I don't think there's any doubt that whatever we call it, you used a Fulton County portal to request district attorney records that either belong to the district attorney's office or to Madam DA Willis as the district attorney. But you never actually requested records from Fonnie Willis, except to the extent that she might have been in possession, just like Mr. Armstrong or any of the other individual employees that work at the district attorney's office, except to the extent that she might have had documents that were responsive to the request. That's the only distinction. I'm not suggesting that you have to go sue each individual employee that you think might have possession. I'm just saying that you never formally requested records from Fonnie Willis individually. You either requested them or altogether requested them from Fulton County, from the DA's office, and from the DA as an entity. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right. And just think of, if we take that argument to its logical conclusion, Your Honor, that means that someone as a member of the public who does not know how the district attorney's office keeps their records, or by whom they entrust the records, or the method or mechanism by which they collect records or save records, that would require us to send potentially dozens, if not multiple dozens of open records requests to get documents, not knowing how they're stored. So let's take IT, for example. We didn't know IT was the proper person to subpoena until recently. No one told us that. We had to dig for 9 months to figure out that we had to send a subpoena to IT. How would the average citizen, interpreting the act broadly and in favorance of disclosure of records, how in the world would someone figure that out? They wouldn't. And what would happen, and which is what happened to us for a long time, is we were told you have everything. There is nothing else to get. And Ms. Merchant will explain, and probably, if allowed, question some witnesses about documents that she has in her possession that we directly requested related to forfeiture that they have told us they don't have. So I think on a global level, Your Honor, there's a balance that has to be struck in the statute between the public's right to access information they don't have control of and the open records officer's requirement to comply with the statute, knowing the records. And so I don't think the statute requires the public, the citizen, to make that distinction. I think it's up, and I think the law would make that burden placed on the person who's in charge of the records. In this case, Ms. Willis and her office, or to the extent only maintained by IT, Fulton County. And so I just don't think that the statute, the way it's written, the way it was designed to be interpreted, would require us to send a request directly to Ms. Willis in order to say she had not complied and would prevent us from an enforcement action under 73. I just don't think it would be interpreted that way. I don't think the Supreme Court would interpret it that way. And I think the policy behind the statute requires the agency, Ms. Willis, the district attorney's office, to identify an open records officer. And to the extent that there's any issue with the way the request is sent, they are to follow up and let us know, hey, that's vague, that's overbroad, or they have the right to assert objections within 3 days. So putting all that aside, Your Honor, I do think when it comes to whether or not she's subject to the act, I think Your Honor has hit on the point appropriately, but I also wanted to point out that they keep focusing on this limited definition of agency, but the act also in 50-1873A says it can be brought against persons or agencies. It's not limited to an office. It's not limited to a specific, entity. We can sue people, individuals. And I think that's important because
but as part of the records provided by the office would have been her records, period.
Directly. I know historically she's very hands-on. And so I don't know if there's a policy in her office where open records requests that are sent to her office are funneled to her directly.
You need to stop.
We alleged in paragraph 22 that she should have known and probably did know about these requests and that she had an obligation to ensure that they were not destroyed. Well, at the time, we didn't know about IT, had no idea that they could actually be accessed electronically. So there's an allegation in the complaint that she did have knowledge about these requests and that she was responsible for complying with them. So I don't think that she's allowed out on a 12B6 because.
And that's that. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, right? But the reason I keep coming back to it is because I agree with you that the intention of the act and its definitions and inclusions is intended to be so broad that it would reach out and grab, agencies and individuals. But I guess the reason I keep coming back to Ms. Willis individually is that if you had filed suit against Ms. Willis and you could not demonstrate to me that you had ever actually submitted an Open Records Act request to Ms. Willis, I understand your argument is, well, I functionally did because I submitted it through the portal and they're supposed to identify the right people. But if you never served a request on Ms. Willis for public records in her possession, then you obviously, I think, couldn't sue her for failing to comply with an Open Records Act request that was never made. And so the only reason I keep coming back to that is, for example, in that case of Milleron versus Antonikakis, the defendant in that case, the records request was also made to Georgia Tech, but they specifically separately served a request on Mr. Antonikakis. Again, I'm sure I'm butchering that poor man's name. But if they hadn't, there'd be no universe in which you could enforce against him the obligation to produce records. And that's the only point I'm trying to make regarding individual Ms. Willis. Is she obligated under the umbrella of if she's got open records, public documents in her possession to produce them in response to a request that's properly submitted to the custodian? Sure. That's the only reason I keep beating that dead horse about whether or not individually Ms. Willis is an appropriate party. And I wonder if the distinction that we've not yet discussed is perhaps because of the issue of that you run into frequently with people who have these official capacities where they may be subject to immunity, right? There's this issue of do you sue them individually or do you sue them in their official capacity? Is that the distinction? Or do I not need, am I overthinking that part of it?
I don't think you're overthinking it, Your Honor. I think you're appropriately focused on the issue. I think the distinction, though, with this recent case and why they focused on the fact that there had been a request to Georgia Tech and to the contractor. I think the distinction here is if we sent a request to Miss Willis personally, it would have to go through the portal anyway. So everything funnels to the same place. That was not the case in this Georgia Tech case. There were two separate entities to which they could send the requests. There's only one here, and it has to go through the portal, and you have to choose. You have a drop-down menu. And the reason I keep bringing that up, Your Honor, is because the statute requires us to follow their process. They designate who you have to funnel the request through. And I don't think it's accidental, Your Honor.
It's
that all of these
process.
requests
Oh
go
my
through
God, you stupid
years
fuck.
ago, when we sued Fulton County years ago, and I can remember at the time their open records officer saying to me, "We need a process in place so I can keep track of documents that are going out of this place because I have no idea.
Up, sir.
They're not making copies. I don't know what's going on." And that's when they set up the portal. That portal was set up on purpose to eliminate documents going out of Fulton County's door without them knowing what was in there. So they created the process, and that envelops everything. That the commissioners at Fulton County itself.
Well, I certainly hope so. I don't want to go to multiple websites.
You mentioned the tax commissioner, the DA herself. Everybody is now within the umbrella of this specific mechanism that we are forced to use under the statute. So
stop it.
My long answer to your question, Your Honor, is I think it won't matter if we send it to her directly because they'll force us back to the portal. And if we went back to the portal, we're left without a remedy to sue the person who may be in charge of the records under your theory. We would just have no recourse.
Under your theory.
And Your Honor is appropriately focused on the right question in terms of her individual capacity, but there's no way for us to send her, practically speaking, as a member of the public. We cannot send her a request. It has to go through the portal.
Out of curiosity, I mentioned I had looked at some of the briefing associated with the Gonzalez case that's pending in front of the Supreme Court. It was a little unclear to me. The case, the entitlement of the case is simply Deborah Gonzalez. But it is a little unclear to me in terms of the underlying facts, if the request was sent or if Ms. Gonzalez was sued as Deborah Gonzalez, or if she was sued as Madam DA Deborah Gonzalez.
So I believe, and I don't quote me, Your Honor, because I don't know the facts of that case perfectly. I know generally what was argued because I watched the oral argument. I believe that they sued her office, and they sued her in what capacity? I cannot candidly tell you that, and I don't want to misrepresent how she was named in that case. But I do believe they think she was personally involved, failing to respond. Beyond that, Your Honor, I don't have more to offer you. We certainly can. I've spoken with the lawyer who's argued that case, and I frankly just didn't ask him that question. I was more concerned about the immunity issues and how they address those.
And it's not dispositive of anything other than, call it the rule of judge's interest, other than the fact that I guess we'll eventually find out the answer to that question from the Supreme Court. So
that's right, Your Honor. He for what it's worth, he doesn't think that decision is going to come down until later this fall, perhaps October. So it's not coming anytime soon, at least in his estimation. I'm not sure why. I think perhaps with the delay in oral argument, it got moved to the next term of court, which would have allowed them more time to decide the case. I don't know, but that's my best guess.
Well, I have no idea what the outcome would be, but I would think that Justice LaGrue would be well suited to write an opinion since she's so well versed in the structure and function of the statute. But in any event, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I would believe that would be appropriate, but you know how they make their own calls up there. I know some of the justices were much more involved in orals than others, so that's never a good indication as to who's going to write it. But I can tell you they were hot for both sides. So it's hard to predict where they're going to
Stop
go
that
on
nonsense,
that. I think
Kevin.
if we look at the recent decision and how the Court of Appeals have interpreted this statute before, I think they're going to find
His name isn't Kevin.
that she is going to be subject to this act. And I think Your Honor pointed it out a little bit early in terms of how do we know that the General Assembly intended her to be subject to this act? I think we only have to look at the exception in A4, where there's a pending prosecution exception. Clearly, at the time that they created that exemption in the act, they contemplated that at some point somebody would be responsible as a DA for complying with requests for those records. And again, we're not asking for investigatory records. These are these are public records that relate to financial issues, expenditures, time off, county, that kind of stuff that have nothing to do with her role as a prosecutor in the courtroom. And so I think, if you look at the pending prosecution exemption, clearly the General Assembly, when they enacted that,
sure it does,
contemplated that district attorneys would be subject to the act. And historically, the courts have recognized that. There's a number of cases cited in our brief where the courts have actually ruled whether or not the DA had actually complied with the request. So in practice, the courts have been operating under the assumption that DAs were subject to the act. So this argument that
which would also seem to be implied by the fact that the district attorney's office has an Open Records Act custodian and routinely complies with Open Records Act requests. But
yes, I mean, and this is also cited in the footnote to our latest brief. I think we raised it in the first brief as well, but they have Dexter Bond's letter that goes out actually is entitled Open Records. It signs off Open Records. It gives specific information about fees that would be charged, all the process involved in that. And so they're operating, whether or not they want to be bound by it, they are operating with the idea and they are representing to the public that they are subject to the Open Records Act. And I think that's important because, as Your Honor pointed out very early in questioning the opposing counsel, we've named 4 people and they are still telling you we don't have the right people. We've named everybody that we knew we could name in order to get to a broad enough level that somebody would be responsible, and now they're telling us that's not enough. So in terms of evaluating the statute's purpose, they are telling this court that as a member of the public, we are forced to go and find somebody else, not Fulton County, not the district attorney in her official capacity, not the district attorney in her individual capacity, not the office.
You records.
There's somebody else. How in the world, if you interpret the statute the way the General Assembly wanted us to, how in the world does that comply with the spirit of the law? It doesn't.
What does the UN have to do with this, sir?
Your Honor, and not to hold Ms. Monroe's feet to the fire, but Your Honor asked this question, and we were right there with you. Okay, if it's not this person, then who are we supposed to name? And I think the way she phrased it, and not to hold her to this, but I think the way she phrased it is the way I've seen that, Your Honor, is they sue Ms. Wills in her official capacity. Well, the reason we ended up naming her in individual capacity is right after Your Honor's hearing on that, we got an email that basically asserted substantive objections under the statute to requests that were then months old. They had told us they were not going to give us documents now because they were asserting an exemption well beyond the 3 days where they need to assert it. So that told us.
Was that the work product and attorney client under sub 41 and 42? Is that what those were, or was it something else?
Gosh, I don't want to misstate what it was, and I don't have it in front of me currently, but I do remember specifically thinking they've asserted substantive objections under specific exemptions in the act that they had not done before. And that came on the heels of that hearing. And I thought to myself, well, why are they doing that?
It's right here.
And so
it's Judge, we filed it. It's Bates number merchant -0365. It is an open records response. It was very random. We got it July 10th, and we had gotten in that request.
Well, the reason I recall it is I think you mentioned it in your second amended complaint. And so that's the only reason I recalled that. But also Ms. Monroe and Mr. Bowman aren't double teaming, so let's stick with one at a time. Sorry, Ms. Merchant. Go ahead.
Welcome to my life, Your Honor. So yeah, and I don't want to misrepresent either. The reason we sued Ms. Willis in her individual capacity, if you may remember during the hearing, I said we hadn't done that because we didn't have any information that she had personally been involved in the open records requests. I made that representation to the court, and it was accurate. We didn't. And so that's why we didn't sue her in her individual capacity. It was only after that hearing when we got that email that we believed that she had been involved, and that email was a direct response to the hearing. And so, and I don't know if it came, I don't want to speculate as to whether it had anything to do specifically with the hearing or what the outcome of the hearing was. But all I know is the timing was awfully coincidental. And so our belief, and having been involved with Ms. Willis and other proceedings, our belief was that she was personally involved in making decisions about what was going in and
do you believe in Santa Claus?
What was going out and not going out. And
is your belief
because some
evidence?
of the requests, Your Honor, deal directly with how she was spending the county's money. And so when it comes to whether or not we satisfied the requirements in the 12b-6, I think the complaint does that. I think the bigger issue, and one that I think the court can probably move around, is the immunity issue. But with regard to the actual 12b-6 issues beyond immunity, I think, Your Honor, if we're allowed to proceed in this hearing and talk to some of these witnesses, I think this is the picture Your Honor is going to see. You're going to see that Ms. Merchant followed up almost on a 2 or 3 day week basis. She was routinely trying to get answers for why these things had not been produced. She was not unclear about it. But I think you're going to see the initial request was not responded to within 3 days. They sent a generic letter initially that said, hey, we got your request, thank you, which is under the act a non-response. Under the act, within 3 days, they have to tell us whether they have responsive documents and whether or not they're going to withhold any of them based on some exemption in the act. They did none of that. So the 3 day requirement ran without their compliance as an initial matter. So that has to do with whether or not we crossed the hurdle into whether they were substantially justified in not complying with the statute. I think the evidence that you're going to hear from these witnesses is one, that they still have not given us documents after 9 months, despite repeated requests to do so, that they have intentionally stonewalled Ms. Merchant by not providing adequate electronic links for the documents, and by not doing the appropriate searches for the documents, which is an issue we raised with the court last week. They're all over the place, Your Honor. The evidence is going to be that sometimes they certify documents as complete by one witness, and then we'll get other documents from a different witness that should be included in the certification from the other witness, and it goes all over the place. I don't pretend to know the details. I've watched her work, so I know that there is a lot there, Your Honor. And in the context of a 12b-6, what I'm suggesting to the court is these are issues that can only be resolved through testimony. And in a normal course of events, because this is a civil action, we'd be in discovery. We'd send document requests, and we would take depositions. And that has happened. Historically, when Open Records Act cases are filed, there is a discovery process. Just like there is under the Civil Practice Act, we'd be entitled to serve document requests and take depositions to clear all this up. We brought the witnesses today, Your Honor, and hopefully we'll have a chance to speak with them today and tomorrow so that Your Honor has an understanding of the facts about these requests so that they're not amorphous. That you
I believe in
understand
Santa
very
Claus.
concretely
Yeah.
what efforts were taken
to
get them and what efforts
always have
were made
one
to
surprise
stonewall
gift
us.
for Christmas.
Because I think that dovetails
LOL, last year
entirely
it was
with
an
the whole purpose
emergency
of the
kit
act
to
and
get
the
out of a
enforcement
trapped
action
car. That's a good
that's set
one.
forth in 73.
I love
this is
those
the only
things.
recourse we have, Your Honor.
I'm real happy I've never had to use
the way that
one,
they
but
have
yeah.
set the process up, there's no way
Alan
to negotiate
Lichtman's election
to get the
prediction
documents. They
is in
force you to
now.
file a lawsuit.
Who's that?
They leave us with no choice.
NYT opinion
and so
reaction.
if they're going to do that, then there has to be accountability for it. and an accountability for not providing records when the public asks for them that are clearly public records and for which they made no objection at the time. I'm so sorry. And now they want to continue to try to stonewall us.
I'm so sorry.
And I don't want to say it's an election year, but we're in an election year. And the delay that's happened in part due to me not naming the right people to begin with, we're right up against an election, and we're still seeing documents come in that Ms. Merchant asked for in January of this year. Some of which they claim they don't have, like a pamphlet involving a flyer about, they said they don't have records, Your Honor, for a very concrete example. They said they don't have records as to the number of lawyers they have employed in their office and when they were hired.
Oh my God.
We asked for information specifically about when lawyers were hired and
throw the HR director under the bus.
They have a whole pamphlet as a photograph of the DA's office that they use public money to pay for, and they tell us with a straight face they don't have any information related to who they have on staff at any one point.
What?
We know that's not true because they have to pay them. They're payroll records. So that's just one concrete example, Your Honor, of how, and I think Ms. Merchant and I were talking about this, I think part of what's going on here is there's been no accountability for these people, that people give up. They quit because they've made the process
you have no
so
idea.
hard,
Let me tell you about your guy.
burdensome on the average citizen that they don't have the time or the resources to fight.
Sierra, you better run, girl.
The four
you better
motions
run.
to dismiss are the latest example of that, Your Honor. That they'll stop at nothing to make sure we can't get a clear understanding of what they have and don't have, and if something has been lost or destroyed, when that happened. I think if Your Honor's inclined to deny the motions, I think you will see through these witnesses the pattern of obfuscation that we know has occurred.
Just deny it. Can we just move on?
For all the reasons that are put forth in our brief, we don't
it's
think
only,
she's
you've
subject
only
to
been
immunity,
gone for like 10 minutes.
The defendants collectively are subject to any kind of immunity, and we think they're all subject to the act. And we think they're all proper defendants because of the way they have set the system up. We have no choice but to sue everybody. And we didn't want to do that. That's not our hope and prayer every day when we wake up. We have over $1,000 in costs that our firm has expended on this case to get it filed, to serve witnesses, to get the lawsuit itself served, all sorts of case expenses for subpoenas. All this stuff adds up, Your Honor, and the average citizen probably wouldn't do it.
Talking shit
to try to uncover what's going on here. And so, unless Your Honor has additional questions related to the legal piece on the 12b-6, I will add one thing, Your Honor. I think if Your Honor wants to convert this motion into a motion for summary judgment,
who is this man? It's fake. Well, first of all, he's fake Kevin McCarthy.
I think under rule
that's one, but he's actually someone Merchant. He's the lawyer for. They're both lawyers for Mike Roman in Georgia.
Respond to it.
They found out through friends
that
Fani and Nathan Wade were in a relationship. So that's this bitch brought all these actions to get Fani taken off the case, to get it removed from Fulton County,
as part of
etc., etc., etc. Okay. So
for all those reasons, Your Honor, we'd ask that all four motions
they're
be
suing because they're like, no one gave us records fast enough,
Ms.
and
Monroe?
they used Adobe. Nobody uses that's a woke software.
If you would not mind, I am going to take about
that's my recap.
5-minute break.
That's
and
a great
then
idea.
Come back right at 4 o'clock. And then let you
Perfect.
have an opportunity to
I'm going to explain a little
reply
more.
or rebut. Okay?
A man with a
I
plan.
was just going to mention that was actually Ms. Monroe was just forced to take a similar break. So
Sorry.
Oops.
Understood. So we are going to be in recess for about the next 7 minutes. I'll be back at 4 o'clock.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you.
Oh, okay, I get it. All right. Okay, there you go. Hey, how are you doing? What? The butt? Your butt. Excellent explanation. Yes, exactly. So, yeah, that's the fake Kevin McCarthy. And he's married to Natalie Merchant, the amazing singer-songwriter who is now... I'm just kidding. Their last name is Merchant. I think she's Barbara or something. I don't know what the fuck her name is. The judge must be very regular. Because that was a long session to not have a break. We need his honor. I don't give a fuck. That's exactly it. Oren, you're in charge of that. This is, Judge, what was the saying that she kept using? I don't want to beat a dead horse. Judge beat a dead horse. Yes, I really appreciate the 7-minute certainty, and I'll bet you that bitch is going to be butt in chair come 7 minutes from then. I'll bet you she is. I bet you she is absolutely on point. So I like it. So we are here because the lawyers for Mike Roman are friends with people that used to work with Fani Willis and or Nathan Wade. They found out that Nathan Wade was having a relationship with what's her name, Fani Willis. And so then they brought that suit earlier this year, maybe last year, where they said, listen, this is an inappropriate relationship and somebody's making money off of this and there's all kinds of corruption and they lied on the stand and all that kind of stuff. So this duo has decided to sue Fulton County DA's office and her as DA and her in her personal capacity. I think that's the way it started. Ashley, that's it. Ashley Merchant, not Natalie Merchant. I'm sorry. I just can't. Judge Circle Talk. Yeah, I like that. So they have claimed that because they're trying to get all these records that prove that everybody lied on the stand and they're appealing and all this shit, whatever. I'm going to turn them off. Hold on. I'm going to turn your sound off. Oh, I don't think that's me. I think c'est moi. Oh, you know what? It's the fucking fan. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. So these Merchant twins who are married to each other, who represent Mike Roman, who we're going to talk about, I don't know when, but we're going to talk about him. Probably tomorrow we might do our research together. I know I have a Tina thread on Mike Roman. She is the Mike Roman whisperer for me. And there are others, but she is the one for me. Anyway, so these guys have said, those guys didn't give us records and we don't know who to sue and we don't know what to do and this is dumb and we want our records and blah, blah, blah. And we can't open Adobe PDFs and blah, blah, blah. What happened is they went ahead and submitted the request as they normally do. It was fulfilled, whatever. Probably haphazardly, sure, but not so much so that this is why we're here. So it was fulfilled. They make excuses like, we didn't know how to open it. We didn't know how to do this. We didn't know who to ask. We didn't know we don't know. So, oh yes, thank you. Yes. Oh, a Gal Suburban Tina collab. Honestly, if I ever get in trouble in Georgia, I would hire Miss Merchant to represent me. She's done a great job. Yeah, she actually has. I mean, this is why we're here. Hello. So fake Kevin McCarthy and Natalie Merchant, noted singer and songwriter, turned MAGA lawyer. No, I'm kidding. She didn't. I'm kidding. Don't sue me. It's comedy, satire. Welcome. But yeah, no, she really has. She's done what she needs to do. I'm going to tell you that right now. Okay, let me go ahead and open these lovely items. I don't know, but I've been told. Here we go. Mindfuck by Gal. This is from December 22nd, 2022. I should probably buy Roman a tie or something for sending me on this one. Hasn't been done since 1876, and it was only 3 states that did it. Michael Brown text to Angela McCullum and Madison Crawley. Oh, let me make it bigger. I'm so sorry. There we go. Michael Brown flew to Washington, D.C., clutching his bag because he didn't want to let the docs out of his sight. Brown told Angela McCullum once he landed in D.C. to deliver the fraudulent electors, understanding that those electors would provide Vice President Mike Pence an opportunity to decline to certify Joe Biden's legal electors at the joint session of Congress on January 6. Mike Roman's transcript, despite the majority of his answers invoking his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, is an important piece of the story to overturn the 2020 election. Mike Roman began working in the White House in 2017, officially as a special assistant to the president, but additionally described himself as Director of Special Projects and Research. This role was not housed in the typical personnel office, but held within the White House counsel's office. There, Roman was apparently tasked with clearance and vetting of non-Senate confirmed employees for the administration. Oh, he's planting all the dead weight. So in this, I don't know, do you go over it? No, okay, I want to do this. So in this, I'll just read this out. So it looks like, question, ultimately you worked through various other jobs ending up in Mr. Trump's White House starting in 2017. Was that the beginning of the Trump administration? What was your role? Special assistant to the president was his answer. Did you have a particular portfolio that you worked? Witness conferring with counsel. Yes, I was working in White House counsel's office, assisting with vetting and clearance counsel. Research. Research, is that right? Yes. Was that the same job duties that you just described working on inside White House counsel's office? Yes. And you said clearance counsel. Is that nominations? Or could you be a little more specific about what that involved? Yes, nominations. Did you have any other roles outside of the nominations? Vetting of potential employees. Okay, employees. Non-Senate confirmed employees. Oops. Did you do that with the personnel office? No, that was through the White House counsel's office. Ooh, and PPO. When you say employees, are you talking about White House employees or administration employees more broadly? Administration employees. Oh. Well, look at him. So it could be either agencies in the executive branch. I understand you left the White House in around 2018. Is that right? Yes. As Politico put it. Oh, wait. I better turn on the sound for this other one. Hold on. Let me just do that while I'm here. Then we'll know when they come back. Know when they come back. I said we will know when they come back. Boo, boo, boo. Okay. As Politico in 2018. Yes, I'm getting a little loopy. As Politico in 2018 put it, few people in or close to the White House have any idea what Michael Roman does all day. That was a quote. Roman wasn't a familiar name or face to the general public. Reporting to the White House counsel, Don McGahn, Roman quietly joined the White House soon after Trump's inauguration. This is a good art. Oh, this is great. I need to save this in my Mike Roman file. Okay. Mike Roman is no stranger to ginning up fear and chaos for the conservative base related to elections. In fact, Mike Roman ran Donald Trump's election protection efforts during the 2016 campaign against Hillary Clinton. According to The Guardian, in October 2016, Roman was assigned to oversee poll watching efforts for Trump, who at the time was calling into question the legitimacy of the popular vote weeks before Election Day. Donald Trump's tweet on October 17th, 2016. October 17th, 2016. Of course there's large-scale voter fraud happening on and before Election Day. Why do Republican leaders deny what's going on? So naive. Which means Mike Roman would have been instrumental in pushing ideas like this to Trump in 2016, anticipating a defeat to Hillary Clinton, a sentiment widely felt across the country at the time. Unfortunately, that sentiment was wrong.
Remember, we're competing in a rigged election. This is a rigged election, folks, okay? The media is an extension of the Clinton campaign, as WikiLeaks has proven. And they don't talk about WikiLeaks. They just keep talking about Trump. They want to put nice, sexy headlines up, even though nothing happened, nothing took place, even though it's a total fabrication. They even want to try to rig the election at the polling booths. And believe me, there's a lot going on. Do you ever hear these people? They say there's nothing going on. People that have died 10 years ago are still voting. Illegal immigrants are voting.
No.
I mean, where are the street smarts of some of these politicians?
Oh, boy. Okay. That's awesome. Roman is best known for his role in promoting a video that showed two members of the new Black Panthers standing outside a Philadelphia polling place. An investigation into the incident became a favorite talking point of conservatives claiming that Democrats were the ones interfering in the election process. Rick Hasen, an election law professor at the University of California, Irvine, said, it was one of the most retold stories on Fox News and the right for years and took on almost mythical status as evidence of thuggery by Democrats to harm the voting process. Hayson says Roman was somebody who has been more willing to put forth more outrageous statements about voter fraud and election process. Hayson added, I don't consider him a very responsible voice among Republicans on this question, and I'm not surprised that Trump would be using him for polling-related efforts. The controversial video of two men yelling racial slurs led to infighting and political recriminations inside the Justice Department and became a flashpoint for conservative media. A former Justice Department lawyer alleged the department scaled down a voter intimidation case against him because former colleagues do not want to protect white people's civil rights. That is a quote. Adams argued that the new Black Panther Party case was solid. He portrayed the Civil Rights Division as a place where many officials are hostile to the idea of using civil rights laws to go after black perpetrators with white victims. And there's an article by Charlie Savage in the New York Times. Back in February 2021, I tried to draw attention to the fact that Trump had appointed J. Christian Adams in August 2020 to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights as a commissioner, whose appointment doesn't expire until 2025. Is he still in that position, Gal? You want me to check? Do you want me to check? Do you want me to check? Oh, do they? Oh, they have a... Do you want me to check? Okay, well, I'll have to figure that out later. All right. Ooh, I just want to say.
The 2 p.m. hearing that they're just
Here we go. Back in court.
To be back by now.
Maybe not.
It's a Zoom. It's the judge is here, but it's most of it's conducted by Zoom.
Oh God, dying. It's so sweaty in here. It's so sweaty. I'm losing my eyelash again. Damn.
I'm not here.
Oh, he's still there. Fuck.
She was here. I'm not sure.
Oh, are we just talking, like shooting the shit? Okay, never mind.
Again, yeah.
I'll watch it to make sure we get the judge coming back. Anyway, that's the cameraman talking. Here we go. J. Christian Adams, partner of coup conspirator attorney Cleta Mitchell. I say arrest Cleta and hold her over the barrel, not really, until she gives up Ginny Thomas and the rest of them. And then Ginny will flip on Clarence and the whole thing will just fall apart. It's great. December 16th, 2020. I'm so stupid. Election Law Center, J. Christian Adams, associate of Cleta Mitchell, requesting poll watchers for Georgia runoffs. Let's see. Oops. Oh, crappy poop. I did it wrong. Okay, important. Don't wait your time. Don't waste your time if you're signing up to be a poll observer in Georgia for Senate runoff. Sign up to be a poll official. That's the important job that makes a real difference. Not phony programs to watch polls. We're going to get involved. That's right. Whatever. Okay. Mike Roman was also a contributor to the propaganda outlet Breitbart during the rise of the Tea Party in 2009 to 2011. There's a little Breitbart. Oh, I can't wait to read these. We'll probably do these tomorrow morning. So come back for more on Mikey Roman, little Mikey Roman. I just put my finger in a bunch of weed. Okay, they told people that's the way they liked it, the official recalled. They all act all cloak and dagger like the CIA. There was a joke about how hardly anyone ever met Mike Roman. It was like, if you wanted to find him, he'd be in a trench coat on the National Mall. Well, oh boy. Don't say that too loud. That might be something he does. We don't know. Former network officials' comments on the Freedom Partners, run by Mike Roman, is managed through a limited liability company called American Strategies Group, LLC, or ASG for short. The political... See, this is what Gal does. Gal tells you and synthesizes, but then gives you the links to where she... Come on now. Brilliant. The political network helmed by Charles and David... Oh, wait. Now I got to keep an eye. Now I'm fucked up. Oh, no, they're not. They're still not back. Okay, can you guys be a little quiet, please, while I read the rest of this? You're kind of jamming me up here. The political network helmed by at least one of the Cox, because somebody died, has quietly built a secretive operation that conducts surveillance and intelligence gathering on its liberal opponents, viewing it as a key strategic tool in its efforts to reshape American public life. The operation, which is little known even within the
Oh, because sometimes, like Judge Benton has taken to leaving her lights on. So sometimes you don't know
What
if people are
happened?
here or not here. Oh, I'm not here next. Judge Williams not here. So
Okay,
you won't.
whatever.
Oh,
Anyway.
I appreciate it because I won't be
Be
here.
quiet, please. We need you to be quiet. Reshape American public life. The operation, which is little known even within the sorry, even within that network, gathers what Koch insiders refer to as competitive intelligence that is used to try and thwart liberal groups and activists and to identify potential threats to the expansive network. I'm trying not to make sure that the fan's on me and not the microphone. Okay, the competitive intelligence team has a staff of 25, including one former CIA analyst. Yes, he's very fun at the Christmas party. Don't you just believe it. And operates from one of the nondescript Koch network, the nondescript.
I apologize. I'm a little past when I said I would be.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, Your Honor.
Ms. Monroe?
Yes, I am here. I'm sorry, I had to.
Great minds think alike. I needed a break as well. I just didn't get to it fast enough. So,
yeah, you didn't.
But Mr. Right before I took a break, the plaintiffs had concluded their argument, and so as I said, I would give you the opportunity to respond since it is your motion. You get the last word.
Okay, thank you. So just a few things that I wanted to respond to. Plaintiff has been saying this ongoingly that because of the mere use of the portal, that it basically attaches liability to everyone in Fulton County, even leading up to the Board of Commissioners, as a result to a violation of the Open Records Act. And that because this is the only means in which to submit an open records request, everyone's on the hook. That is completely erroneous. The portal is simply a mechanism. It's simply a means in which that was put in place to help the public access information regarding government.
No, I'm just
kidding.
kidding.
It was merely to
Actually, it's not too bad. It's only like
increase
it's almost 7 hours. That's not bad.
the public's ability to
We've done longer.
get information. The Open Records Act was never created to be adversarial. The sole means of the act was to help the public obtain more knowledge on how their government is being ran. Now, the way that plaintiff wants us to utilize the Open Records Act, he wants the public to use the Open Records Act as a vice to attack, a vice to harass, a vice to, if you don't do this, then I'm going to sue you. That's not what the Open Records Act was designed for. This was not the only way in which to submit a open records request. There's multiple ways in submitting open records requests pursuant to the statute. You can submit one by email. You can submit one over the phone. You can submit.
Well, not really. I mean, if you submit one over the phone, I think I understand that you don't have the same rights and remedies to enforce it, number one. And number two, if like Fulton County has done, or maybe the district attorney's office has done, or maybe different departments, if you designate a records custodian, then in order to take full advantage of the enforcement mechanism, if those records aren't produced, aren't you required to submit it in the way that they want it submitted?
You can submit it by fax. You can submit it by email. So there's multiple ways in which to submit an open records request. You do not have to use the portal.
I understand that, but doesn't that to some extent limit the enforcement rights that a person who submits a document not using the portal might have?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If it's only a verbal request, that's where the limitation lies. But if it's in writing, there is no limit.
Sierra, come on, look it up.
Also to
get to Googling.
Excuse me, as I review my notes.
I understand.
Merchant's going to take a while, so we're not going anywhere. This is not over. She can talk like anybody, like more than anybody. Yes, yes, move the party to the patio. Hell yeah. I've got a breeze coming in the window, but that's about it. We'll get there, though. I'll sit outside this afternoon. It's really hot here. What's this temperature? Let me see. Hold on, they'll tell you what the temperature is. What is the temperature in Los Angeles?
Right.
102.
To sovereign immunity,
Real
unless it's
feel
explicitly
108.
waived, the immunity lies. We can't do away with the immunity for the broad application of the Open Records Act. I do believe that because this issue, as it pertains to the Open Records Act,
That
is
means it's hella hot
a
in the
novel one,
desert.
and which is why it's pending before the Georgia Supreme Court, why there are so many questions here. But we cannot supplement what the law is for our thoughts and our opinions as to how it should be applied. And that's what plaintiff wants us to do here.
Oh, God, a swim sounds so good.
So I have a question. We were talking about the different ways that one may submit a request. Let's see, OCGA 50-18-71 sub B1A, I'm sorry, B1B2. There we go. It talks about an agency designating one or more open records officers to whom requests should be submitted. Has Fulton County, Madam D.A. Willis
Kathy!
and or the Fulton County District
my
Attorney's
goodness.
Office
You're
followed
so
that procedure
kind.
to
I'm
designate
gonna play a song. I
one
don't
or
care what
more
anybody says.
open records officers upon whom requests for inspection and copying may be
Thank you, Kathy. That's so generous. I really appreciate that. Not necessary, but really, really generous.
I'm not sure
I'm glad I'm a
that you're
soundtrack.
answering the question that I asked.
Aspire to be a soundtrack.
I understand that in the process of this litigation, it has been identified that Mr. Bond is an open records person. He's the custodian of records and serves in some open records capacity for the district attorney's office / Madam D.A. Willis. And I also understand, I think, that Shalonda Miller with the Fulton County Attorney's Office operates in some capacity for the Fulton County requests. But my question was, the statute that I was referencing says an agency that designates one or more open records officers upon whom requests for inspection may be delivered shall make such designation in writing and then provide notice, and you have to file something with the legal organ of the county. And so my question is not, have you identified them in this lawsuit? It was, has either entity, the county or whatever entity, Madam DA, et cetera, followed that procedure and designated an open records officer?
The county, I believe, yes. I don't know for sure. I have seen things in writing concerning the county, but for the district attorney's office, I am not sure.
Okay, thank you.
But they turned over documents. So it's something that they did.
I believe plaintiff went into a lot of the substantive matters in addressing the motions as it pertains to the actual requests themselves, the list of hirings, a brochure with a picture of Madam and some of her employees. I mean, that I would like to reserve my response to those allegations if and when we proceed to an actual hearing on the merits.
Right. And I think that's fair, Ms. Monroe. In fact, one of the questions I was about to ask, to the extent that it sounds like we're sort of wrapping up, is towards the end of plaintiff's counsel's argument, there was a discussion about, what to do with the case should the court deny any or some or all of the motions to dismiss, such that something would proceed. And then we would need to get into the merits of the actual requests that were made and the extent to which these witnesses have information about the extent to which the Open Records Act requests were handled by the entities. And so one of the questions I have is, I think I understand that the reason these witnesses were produced today, or subpoenaed for appearance today, in the event that I deny the motion to dismiss to any or all of the entities, is that the defendant's argument is none of these entities are the right entities. But the backup argument is the requests are moot because we've produced all the documents. And to the extent that that forms a basis for dismissal, then is it appropriate for the court to hear from witnesses who may or may not, or at least allow the parties to examine witnesses who may or may not advise that there are all documents have been produced or not? Or am I exceeding the authority that the court should exercise under 12B and converting it into a summary judgment motion if I hear from those witnesses? And so to clarify what that was a really long-winded question, if I hear evidence, I don't wish to hear evidence about the substance of these documents or why they were requested, which isn't relevant, and all this sort of stuff. It's really about what efforts were taken to locate and identify and what assurances are there that all the documents were produced, which is an argument to defeat the claim on the basis that the claim is moot. What are your thoughts on that procedurally, Ms. Monroe?
Thank you for asking, Your Honor. I think procedurally for this to actually to honor the rules of civil procedure, I think it would make the most sense to rule on the motions. Once we have a defendant to proceed, then we can if it's in the court's discretion, move to discovery. If not discovery, then straight to a hearing with the proper defendant of the court's choice.
Okay. I'm going to briefly ask counsel for the plaintiff if you want to respond. I mean, you mentioned this concern. I understand that I can, if you're willing to waive notice, can sort of hear that evidence now, but I mean, it really is. I'm just wondering if it's going to be too difficult to separate these things out in terms of the substance of the requests that were made, separate from the efforts made to locate, because the types of documents that might exist is a different discussion than what reasonable efforts did you undertake to locate documents that might be responsive to the request, which does go to the issue of mootness, which is part of the motions to dismiss.
Yeah, Your Honor. I mean, the strict tenets of 12B6 say you're confined to the four corners of the complaint. I have to concede that because that's the truth. So if Your Honor wants to hear any evidence that's not in the complaint or the second amended complaint or not attached to the complaint, you're going to have to either allow evidence on the motion, which would then presumably convert it into a Rule 56 motion, requiring notice to us, which we've obviously waived. We intended, based on Your Honor's instruction, to question these witnesses about the very things that you have talked about. So the presentation of the evidence is geared around the efforts they took or did not take, and what issues are still outstanding with regard to at least 4 requests. So that is the focus of the inquiry, and I do believe it is tied to the motion to dismiss issues. But I think if you go beyond the 4 corners, you're going to convert it into a different motion. On the other hand, you could simply deny some or all of the motions, which would then allow us to vet the issues in discovery. And to the extent the county or anybody else who was left in the case any issues with the scope of discovery, it would proceed like a normal civil case.
Okay. And then thank you. And that directs me back to Ms. Monroe. Let's assume for a moment that the court, that one of the defendants is going to remain in this case as a potentially appropriate defendant to seek to enforce Open Records Act remedies against. What is your suggestion for dealing with the mootness issue in terms of either allowing for some very brief discovery period or scheduling a substantive evidentiary hearing at a fairly close from now, but later in time, date to discuss the substantive issues of the documents and the
Your Honor, we had
efforts
hearings
undertaken
on that,
to
okay?
comply with the Open Records Act. What are your thoughts on that, Ms. Monroe?
I have very big thoughts, but I am not the county prosecutor.
Sorry, I was on mute there. So the portion of my motion that does talk about, that speaks to mootness, wasn't inserted as part of the motions to dismiss, but as a second part to this proceedings, which goes to the merits, to say, in the event that the court finds that the defendants in this case should not be dismissed from this action, and this was only pertaining to, I believe, the district attorney's office. That was only found in the motion to dismiss for the district attorney's office, not in the other motions. That was just to basically be addressed in an evidentiary hearing. But the goal was for the court to rule on the motions as to who would be the defendant to be sued or dismiss the complaint altogether. But assuming that the court were to find that there was a defendant liable under this action, and that was a defendant that was named in the caption, we would then proceed, once the ruling was made on my motions, to an evidentiary hearing if the whole action was not dismissed altogether. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm being clear.
It does. No, I understand your position. But the next question then is, if the court were to, again, let's assume for a moment that some defendant is going to stay in this case.
Mm-hmm.
What is your preference or suggestion about what to do next? Would you, really the options are some expedited brief discovery period, and or a fairly expedited, soon to be scheduled in the near term, evidentiary hearing to address these issues, or both.
Isn't it just whether or not all the documents were fulfilled or not? What the fuck?
I'm telling you, going to be expedited because that's how the statute is designed.
Right.
But my question to you is, what is your preference? And what, if it's a discovery period, what do you think is a reasonable time period for that?
The 9 months they had the documents.
This is a very straightforward case, in my opinion. So I don't believe discovery, there would be any need for discovery.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be my preference to just move forward on an evidentiary hearing in the event there is a defendant that would be held liable under this action.
Okay. Miss.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I jump in quickly?
I was just about to call on you, so yes, please.
Okay, so I think one wrinkle here is I think Your Honor has the ability today to rule on the motions. And if Your Honor does that, then
I intend to.
Yeah, then two things happen. The automatic stay that's set forth in 911-12F goes away.
Right.
So once the stay is lifted, then Your Honor would have the ability today and tomorrow to hear the evidence. The hearing, we don't. Our concern, Your Honor, is that based on the history, that as soon as we attempt to conduct any discovery, whether it's 2 weeks of discovery, a month of discovery, there are going to be motions filed that prevent us from accessing information from witnesses. Whether it's going to be a motion for a protective order or some sort of motion under 9/11/37. I don't know what it might be, but it's going to delay the proceedings. So I would caution Your Honor, if the court is inclined to move with some speed here, and that
I am inclined to move with speed. I only inquired about discovery because I didn't know the extent to which either party was interested. It sounds like Ms. Monroe's response is that she thinks an evidentiary hearing is the better course, and it sounds like you do as well. So I think that addresses that issue.
Yeah, and I do want to just highlight, Your Honor, I think the issue of mootness has been introduced today through counsel. I don't think the issue of mootness is relevant for purposes of the 12B6 motion because the complaint as it stands without evidence says that they have not complied with the law. They have not complied with the statute. That is accepted as true at this stage of the proceedings. So to the extent that she's arguing outside the pleadings that some or all of these claims are now moot, I get the practical piece of it. We have alleged that they are not moot in some form or fashion, and that a lot of these requests are still
which
outstanding.
form or
so
fashion?
The issue itself,
so
as
give a
pled in the
list.
complaint, is sufficient to defeat the motion on its face.
It's a waste of money.
So
come on, somebody cut to the chase.
Our preference,
Where's
Your Honor,
Judge
in
Judy
terms of
or
timelines
whoever?
would be for Your Honor to rule today, or as soon as practical.
Oh, I
since
know,
we have
but
since
you
we
know
have
what?
the witnesses
I'm
here,
entertaining.
perhaps
No, I'm
bring
just
them back
kidding.
in short order to proceed, because I think the parties agree the issues are fairly narrow, but still contested.
Understood. Ms. Monroe, anything to add?
But wait, Natalie Merchant's
On that
famed
issue?
singer-songwriter is going to be up next.
I have nothing to add.
It's going to get lit. She's going to start with,
Okay.
I want to thank you for the
Okay, so
motions
as I
that you
have, I think,
denied
made pretty
me,
clear,
Judge. I want to
I
thank you.
am somewhat frustrated by the idea that there are 4 defendants and none of them are somehow responsible for producing documents, despite the fact that some documents have been produced. And clearly there are people whose job it is to receive these requests and process these requests and attempt to secure discovery. I'm sorry, attempt to secure requests, the responsive information. So here's what I am left with. Again, I will say how much I would love it if the Supreme Court had given me the answer, because as it stands, I'm going to give you the answer I think is appropriate, and the Supreme Court may tell me I'm wrong in any moment. So,
Cool.
There's that to look forward to. Having said all of that, I think I've made very clear, I understand the effort at the distinction, but I struggle to see how I struggle to see how Fani Willis individually is an appropriate defendant here, because she was not served. I understand that she received internally probably requests. She was not served with a formal request for records.
We're going to get technical.
That she was in possession of, other than to the extent that the Fulton County DA was served with a request. And so I have real concerns about that, and I understand the import because of the concern about immunity that potentially attaches to Madam DA Fani Willis. But I think there's a distinction for a reason. And so I am going to grant the motion to dismiss Fani Willis in her individual capacity. Having said that, however, I am denying the motion to dismiss Fani Willis as the DA, and I'm denying the motion to dismiss the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and here's why.
Yeah,
Number
why?
one, As to Madam D.A. Willis, the district attorney, I agree, has some broad immunity that attaches. But I agree with the plaintiffs that the traditional understanding of immunity that attaches to a district attorney was not intended to limit or inhibit the public's right to access non-prosecutorial documents, non-investigative documents that are held by the district attorney. And I think that if the legislature had intended so, it would have exempted district attorneys generally, and it did not. And so for that reason, I'm going to deny the motion as to the motion to dismiss as to District Attorney Willis.
But why?
I am also going to deny the motion as to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. And I do that with the most hesitance because clearly the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is not a legal entity that can be sued in any capacity. However, I don't think there's any way to read the Open Meetings Act provisions that are adopted by reference in the Open Records Act provisions without understanding that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is an office, agency, department, etc. of Fulton County or of the state, and therefore would be subject to the Open Records Act requirements.
Miss what?
As to Fulton County,
there wasn't really much to see.
I do have concerns, as Ms. Monroe pointed out, that any ruling that I make be understood as overly broad in the sense that any request submitted to any department of Fulton County using its portal somehow makes the entirety of Fulton County responsible. And that is definitely not going to be my ruling. However, to the extent that Fulton County hosts the portal and is clearly subject to the Open Records Act, particularly here where the agency and the officer are denying that they are subject to the act. The county clearly is, and the county is hosting the method to request and receive responses, to submit requests and receive responses and responsive documents. And so to the extent that the county is doing so in the absence of the records custodian, i.e. the district attorney in her official capacity, or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, such as it is constituted for purposes of it being an agency or office, the Fulton County stays in the case as well. So that's going to be my ruling. I am, as I said, I'm granting the motion to dismiss as to Ms. Bonnie Willis. I'm denying the motion as to the other defendants. Mr. Merchant, can you please provide me with a proposed order that I can edit regarding my rulings in this case?
I sure can, Your Honor.
Ms. Monroe, can you please provide me a proposed order granting the motion to dismiss as to Ms. Willis? And again, I don't mean to be disrespectful. She's entitled to that title. I'm only doing that to distinguish her in her individual capacity.
Oh, it's gross, Oren. It's gross
okay.
out. I don't want to move from this fan hitting me.
I apologize. So one of the things, sometimes no answer is an answer. And so some of the email traffic that I've received over the last few days is, wait, what about these witnesses? What are we doing? And the choice to have the witnesses available was intentional. And so that means I owe those witnesses an apology for holding them up today to the extent that they are here and have not been called upon to testify. And so as of today, they are released, but not indefinitely. It does not sound as if anyone needs or wishes to have any sort of discovery period. The Open Records Act is intended to be an expedited process because it's intended to allow the parties to obtain the documents that they are requesting. And so it is my intention to expedite an actual evidentiary hearing regarding the efforts that were undertaken, the nature and scope of documents that might exist, and what efforts were taken to locate such documents that would be responsive and in the possession of.
I hope so.
the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Madam DA Fonnie Willis, and Fulton County to the extent that no other entity is subject to the act. That's going to be my ruling. I believe, in the interest of expediting, I was originally set for a trial week next week, and I believe it's been indicated to me that many of those parties' cases are going to resolve. And so I may be in a position, I know when we start talking about witnesses and it's a lengthy list, but if we're talking about limited, trying to focus our examinations, realistically, any idea of how much time you
Judge,
think
have
you
you
might
heard
need to examine
Natalie
witnesses? Ms. Merchant.
A day, Judge. I think we could do it within a day.
Okay. Ms. Monroe, do you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So in looking at my calendar,
everybody get your calendars out. Oh, the kitty's laying down.
assuming that my cases resolve as I expect them to do, I am wide open on Thursday, the 12th. Wait a minute. Yes, I'm open on Thursday the 12th. I'm open on Friday the 13th for all the fun that day carries with it.
Do it.
Again, assuming that those cases resolve on Monday and Tuesday, I'm actually available. I can move things around and be available on Wednesday the 11th as well. What are y'all's thoughts? Is that too soon? Do we need to move it? What do we think? Mr. Merchant, Ms. Monroe, or Ms. Merchant, Ms. Monroe?
So I have a pre-scheduled CLE for the 12th, sorry, for the second, sorry, this week that's coming up.
The week of the 9th?
So the week of the 9th. So, and then also for the 16th, 17th. The week of the 16th it's a better week for me. So if plaintiff is available during the week of the 16th, we could do it for the 19th. Oh, sorry, I have a mediation on that day.
Okay, can someone else do it? For fuck's sake. I'm getting a little tired of Fulton County.
You said the 12th and the 13th were available both of those days.
Okay, I also, it looks like I'm available on the 16th.
Available.
Monroe?
Sierra, nobody cares.
16th looks like it's open, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Your Honor, I think we spoke too soon on our end. I've got depositions all day on the 16th.
Okay.
Well, you shouldn't represent criminals.
If we could move it to a different day, that would be.
Yes, going down to the watering hole to watch the Chiefs Ravens game.
No,
Can't
I
wait
have
to
a
see the Trumpers
giant
gnash their
criminal
teeth.
calendar that day.
Oh,
actually, I have about four giant criminal
Russia.
calendars that day. Here's the best I can do. I am tentatively available the 18th and 19th. The 19th would be better. If that will work for the parties.
We can do either date.
Yep, 19th is great, Your Honor.
That's perfect, Your Honor.
Let me look one more time to make sure I'm not going to go back in my office and my litigation manager and staff attorney are going to yell at me that I'm wrong, that I do have something that day. Let me look again. Yeah, it looks like I'm open the 19th and 20th. The only caveat to that, and I would give you as much notice as possible, would be if I am set to start a trial, if it goes into the 19th and 20th, we might have to get creative and move things around. Now, one of the other reasons that I wanted to revisit the issue of conducting an evidentiary hearing is that generally speaking, I love Zoom. I think it's very effective. It allows lots of people to be in multiple places where they need to be instead of being stuck in traffic and that sort of thing. But for an evidentiary hearing, I find that it gets a little clunky when we're trying to call witnesses to the stand and present documents, et cetera. And so I typically prefer to have those, especially when it's, more than a few documents, more than a few witnesses in person. And so I think what I would likely do is notice this for the 19th at either 9 or 9:30 a.m. And it would be an in-person hearing.
Perfect. That's fine.
Now, to the extent, I understand there's been some disagreement about that, but to the extent that the parties can consent to having any witnesses appear by Zoom because it's more convenient for those witnesses, I encourage you to do that. If you cannot agree, I will rule based on whatever information y'all have about the nature of the unavailability or the need to appear remotely. And I will rule on that, but I strongly encourage the parties to see if they can agree. And we will go from there. Okay. Anything else that the parties need from me?
Okay. Are we done?
One more thing. I would like to have those orders, those proposed orders. I know I'm asking for them on an expedited basis.
Well, this should be their big job.
But I would like to have them sooner rather than later. As I'm sitting here looking at my calendar, if I could have them no later than say
the
12th, which is a week from now.
Oh my God.
If you can get them to me sooner, great.
Psychic.
But if you, I will ultimately end up entering one order that will rule on it all together. But if you can get me your drafts by the 12th, I'll make sure that there is an order on file as quickly as I can. So there will be an order on file prior to the hearing, although I am going to go ahead and issue a hearing notice for the 19th.
Okay. All right, great.
Anything else that you need from me before we adjourn, Ms. Monroe?
Document.
Yes, Your Honor. One housekeeping matter.
Hang on. Sorry. I actually asked Ms. Monroe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Monroe?
Yeah, shut up, Kevin.
Okay. Mr.
Now,
Merchant,
Kevin.
Anything else?
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No.
Paying close
Yeah,
enough
you're a
attention,
fucking
but
idiot.
One housekeeping issue is Your Honor's released the witnesses that we had subpoenaed for today.
Yes. Yeah, well, too much.
Can we have an order from Your Honor that they will reappear?
Yes, and that's why I said that. I tried to say that carefully, that they were excused for today. But it is my intention that, they've been subpoenaed. And so to the extent that we are continuing this matter to the 19th, I'm not expecting that you have to reserve them with subpoenas.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all we have.
And the same would apply to any witnesses that have been subpoenaed by the defendants.
Your Honor, if I can just clarify that one point or address that one point.
Sierra's got to go.
So there were subpoenas
2 for 1 margaritas at Applebee's. Sierra's late.
Not subpoenas for the production of testimony witnesses. So they're 2 separate things.
Happy hour isn't going to be as happy
Were they
without
subpoenas
Sierra.
to appear at this hearing?
At this hearing, there was no scope provided for the type of testimony of what that witness would be testifying to, which lies a question whether or not it was a proper.
Yeah.
It on the top, it
was a fake subpoena.
Subpoena for production of evidence. And so once the business certifications are submitted, there is no need for the witness to then appear. The business certification serves as that witness's testimony and also is supposed to lay that foundation for getting the evidence.
But we get to question them.
Versus having
I should have been a lawyer.
In lieu of having
I'm so smart.
The person come in with the documents at hand.
Yeah.
Laying the foundation in person in court. That is my understanding
I'm
of the law.
I'm a fake lawyer.
Okay. So let me interrupt you for a moment. So
why?
We can have a disagreement. Y'all can have a disagreement about this if that's what we need to do. I agree with you that the subpoena says the subpoena for the production of evidence, but it requires the presence of the witness no later than to appear at September 5th today at 2 p.m. I understand that there is an attachment saying please produce certain documents and that those individuals have appeared, have filed a response/objection
I see.
that purports to provide certain documents and purports to certify those documents.
So when are you ruling on those
The
motions?
dispute arises, and that's what there was email traffic back and forth about, is that the plaintiffs believe that there may be that they have evidence that would indicate that perhaps the certifications that those are all the records is an incomplete or not entirely accurate certification. Now, ultimately, it may be that one entity has something that the other entity didn't have anymore because they weren't obligated to keep it. There are a million reasons that might be the case. But I think I understand that the merchant firm has indicated that the reason they wanted actual witnesses was because there is a dispute about whether or not those records are all the records and what efforts were made to identify
She
additional
wants to
records.
badger
Now,
them. Come on, don't deny
I believe
her
that's
her
a fair
badgering.
inquiry for the
Bad
plaintiffs
badgering,
to
not good
make
badgering.
at a hearing. If you're going to insist that they be resubpoenaed, then I guess we can insist that Mr. Merchant resubpoena all those witnesses, but that's just going to add to the costs associated with this case. And that seems unnecessary if it can be avoided. But that's just my opinion.
If they could just provide, so, because I need to be in the best posture to defend this case. So if they could provide a list of witnesses in which they plan on calling at the evidentiary hearing, and what they plan on questioning them about, the scope of that testimony, that would be.
Well, I would encourage the parties to have a wholesome conversation about how that might happen, if only to encourage efficiency. But I will also point out that this is not a 30B6 deposition. They're not technically required to identify areas of inquiry. They are limited by the scope of the lawsuit. So it's not as if they can ask, these witnesses about things that don't have anything to do with the Open Records Act requests that were submitted to Fulton
give
County.
her a chance.
Now,
She
again,
will.
just because I'm saying I'm not going to compel them to provide you with a witness list because of the reasons that I've just said, or to particularly identify areas of inquiry that they might pursue, doesn't mean I'm not strongly encouraging the plaintiffs to limit the witnesses and the scope of necessary witnesses as much as possible, and to work in good faith with the defense counsel to help them be ready so that we can have an efficient hearing. Yes, I'm strongly encouraging that.
Yes, Your Honor, we will certainly.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Great. Are we done?
I would say I think we all recognize it's probably in everybody's interest not to have a bunch of motion practice, so we will do everything we can to resolve that.
This is so ridiculous. Why are we even here?
Get our witnesses in order.
We're spending more tax money on
Bowman. I
these
appreciate that.
fucking quixotic windmills than anything else.
I believe that concludes this matter. Anything
Thank
else,
you. God
Mr.
damn,
Merchant?
Girl, you're killing me.
Ms. Monroe.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh, thank Jesus.
Thank you so much. All of you have a good time.
All right. I'm going to read this. Whoops. I'm going to read the Mike Roman stuff tomorrow morning. Did we read? Oh, I think we finished the DL. Did we? No, I didn't. I didn't finish that, did I? Hold on. Oh, no. What? I'm on 28. Oh, I've only got a few more pages. I'm going to finish this document. Hold on. I need to change something. Oopsie. I'm going back because we're going to finish the Russian document. And then I'll let you go. I'll release you from this prison hold that I have over you. And then I'll probably see you tonight because I'm probably going to have to read live, which is fine. I would love to do that. So it's no problem. I'll probably do it. Or I'll try to record it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Okay, let's keep reading. All right. So remember, we're back in the Hungarian shell entities. Let me take you back to the Czech shell entities. Contrary to Tenet's invoices, which reflect fees for staff and assholes, as well as Founder 1 and Founder 2's commission, the wire notes of many of Tenet's inbound wire transfers ascribe the payments to the purchase of electronics. For example, the wire note for the Turkish shell entity. Oh, that's right. We already read that. It's the most expensive phone in the world. To deliver funds to tenant bank account, each of tenant's 30 inbound international wire transfers, which totaled nearly $10 million, as set forth above, utilized a correspondent bank in Manhattan. According to records of the FAR unit, neither the tenant or founder 2, none of the founders, has ever registered as a foreign agent with the Attorney General. Count 1. Conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. From at least December 22 through at least September 24, in the Southern District of New York, Russia, and elsewhere, Kostya and Lana, the defendants, and others known and unknown, knowingly and intentionally did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, to knowingly and willfully act and cause tenant, founder, and founder 2 to act as agents of foreign principals without registering with the Attorney General in violation of Title 22 United States Code, Sections 612 and 618. It was a part and an object of the conspiracy that Kostya and Lena, the defendants and others known and unknown, would and did knowingly and willfully act and cause tenant, founder 1 and founder 2 to act as agents of foreign principals. Didn't I just read that? Okay, whatever. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object thereof, Kostya and Lena, the defendants, and others known and unknown, committed the following overt acts, among others, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. In or about August 23, Kostya and Lena were added to... Kostya added Lena to the tenant Discord server in about sometime in 24. Let's hope August. I don't know. In 24. Lena circulated to tenant staff approximately 841 video clips, which were routinely posted onto tenant social media channels. In or about June 24, Founder 1 authorized Lena and Kostya to post content directly on tenant's platform. Between in or about October 23, in or about August 24, members of the conspiracy caused tenant to receive approximately 30 international wire transfers from foreign shell entities in furtherance of the conspiracy. Have fun, Lee. Have a good swim. That sounds so lovely. Each of which was processed by a correspondent bank in the Southern District of New York. Count 2, money laundering. Boop, boop. The grand jury further charges the allegations contained in paragraph 1 through 44 of this indictment, incorporated as though fully set forth from at least in or about December 22 through at least September 24, the Southern District of New York, Russia, Kostya and Lena, everybody conspired, combined, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to commit money laundering in violation of Title 18, blah, blah, blah. It was a part and an object of the conspiracy that Kostya and Lena, the defendants, blah, 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 would and did transport, transmit, and transfer an attempt to transport, transmit, and transfer a monetary instrument and funds from a place in the United States to and through a place outside the United States and to a place in the United States from and through a place outside of the United States with the intent to promote the carrying on of specified unlawful activity, to wit, felony violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act in violation of Title 18, blah, blah, blah. Forfeiture allegations as a result of committing the offense in count 1 of this indictment, Kostya and Lena shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to this thing and that thing any and all property, real and personal, that constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense, including, but not limited to. See, this is going to be they're going to flippy flippersons. Hopefully. I don't know. Limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2, Kostya and Lena shall forfeit, blah, blah, any and all property, blur, 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 blur. Substitute assets provision, if any of the above described, forfeitable That's what it says. What it says to me. As a result of any act or omission of the defendants cannot be located, has been transferred, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction, has been substantially diminished, has been commingled or with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty. It is the intent of the United States and this thing to seek forfeiture of any other property of the defendants up to the value of above forfeit, whatever that means. Thank you, Damien. Oh my God, we made it. Thank God we made it. Took each other all the way through the Russia hole. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like we made it. I better get up off my ass, or I might just fall. And I'm sweating. Okay. It is 7.5 hours. What a beautiful, beautiful day we had together. Together. Kathy, thank you for the super chat. You're so lovely. Thank you, Oren. I'm just so grateful everyone was here. That was a long time to kind of spend listening to probably what was a lot of bullshit. But you know what? You did it. And you learned a lot. And now, you know, at that water cooler, you're just going to be the coolest kid in town. Yeah, you are. Okay. All right, get the fuck out of here. I love you so much. I'll see you later on. You're all troopers. I think we all went into this one. Okay? All right. I think we all deserve a little Snickers for this one. Okay, I'm going to go get some lunch.